Yo, what's going on? Shout outs to everybody here. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of this morning show. Got a great show for you guys today. Shout outs to everybody in the building, all the good players in the building. Listen, shout outs to everybody here. My bad. The last show, man, it got dark on the last show, got too deep. You know what I'm saying? I had to take it down off my regular channel, but it's on the secondary channel. So you guys go check it out. Um, Man, that Casamigos kicked in, man. I took a little break real quick, and I went to go look at something, and I got slipped two Casamigo shots. So I said, okay, I'll take it. They wanted me to come party, and I was like, nah, I got to do some work. And got slipped two Casamigo shot, and yes, the black pill. We started getting into a lot of black pill stuff on the last show. So, if y'all haven't checked that out, definitely go check that out because it's still up while it's still up. You know what I'm saying? Because it kind of got dark on the last show. But shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Y'all hit the like button on the way in and support today's show. Good morning, everybody. Shout outs to my brother Gold P in the building, my brother David in the building, Big Cap in the building, Real Rap, Big Cap in the building. Shout outs to my brother Clean Base TV in the building. What's going on, player? Shout outs to my brother Aaron B in the building. Yes, sir, ski man. We are in here and most definitely about to get into today's show. Early bird gets the worm. So you guys are getting rewarded for definitely being early on today's show. I'm still setting up the show and got to share today's show, but definitely got a lot of stuff to go over on today's show. Today's show, we're going to be going over another content creator that's growing in popularity called Hoe Math. I've been looking at his stuff for a minute. And no disrespect to the brother. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect to the brother at all. But there's some problems going on, that we do got to address. I mean, not that it's not the biggest deal in the world, but I've been dealing with brothers and I've been dealing for black men for a long time to kind of really speak on this situation. And a lot of times, me, we talk about game, we talk about a lot of different things, but we don't talk about it a lot of times in the way that people expect us to talk about it, especially people that claim not to want to be called a nerd or educated lame or any of that stuff. Me, I'm not kind of, into, downing or bashing anybody that refers to themselves as nerd or educated or, whatever, definitely not going to bash academia or any type of, just not going to bash, on today's show. But and honestly, unless it's like a friendly spar back and forth, I really don't mention none of that shit because I really don't give a damn. But one thing I have noticed in a lot of black men, and even just men in general, that gets they get very offended by this when I bring this up or bring this to their attention, is that they're using way too much logic. They're using way too much logic trying to obtain or attract women or do whatever with women. You're using way too much logic. I'm not telling you to cry to get a bitch, but what I'm saying is, you're using way too much logic. You're thinking like a dude, trying to attract someone that's not a dude, even though they act like dudes today. It doesn't work. You understand what I'm saying? Using way too much logic. And that's not a bad thing if that's what you want to do, but it's not a good thing if you're trying to do something else or you're trying to, you know what I'm saying, or if you're trying to do something completely different, than what you normally do. You know, like I said, you're using way too much logic, and I get it. The name of the channel is called Hoe Math and all this other shit, and that's cool. I think that's a cool name. I think it's dope. I think the brother's doing a great job. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, you got to be careful of what you're churning out. Of course, it may work for you, but it's not going to work for everybody. You know what I'm saying? And it's definitely not a one size fits all if you're doing a bunch of math, when it pertains to speaking to dudes in a wide range. Me, I kind of more like the approach of you know what I'm saying? I like the approach of speaking to archetypes or archetypes or however you want to pronounce it. I rather speak to those cats. I rather speak in archetypes than speak in one size fits all. And then especially trying to add some type of math to it or game to it. You know what I'm saying? But Broski got a big old notebook with illustrations and all kinds of different things, in the notebook. And I'm not saying that his theories are wrong. I'm not saying that his theories are super right or spot on. A lot of the things that you can come, a lot of the conclusions that you can come to logically is going to make sense. But what I'm telling you is it's not going to keep women. It's not going to attract women or the type of women that you want. You're using a little bit too much logic. And that's one thing that you don't want to do, because you want to be able, at least you want to make sure you're dating a woman. I got to tell y'all about some of these black pill cats, because they flocking over there also because they really got nothing to do. They don't really take the they don't really take the information that they putting out serious. Hold on, y'all. They're not even black pilled, to tell you the truth. You know what I'm saying? They're not even black pilled, to tell you the truth. You know, being black pilled is accepting what is. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a defeatist mindset type of thing neither. You can be black pill and you can want to be successful. You can't just say, hey, I'm ugly, that's the end all be all. Genetically I'm inferior, let me go climb into a hole and seclude myself and just live that way. I mean, if that's what you want to do, you can do that, but I'm saying coming to that conclusion, there's nothing black pilled about that. There's an acceptance behind that you may be able to get a little bit of XP or experience points or whatever the hell you want to call whatever you're getting from it. But it's not black pilled at all. Not black pilled at all. Okay. So before we get into today's show, y'all hit the like button. Make sure y'all support the channel. If you hear something that you like, definitely support the channel, or chime in, super chat, or But let's get into it. Let's just actually just go to his channel and let's peruse the channel, because there was some stuff on this channel that I definitely wanted to run by you guys. Give me 1 second, y'all. So here's one video that we got that I was just looking at before I went live. It's a short. Let's look at some shorts. So check this out.
So if your girlfriend is gaslighting you, making accusations that make you uncomfortable, don't worry about it. Everyone agrees that it's fine. It's fine. It's all fun and games.
I just want to talk about this video of a girl casually emotionally abusing her boyfriend.
The video has 444.2 thousand likes. So out of 8 billion, that means that 1 out of every 18,001 people has liked this video. Of all of the people that there are. If you live in a major metropolitan area and you drove or
Okay. So let's go over this real quick. Let's go over this, okay? Let's go over this for a second. Let's run this back.
About this video of a girl casually emotionally abusing her boyfriend.
The video has 444.2 thousand likes. So out of 8 billion, that means that 1 out of every 18,001 people has liked this video.
Okay. First of all, the math is off. The math is off because you can't unless you're looking at that content creators analytics, and even then the math is off. You can't gauge who watched this video and who didn't watch this video. See, this is kind of the prime example that I'm talking about. When you use a little bit too much logic, you start getting carried away, and then you just end up becoming way more delusional or unrealistic than some of the people that you're trying to get. And this is not a stab. This is the truth. Check this out.
Of all of the people that there are. If you live in a major metropolitan area and you drove or used public transportation today, you probably passed by someone who liked this video.
And that is cap. 2.9 million people watched the video. Your math is off because you're delusional. You're thinking elsewhere. That's cap. 2.9 million views. You really think 2.9 million people watched a short? Do you know how much times you will watch a short by just letting it play, being one person? So that number is inflated. 2.9 million people did not watch this video. One person could watch this video about 10, 16 times. This is a prime example of your numbers being off because you're using too much logic. Okay? And it's just common sense. It's just common sense. You know what I'm saying? Big Cap said, what other group of women call their men educated lame but ask men to praise their women's education? Right. Fuck out of here. Right. There's a lot of truth in that too. There's a lot of women that do refer to their men as educated lame, but probably not those exact same words. You dig what I'm saying? All right. Dancing Peasant, what's going on, man? You said if you're black, you have to get gold grills and have felonies and at least an H inch plus or it's over. Yeah, but those dudes are going through a hard time too. Those dudes get put through the ringer also. You know what I'm saying? Still doesn't make you exempt from games and all. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's get back into it. So already we starting off on the wrong foot.
I'd like to point out further that it's only been seen by 2.9 million people. That is 1 out of every 6.5 people who watched it, which means that 1.23 billion people would like this video if they saw it. So if your girlfriend is gaslighting you, making accusations that make you uncomfortable, don't worry about it. Everyone agrees that it's fine. It's fine. It's all fun and games.
See, that's something that you don't want to boggle your head down with. You understand what I'm saying? That's something you don't want to boggle your head down with. All of those numbers, they were off. They don't mean anything. So that's not even right. But anyway, let's go. Let's see some more of his shorts real quick.
I like this. Just like
She's saying that most men have very feminine wives. They don't go after
And
tattooed buff girls.
I gotta reshare this.
That's exactly what I was saying yesterday. If you're a woman and you make yourself more masculine, then
I gotta reshare this video so I can tag him in it because you can't tag people on Streamyards for some weird reason. But look at this. He got a whole forex chart. You know, green candles if she's gonna treat you good, red candles if she's not. Let me stop. But no, man, like he got a whole. It looks like he has it all figured out. So we're gonna look at some of his videos and test the math. Let's see if the math is mathing. Quick maths, y'all.
fewer men will prefer it.
And there's nothing wrong with it. I think she looks great. But then again, my life is kind of... You might not want to appeal to my demographic. So this girl is a victim of the do whatever you want mentality.
It completely slipped by her that fewer men prefer the look that she chose.
And I'm not saying that you have to conform to the world, but you do have to conform to reality.
Hey, look at all these charts, bro. I get it. It's good for information for men to learn something. But when a woman says something, a man can't just in the mid conversation, okay, let me refer back to this chart and then let me see where she's at on the Venn diagram when it comes down to her attraction for me, what I really like. And what, like, come on, dog. You what?
If you want people to like you, then you have to be what they like. And if you want to be something else, then you're going to get the people who like whatever that is. Choose carefully. I am learning more and more about tattoos. I guess people with tattoos like other people with tattoos. So at least you know who you're looking for, or who's looking for you.
That has nothing to do with a goddamn thing. That has nothing to do with nothing. And honestly, where Shorty went wrong was that she tried to sell the masculine aspect. The masculine aspect. Some of these fit women that are like strong as fuck, like some of these She-Hulk bitches, they can get a man. They just got to just say they're fit. Just say you're fit. You know, you don't even have to say, oh, I can bench this much, I can blah blah blah. Just say you're fit. You know what I'm saying? Women are good at making up, new terms and names for what they like. Just say you're overly fit or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So that way, some
I
dude
like
don't think you're trying to
I like
out
this. I
masculine
like
him
this.
or something.
Who takes someone
Hold
that looks like this to a chain restaurant?
This woman took this video of herself because her date took her to the Cheesecake Factory. I
Remember
feel
that?
bad for this man.
We all remember this.
This poor, poor man. What she did was not nice, but he did make a mistake, and his mistake was this. We all share an outer world full of things we can all see, but we also
Okay.
all have our own inner world full of.
Okay, here he goes with another chart. Here he goes with another chart. And I want to use this as a moment. Y'all hit the like button. I'm chopping up some really good game on today's show. Y'all hit the like button, all right? Good morning. Y'all hit the like button. Come on in. Hit the like button. Support the show. Let's get it. I want to show y'all, because all of the stuff that he's thinking here, he's not wrong on everything, right? But I want to show y'all how deep in our head we are as men, logically, in the situation that none of this shit applies. But this is how deep in our head we are, because this is our perception. Other people go through it too. Women go through it too, but men definitely, we go through it a lot. He just has the memory and the what's going on, Rainwater? Good morning. He just has the memory and the gall to illustrate it and write it down, and then apply what he thinks behind it, and then put logic behind it due to his maths or whatnot. Cool. Definitely talking about his experience. But again, you're using too much logic to try to get women who's not even really using logic. All right, let's go.
Of the things that we think are normal and expectations that we find reasonable. So when this guy selected her for a date, he thought, these things are reasonable, and she didn't think so. And that's okay, because you can just talk about it. But instead of that, she took an embarrassing video of him and put it on the internet. So she felt insulted by him because he did not live up to this, even though she didn't say it. And he made the mistake of asking someone out before he knew that she was like that. So this video is really good support for my number one rule of dating, which is get to know people before you date them. And it's also really good support for my decision to move into the woods where no one can see me.
Yeah, which isn't gonna really solve nothing unless you really want to be there. But yeah, you definitely get to know people before you date them. There she go. What's going on, Linda? Long time no see. How are you? Shout outs to my girl Linda Anderson in the building. How you doing, love? Shout outs to Rainwater in the building. Shout outs to Dancing Peasant. Shout outs to everybody here. Y'all hit the like button. So basically, he's using way too much logic. Way too much logic. Recently, too, I heard. I think he said he was. I think he did a live stream with another guy. This guy right here, and he basically was drawing and talking about certain things, which I understand. He might be an artsy guy. You understand what I'm saying? He might be an artsy guy. He might be an artsy guy. That's his way of expression, which nothing is wrong with that. Even though artsy guys also have a bunch of emotional intelligence. Also, you can definitely draw a lot of art from emotional intelligence. But let's check out some of his videos. What am I doing wrong? All right, let's check out some of these videos. Show y'all exactly what I mean by adding a little bit too much logic when you don't need to wreck your brains with all of that stuff. Because the thing is that if you're sitting up there doing all of this math with women, you will do them. She will throw an equation at you. Let's just say it like that. She will throw an equation at you and have your mind in limbo. Like your mind will be in one space, when in actuality your mind should be in a completely different space, first of all, and you should be sticking to that space for the majority of the interaction, or just straight up be situational. You'll be surprised how well you act, how well you react in a situational setting. It's kind of like being in the gym. You have reflexes that's trained for certain things, or you have a natural reaction to something. All right. Anyway, let's get into it.
Long shorts. What am I doing wrong? I responded to a popular TikToker with advice about his dating situation. I eventually gave him a free life coaching session, which I recorded, and one of these days I'll get
Shout
around
out
to
to
posting
Linda.
it.
Thank you, love.
Nobody out there for me. All I need is what's in this jar.
Oh,
What
hold on.
am I
Let me
doing
put up
wrong?
this other banner.
There's not a lot of context in this video, but the guy says that he gets used a lot. And he says it's because he's
Oh
not
my
attractive.
God.
And that may or may not have.
Oh Lord, we got it. I might have to pop up over on Hoe Maths channel, man. This is insane. This is insane, y'all. What type of list is this? Okay, his math is wrong here. And mind y'all, I am definitely not the best mathematician. I'm learning. I'm even all up until now, just so I can even learn forex and stuff like that, and learn to get better. I'm learning. I'm relearning math, y'all. I'm telling you, this is something that I'm doing in my personal life. I'm relearning math. You know what I'm saying? I'm relearning math for the purposes of getting better with you, making music, trading, and whatnot. I'm relearning math. Okay, because maybe I got something wrong when I was young. I really hated math. Okay, but this is off. Women pursuing men, unfamiliar strangers slash apps slash like what the exactly? Okay, thank you, Shatera. Thank you, love. Thank you. Okay, so okay, now I know I'm not bugging. Okay, I just needed confirmation. So look at this, and this is another reason. Look at all these lines. What the fuck is this? This is another reason why I tell you guys, fellas, stop. If you're gonna use math, use it for yourself when it comes down to like common sense in certain situations, but stop using all this fucking math. A lot of these dudes that are having problems with women, one of the most flawed things, and they get so mad when somebody points this out. And it doesn't make you a nerd because you're using math. But you're using too much math. Okay? I don't know what his number code is with the green and the yellow and the reds, but look at this, okay? And let me tell y'all something on a scale of 1 to 10. If you're using a scale of 1 to 10, 9 times out of 10, using a scale of 1 to 10, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You have no earthly idea what the fuck you're talking about. To the point it's almost scary. Okay, number one, if you're going to use a scale of 1 to 10, let's use a scale of 1 to 10. 10s don't get with 10s. It rarely works like that. The majority of the time, average to unattractive person is getting with a 10. 10s don't get with 10s. Not like that. And if they do get with each other, they don't stay together for a long time because they're normally, this is the thing, whatever number you give yourself, because people undercut themselves all the time, and honestly, somebody else's 10 is not the next person's 10. Whatever number you give yourself, realistically, you want a number just like a half or a notch above your number. Okay, you want at least a half or a notch above your number. You'll be okay. And honestly, a lot of people, if the personality's on point, will be okay with somebody one notch below them. So let's say if you think that you're a 9, you'll be okay with an 8 that got a great personality. You know what I'm saying? And this is another thing too. Just because you choose a number under you doesn't mean that you're dating down. Okay. All right. Let me reshare this video and tag Hoe Math in it, because he just did a live stream not too long ago with another dude. But honestly, maybe we might have to take a trip over there, because I actually like Hoe Math. But I'm gonna tell you the truth. You're doing too much. You're doing too much. And when you get mind boggled and shit like this, trying to really think about it, you kind of really lock yourself out. You really lock yourself out. I'm not telling you to throw away your smarts and deal with women. I'm not telling you to throw away your common sense and deal with women, but this right here, you're barreling down the wrong path, and you're gonna fuck yourself up. And in a lot of cases, I don't know, how mentally well or put together Hoe Math is. He seems like a cool, down to earth guy. But a lot of those brothers that be flocking to the quote unquote black pill sector and all this other stuff, them dudes will harm themselves with this information. Them niggas, some niggas, you can't give them game to soak up. This ain't even game right here. This is just logic. But some people you can't give game to soak up because they'll harm themselves with it. They will harm themselves with it. Okay. All right. What's going on, Tony? Yeah. All right. Y'all hit the like button. Good morning, everybody. Y'all hit the like button on the way in. Share the show. We have a poll going on, and definitely support the show. 30 minutes into today's show, you guys can support the show at $PTV888. That is $PTV888. That is $PTV888. Let me know. Are in his Hoe Math and other fellas using too much logic to get at women? All right. So let's see what his breakdown, since he's using math. We don't know what type of math he's using, but he's using math to break down this I guess what he's interpreting when it comes to women. Let's go.
Something to do with it, but there is a trick. Women are going to ask you for things. They're going to say, this is what it takes to keep me, and you have to decide if you want to do it. And I think that a lot of guys feel pressured to give her what she wants. Even
now, look at this. You have a whole Venn diagram. I told you a Venn diagram at some point is going to pop up. Okay? Fellas, you got to make a decision of what you finna delve out. And it could be situational. Some women, you may want to give them time. You may not normally, break bread or take women out on dates. But this particular one, you might do it. You never know. It's up to you, fellas. So I'm telling you, none of this shit means anything until it's time for it to mean something. Because most of the time, it's not going to mean anything, all right? Give me 1 second. Let me reshare the show and tag Hoe Math. Y'all can share the show also and tag Hoe Math. Maybe he might show up. Let's get it.
Even if it's not what you want. And for the most part, especially early on in the relationship, you should not do that. At some point in my dating history, I stopped going on dinner dates. I had one girl request that I pay for her transportation all over the place and other such things. And I only got burned maybe 1 or 2 times before I decided I'm only doing this. Only this and nothing else. The way I think of it is anyone who goes here isn't going to ask me for anything that I don't want to give anyway. So if you stop doing this, you only get the ones who like you because what you want is kind of a big part of who you are anyway. The way I always explain it is, you can probably get a lot of girls in your Lamborghini, and that's fine if that's what you want. But if I have a girl in my Toyota Corolla, she likes me. And sure, that's definitely going to limit some options. But if they don't want what you want, were they ever options anyway?
Okay, this is weird. All right, let's go back because I kind of got sidetracked. Let's go back to the beginning. We're gonna start this over. He talking about Lamborghinis and Corollas and stuff like that. What? What? I don't know, Shannon. This is perplexing me because I'm just trying to see where the math is at versus real life and what really goes on in real life and what we know. You know what I'm saying, as players, And Shatira's giving y'all the game. He says, so he gonna pull out a chart to get the bid? Trust me, she's not interested. Exactly. But this is the thinking that goes on in men's head. Look, Shatira said, I'm confused and I'm a nerd. Yeah, let's just try to piece this together. Because guys like Hoe Math will replace guys like Game Changer in a heartbeat. Y'all would swap Game Changer out for Hoe Math and all kinds of stuff, which is fucked up. But the new nerds are on the block, and they got charts and Hoe Math and all kinds of stuff. All right, so let's get it. All right, so let's go back. Let's go back to the beginning because the name of this video is "What Am I Doing Wrong?" And the reason why I just saw this video because it came out less than 24 hours ago. And it's like, I'm telling you what you're doing wrong. You're using too much logic trying to get women. Okay? Now, the best type of math you can use, the best type of math, what's going on, Cynical? Even women are saying this. Now, the best type of math that you can use to get women is psychology. That's the math you want to use. You want to use psychology. But you want to use psychology with a twist, because what people don't understand is that psychology is one thing and women's psychology is another thing. I used to think a lot of women are crazy. Yes, they are crazy and they're nuts and they're thinking about a lot of weird shit that we don't care about as men. But what I've learned is that women are actually logical, psychological, but you have to use psychology in a way to kind of, you can logically use female psychology in a way to understand it. Once you understand women's psychology versus actual psychology versus what dudes are trying to do, now you're going to be like, oh, damn, I can see where I'm doing too much. I can see where logic is going to paint me in a corner. Logic will paint you in a corner each and every single time. Each and every single time. So you got to find that fine line. You said brainy stuff is impressive, but what is he doing? Exactly. It's impressive. Some of the stuff he may say is true in certain cases when it comes to archetypes and different types of guys. But come on now. Let's get it.
Long shorts. What am I doing wrong? I responded to a popular TikToker with advice about his dating situation. I eventually gave him a free life coaching session, which I recorded, and one of these days I'll
Life coaching. Okay.
get around to posting it.
Nobody out there for me. All I need is what's in this jar. What am I doing wrong?
There's not a lot of context in this
Drinking himself into a stupor because he doesn't understand. And the more logic you give him, it's going to fuck him up even more.
video, but the guy says that he gets used a lot. And he says it's because he's not attractive. And that may or may not have something to do with it, but there is a trick. Women are going to ask you for things. They're going to say, this is what it takes to keep me, and you have to decide if you want to do it. And I think that a lot of guys feel pressured to give her what she wants, even if it's not what you want. And for the most part, especially early on in the relationship, you should not do that. At some point in my dating history, I stopped going on dinner dates. I had one girl request that I pay for her transportation all over the place and other such things. And I only got burned maybe 1 or 2 times before I decided I'm only doing this. Only this and nothing else. The way I think of it is anyone who goes here isn't going to ask me for anything that I don't want to give anyway. So if you stop doing this, you only get the ones who like.
Okay. First of all, you said life coaching. Is he supposed to help the confusion? I guess. Cynical said this can scare younger people away from dating. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Cynical said, oh, my God. Tony says, laugh my ass off. Cynical said, if you are cynical yet irresponsible, this will fuck you up. That's exactly what I said. And a lot of those black pill cats they're gonna gravitate towards this. They're gonna gravitate towards this. He said, let me find out niggas drawing Venn diagrams when they This is what I'm saying, man. Like, bro, you are in your head a little too much. Okay, first of all, if you want to date somebody, whether you're going to trick off or not, have a little bit of money. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that you got to pay for full-fledged roof Chris dinners and all kinds of different things, but have a little bit of paper. You understand what I'm saying? You bothering somebody in their life to take them out, or you're doing something, have a little bit of paper. Now, the whole pay for my Uber thing, bro, this is situational. Do you want to summon her to what you got going on? Or do you want to get up and get in your car and go pick her up? How are you going to meet the girl? What's means of her getting to you? And what type of girls are you talking to? Because I know women where I offer to go pick them up and they're like, nah, I'll drive. You know, you'll run into that type of stuff too. But bruh, you're trying to date and you're worried about dinner and paying for Ubers. Okay. We'll figure out a way to get to her or to get her to you. What's the problem? Anyway, commence.
Like you because what you want is kind of a big part of who you are anyway. The way I always explain it is, you can probably get a lot of girls in your Lamborghini, and that's fine if that's what you want. But if I have a girl in my Toyota Corolla,
And that's the problem. You think that a guy is getting a whole bunch of women just because he has a Lamborghini and they like them. And you think that certain women are thinking different of you because you have a Toyota Corolla. A bitch don't give a fuck about no goddamn Toyota Corolla for real, for real. Especially one that's with you. You know, obviously the aesthetic is going to be a little bit different if you go pick up a broad with a Lamborghini because she has to like crouch down to get in the damn car. But women will be okay if you pick them up with a Toyota Corolla that's clean and smells good. They will be a-okay with that.
she likes me. And sure, that's definitely going to limit some options.
And what the fuck is all of these what the hell is going on here?
But if they don't want what you want, were they ever options anyway? So when
She does not have to want what you want to effectively date her. Oh my goodness, my head hurts. All right, this gonna be it. Y'all hit the like button and support today's show. This is gonna be a headache. I know this is gonna be a headache. All right, let's go.
when you say, what am I doing wrong? I think that's it right there. Oh, and one more thing. Try telling women no and see what happens. You might like it.
Now that's a good point right there. Try telling women no, but like honestly, let your no's count. Because if it's no off some stupid shit or off some dumb shit, it's not gonna get the effect that you want. Now you're just I don't know. It's nothing wrong. I mean, some dudes want to torture bitches. I get it, and it could be cool. Yeah, but after the third time, it's like, okay, bro, now you got a fucking problem. Like after the third time, it's like, all right, now you just got a fucking problem, bro. You know, and that's why dudes like this and like Game Changer and all kinds of stuff. These dudes work their way into a little bit of BDSM. They may not want to kill bitches or unalive bitches. Let me say that, but they do reasonably like to see women that they're attracted to in a way be deprived of something or suffer because that's how they feel on the back end. That's how they feel on the back end, okay? I'm giving y'all some real game on today's show. Y'all hit the like button, share the show, show y'all support. All right, let's get into this. What is he talking about here?
Long shorts.
And I'm glad his videos are short because we can just kind of get the whole premise and go through a lot of his stuff. So let's go.
Supposed to. I remember being told that my 20s were for experimenting and messing around.
What's going on, RG3? RG3 in the building. What's going on, player? He said, laugh out loud. Right. Just saying no because Fresh and Fit told you to hold frame at all times. Right. It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? All right, let's get it.
Around. It probably wasn't the best advice.
No, we're not roasting the hell out of him. I'm just letting y'all know too much logic is bad. You know, I'm not saying this whole math is wrong, but it's not one size fits all. You know, shout outs to David. He said, I came across these videos through my recommend. I couldn't watch it for the life of me. Yeah, man, it's a lot of, it's a lot of weird shit, you know. He said my thumbnail though. Y'all don't like vampire Princella? She wants to eat the coochie. You know, I'm just saying. All right, let's go. We're gonna get into that a little bit later. We're gonna get into that. There's a joke behind that. All right, let's go. I'm sorry, y'all. The jokes lately have been a bit dark on these shows, but y'all rock with me. I got you.
Your 20s are supposed to be when you travel, make mistakes,
No.
date around, get drunk, party, stay up all night.
No, don't do that. At least she's making some good choices. We have this idea in our culture like
Jesus Christ, he got an animation for this too. I'm just gonna write it off that he's coming from an artist perspective, y'all. We just gonna write it off as that. All right, let's go.
Like, the choices that you make in your 20s don't matter. This is the quality of your choices and its effect on your future, and then this is age. And everybody agrees that your choices matter in school. And everybody agrees that adulthood is for hard work and responsibility. But for some reason, a lot of people talk about your 20s like, hey, f them, throw them in the garbage, who cares? And this is not how it works. This is how it works. There's a separate one for boys and girls.
Oh
And
my
I'm
God.
not saying that girls' choices don't matter. I'm just saying you can mess up pretty bad and someone will dig you out of here. So as we all know, your choices begin to impact your future in school at about your teens. And the choices you make matter more and more. And then as you get older, they matter less and less because there's less future. So the choices you make here are going to affect all the rest of this. And it's like she doesn't know that.
You got time. You got plenty of time.
Well, you do got time until you don't. That's how time works. This is less time. Here's my least favorite thing she says.
Enjoy your fucking life. The right person will come when they come.
Not the
Or
enjoy your
bad.
life part. That's fine. I mean the right person part. They'll come when they come until they don't. Don't let anyone tell you your 20s don't matter. They do.
See, and that's kind of one of the things that I to a certain degree that I disagreed with, like the manosphere in a lot of cases. How shout outs to Tech Rel in the building. How a lot of dudes are just like using like percentages and stuff like that. All of that stuff is cool and it's good to know. Like back in the day, you know who I seen get fucked up by this? You know who I seen get fucked up by this? Hammer and some of you young cats in the manosphere. I've seen BGS mess y'all up with this. I've seen Fantastic. I've seen Game Changer. I've seen even MOT. I've seen a lot of people mess y'all up with these percentages. And there's nothing wrong with knowing the percentages. There's nothing wrong with knowing the numbers and stuff like that. But what a lot of dudes didn't do, they didn't brief y'all or give y'all a disclaimer before they start throwing these percentages out there. Of course, numbers don't lie, but guess what? Numbers fluctuate. And sometimes the people behind the numbers lie. Just a minute ago, y'all see how Hoe Math, I'm calling him Hoe Math now, which is funny as hell. Shout out to Tech Rel. Wagwan you saw how earlier he was like 2.9 million people saw this video on TikTok and tried to break down the likes and use the Pythagorean theorem and the circumference of how TikTok algorithm and all this other weird shit, like just to get these to come to these weird ass numbers that nobody gives a fuck about, right? Not even accounting that one person could have watched the video 15 times. One person, somebody could have put a bot, whatever. TikTok threw it in the algorithm. It don't mean shit. None of this shit means nothing, fellas, until you are dating a particular. Like none of this means nothing. What it means, the only thing that means something is between you and the woman that you are dating. None of this means shit. And let me tell y'all something. He's not even talking about being in a relationship. This nigga is stuck on dating. You're using all this math just to engage with somebody? Mm. 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 Harumph, harumph. Mm. Now I'm not telling, this is the thing though, Shatera. I'm not telling women to throw themselves away, right? I'm not telling them to throw themselves away in like, their youth. I'm not telling women to throw themselves away in their youth. But a lot of men, and this type of guy, Hoe Math, and myself and other brothers, it's kind of a bit of the Madonna whore complex. We want women to have fun in their youth because guess what? A lot of dudes want hot young women to date and have sex with. So to a certain degree, yeah, women should be kept. Yeah, sparingly have fun. Yeah, let loose every so often. But if women remove the having fun part, All of them. Let's say all of them remove that. What the hell you niggas gonna be doing in the club? You reading Bibles? Y'all gonna read the Bible in the club? Are y'all gonna read the Bible in the club? I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think that's gonna happen. So sparingly, yes, warn women about the perils of having fun, because it ain't gonna stop whether you want them to or not. You know what I'm saying? But if some of these dudes don't have women to choose from, and the reason why I say it's the Madonna whore complex is because, you know, if you're getting teed up and you want to go out and go have some fun, right, y'all? You're coming off the weekend, you want to go out and go have some fun, right? You probably had fun this weekend, right? You want to go off and you want to go have some fun. Cool, right? But, and I do mean but, you want to go out, you want to have some fun, but you don't want to go up there and it's like, hey, that's my sister, or hey, that's my aunt, or hey, that's my niece, shaking ass, or this, that. Oh, that's my mother, or, you know, it's the Madonna whore complex. It really is. That's not in his math equation. That's not in his math equation, right? And it's funny that he put the party emblem as the cross, you know? He's a funny guy, you know? Shout outs to RG3 dropping the huge 15 on the Cash App. Shout outs to RG3 supporting the show. Shout outs to my brother Marco out of nowhere. I'm about to work on your music tonight. I gotta pull my Spire out. Shout out to my brother Marco in the building. Marco El Grande in the building, dropping the huge try. I don't know what that is, but we're gonna check it out. I'm learning Forex, Marco. Dropping the huge try 100 on the super chat. He said, "What up, Kuda?" Shout outs from Turkey. Dudes trying to figure out the holes. It's funny. Let them be holes. Exactly. And Marco was here when I first introduced the concept of a lot of guys are using too much logic to pull women. Marco, y'all, if y'all don't know, is a natural. So all of this stuff is naturally going to be, you know, not no pun intended. It's going to naturally be funny to him. You know what I'm saying? And I'm a natural too. A lot of this stuff is going to be funny to me also, but I understand the breakdown of it. Marco understands the breakdown of it also because he naturally does this. But he's not about to go into the nooks and crannies and the circumferences of why he does what he does. He doesn't have to be in his head that much, you know? And trust me, listen, y'all, me and Marco also talked about women's beauty stifling us, and sometimes women reject us, and we don't always get what we want. But that's a part of the game. That's a part of the game. There's nothing wrong with rejection. So I want y'all to take the information that I'm putting in today's show with a grain of salt. You're not always gonna get what you want. You're not always gonna get, you know what I'm saying, everything on your demand. Okay, and it's okay. That's fine. Because see, y'all, let me tell y'all something about rejection. Rejection is a safety curve. You're not meant to deal with every single woman that you come across, no matter how hot you think she is, or how much you may be lusting over her, or what type of you know what I'm saying, background you guys may think that you guys have. You understand what I'm saying? You know, because this is the thing which y'all don't account in. I want y'all to really think about what I'm about to tell y'all. I'm giving y'all some really good game. Y'all hit the like button on the way and support today's show, right? That woman might waste your time. That woman might be a better manipulator. That woman might tap your pocket something serious. That woman might put you in debt. That woman might put you in danger. That woman might put you through all kinds of different things. So the best thing that woman can tell you is no. Nothing's wrong with a no, fellas. Okay? Dudes like Game Changer and a couple of other dudes and stuff, they're fucking the bitch didn't even tell you no, God did. Okay? They are fucking they're gonna tell you, oh, she shouldn't reject you. You should feel this way, and you need to don't listen to them niggas. Don't listen to them niggas, man. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. Okay? I hate to say it like, well, I mean, actually, I'm not. First of all, I don't care who y'all listen to, because I don't know. I usually, I don't know. That felt weird saying that, because, you know, I don't tell y'all not to listen to. I just tell y'all, you know, what's going on. All right, so this will be the first time y'all actually heard me say don't listen to them niggas. You can go ahead and listen to them niggas, but don't say I didn't warn you if you're thinking too much in your head. And trust me, I know men are too much in their head because I'm learning how to undo this thinking, even being a producer. Just some of the things that I've learned off of YouTube, guys. I gotta admit to myself that I'm too much in my head. If you want to make a decision, right? If you want to make a decision, make that decision. You know what's crazy? When you guys learn how to drive and you're saying, hey, I'm going to make this left turn, and you have oncoming traffic, right? And there's an opening, there's a gap in traffic, and you know yourself, you know your car, you know how fast your car is or whatever. You can make that left turn and commit to that left turn because you understand what I'm saying? You know how to drive, and you know how to drive. You're confident, right? And you've done this a bunch of times. When you make a decision, commit to it. All this second guessing and stuff like that really is meant to stifle you. It's really meant to keep yourself in your head. And a lot of times you don't get to approach the woman or whatever. Now, there used to be a rule in pickup behind this. I didn't really follow this rule, but I understood the importance of this rule. It's called the 3 second rule. You see something within 3 seconds, you go after it because you might your brain will fuck you up, or you're gonna think yourself out of a good situation. You know what I'm saying? And it happens every so often. I usually don't do it because within 3 seconds of seeing somebody, you never know. You know, a boyfriend might be around or something like that. And honestly, this goes back into that crazy thinking, but it happens. Okay. Let me address everybody that's coming into the building. Shout outs to Marco in the building. Shout outs to my brother Raven in the building. Raven Knight, man. Raven, we got some stuff to go over when it comes down to the industry. The industry is going nuts right now. We're gonna get into it a little bit later, y'all. But we're gonna cover this whole math. Are men using too much logic to try and get women? All right. We're going to go to the poll. Make sure you guys hit the poll. Get y'all booties to the poll real quick. Marco said he mentioned the Corolla. What about a Celica? Right. What about a damn, and they just actually they got a electric version of this car coming out. What about damn, now I forgot the name of the car. Not the Chevy Celebrity. What about a Honda what you call it, a Prelude? What about a Honda Prelude or a Civic? You dig? Marco says Raven said Marco deals with simple hoes. His hoes are better than American hoes. SYSBM. Well, this is the thing. I don't even think Marco deals with simple women. Marco deals with some of the most beautiful women that I've ever seen. Shit, not even in Colombia, but just in general. And I'm gonna say this, I don't necessarily think that they're simple. I just think that Marco commands that type of energy from gorgeous women, and being in the company of gorgeous women. You know what I'm saying? I will say this too: if you're a guy getting used to dealing with beautiful women or just women in general, in the beginning, to getting the ball rolling, it might take a minute. But the thing is, you develop an aura around you when literally you're like, okay, well, first of all, you may have started off faking it till you make it, but reasonably, okay, I got beautiful women around me. And now that I have beautiful women around me, other women see that. And then they come around me. And then they, are attracted to me or some of the things that I have beautiful women around me doing, or this, that, and the third. If y'all want a better example, Marco is not the best example for that because we know Marco for being around beautiful women. But guess what? Other women in his vicinity knows that too. But I'm not saying that to focus on that. What I'm saying is, if you want a better example, look at Fresh and Fit. Other than those women being on a podcast, other than those women participating in some of these questions and stuff like that, you know how y'all get mad at the rappers for snitching on themselves on Vlad and all the other stuff? Yeah, well, women go on these talk shows and do the same shit. They snitch on themselves. Whether it's at their own obviously they volunteer, but whether they're snitching against themselves or whether they're telling on other women. So that's what's going on, okay? You dig? You said Marco's hoes are the best deal to deal with. You said they still learning. You said Marco's hoes are the best are the best to deal with. They still learning value of being simple. Shout outs to Marco. Marco, if you can drop your channel. I have I just don't know what the link is. If you could drop your channel in the chat again for the best reaction videos, because I haven't seen your videos coming across my timeline, and YouTube is getting weird. They're changing up the algorithm. I got some things to show you guys too going forward. Give me 1 second, y'all. Shout out to Third Ward Colombian in the building. Shout out to my brother Third Ward. What's going on, Third? Shout outs to you. Seeing everybody shout y'all out. Shout outs to hold on, y'all. You said Game Changers will get them niggas a Me Too case. He definitely will get them dudes a Me Too case. If y'all know the history and stuff like that, Game Changer damn near caught a Me Too case in the manosphere. All right. And not to go after that brother, but this kind of what Hoe Maths reminds me of. He reminds me a little bit of Game Changer, for some reason, And we got good brothers. I'm not saying Game Changer's a fucked up dude. I'm not saying Game Changer's a bad brother. You know what I'm saying? But don't be surprised, because the other day, and not to dive into Fresh and Fit, but the other day we were talking about Fresh and Fit, and remember how I was telling you guys about LMR, last minute resistance, which you can't blame somebody for. I can't blame women for last minute resistance, even men, we have last minute resistance too. I've had last minute resistance, I know for sure, but I'm gonna tell you the truth though. You better know what to do if you want to press on. You said a Sentra or a Camry, right? What about a Ultima? What about a Gremlin? Pause. What did I say? I probably said some real wild homo shit. My bad, Tony. Tony got me on the pause. You said his hoes are way better than our hoes, Kuda. You said that's a freaking huge difference. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, the aura. Yes. Because women can and will leave an aura on you. New says, nah, you guys are just trying to do too much. Nah, it's not doing too much. We're gonna go over the math. We're gonna see if there's some quick maths, y'all. You said, fuck that. I'm pulling up in this Merc. Right. Yeah. I know what it's like to pull up in that Panther body. Hell yeah. I'm pulling up in this Merc. You riding or nah, shorty? You said, and my shit's super clean. And I got that beat in the trunk. And it beat deep too. They don't know about the Mercs, big cap. It beat deep too. Pause. You did? Vato breakdance. You said, where's my broom? Yeah. All right, let's get it. Let's get back into this. All right. Too much maths, y'all. Too much math. Hold on, let's go.
Good things do not happen by themselves. You have to make them happen in your 20s. And as far as partying and getting...
And that's cap. Good things can happen by themselves. They don't always happen by themselves, but they can. All right, let's go.
Drunk. I've done that 1,000 times, and I promise that none of them were worth missing out on real life. I'm not saying don't have fun. I'm not saying don't make mistakes. I'm just saying there are no throwaway times in life.
Okay, there's some truth behind that. Because I don't, and this is the thing, and because a lot of brothers get mad at me when I say they use too much logic trying to get women. I'm not saying you're dumb. I'm just saying when you get too lost in the weeds, some of the shit you can be doing comes off as dumb. All right, so let's go over some of his videos. He got a lot of videos, y'all.
Long shorts, free trial. There's a certain strategy that a lot of women choose, and I don't think it's a very good idea. Here's my experience of it.
Men don't pick the woman that it took them time to fall in love with because you did so much for him.
Once again, I love women who get it.
What the fuck did she say? Hold on.
Shorts, free trial. There's a certain strategy that a lot of women choose, and I don't think it's a very good idea. Here's my experience of it.
Men don't pick the woman that it took them time to fall in love with because you did so much for him.
Once again,
What the
I
fuck are
love
you talking
women who
about?
get it. Her speech is kind of long, but there's a lot of women out there who need to hear at least that much. We all know how it goes. She picks the guy she wants. She gives him everything, and he gives her very little. And then he doesn't change, and she leaves and
Bro,
comes back.
this man has a chart for every situation, and he's using math, but he's not telling you what the math is based on. Y'all get what I'm saying? He's using math, and he's not telling you, what is this math based on? You said, what's the difference from this math and dating coaching books and getting hoes? Sounds like the same shit, different asshole to me. You got a lot of dating coaches that do use models and scales and stuff like that. I'm not privy to that. You know, I'm not saying there's something wrong with that. But to a certain degree, a lot of those dating coaches will tell you to throw that shit away. The scales and all this stuff is so it makes sense. The scales and all this stuff is so it makes sense to dudes. But even though this makes sense to dudes, like you sitting there on a date trying to calculate this shit in your head, like you're more in your head than actually engaging on a date. Shout outs to Auntie. Auntie said this nigga really has a chart to explain why niggas are lame as fuck. Exactly. But just the thing though, Auntie, just to not not to shake the carriage, right? It's not about dudes being lame as hell. Dudes are in their heads too much. Y'all are using too much logic. Like Shatera said, like Sin said, and like a bunch of lame math. That's funny shit. You know, like a lot of people are saying, it's like, are you gonna pull this out on a date? See, you said something back to. Imagine, ladies, imagine being on a date and you say something to a dude, didn't even really think something about it, but he's harboring it and harping on it, right? And then he pulls out a notebook mid-date. He has a book bag or whatever, or a little bag or whatever, and he pulls out a notebook mid-date and he said, "You're doing this because you feel this way about me." And you're like, "Nigga, no, I just said I don't feel like doing that." Like, how you gonna feel? Like, Anyway, let's. How much charts do you have, sir? They're impressive to a certain degree if you want to sit there and chop up a little bit of game. But honestly, it's useless. Like the scale of 1 to 10, it's useless. Because the scale of 1 to 10 is useless, and it gets in the way, and it makes you think a lot. Because it's like, bro, why are you worried about if this woman's a 10 or not? Either you gonna fuck or not. Are you going to fuck or not? Are you attracted to her or are you not? Are you attracted to this woman or are you not? Are you going to do something or not? Is the opportunity there to do something or not? None of that shit matters. All right, let's go. Because honestly, no matter how much y'all study this shit as niggas, I'm going to tell y'all right now, you only one, and it goes right back to what we've been saying for years. You only one blowjob away from right back to the plantation. You only one piece of sex or pussy away from going right back to the fuckery. Okay? So you can take these goddamn charts and mentally etch them in your head and all this other shit and cross-reference and compare the broad. You can run every single bitch you meet through this motherfucker. It's not gonna help you. All right, let's go.
Back and leaves and comes back. Like, oh, you don't want to date me? Well, I'll act like your girlfriend anyway. Ow, my heart. I used to let women be here for me because I just figured it was her responsibility. And then I saw ow, my heart too many times.
And this is kind of why they go after dudes that's quote unquote they label dudes Pookie and Ray Ray. This is why they go after dudes, right? Because this is the thing. This is why they go after a lot of dudes, right? Hold on. Let me turn on this help quiet the background feature. Let's see if it gets some of this music in the background out of it. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear me or not. Put a 1 in the chat. I turn on this feature to reduce the background noise, and let me know if it did or not. I'll check the stream, but if you guys can hear it, it's really for you guys, right? First of all, they get mad because women reserve that type of behavior for guys that are quote unquote Pookie and Ray Ray or lames or who they feel they shouldn't be dating, and then they get mad when women don't do that for them. You know what I'm saying? Like they're more girlfriend-like to, let's say, a guy that's obviously using them in comparison to be more girlfriend-like to him. You know what I'm saying? or another guy, right? So keep that in mind also. All right, let's go.
And then I started
Yeah,
telling
keep
women,
it on
hey,
quiche. Let's
you're
get it.
here for me, and that's never going to change. Is that okay with you? And they would go, yeah, ow, my heart.
Right,
Eventually,
Sam.
I just started saying, hey, you should not be here. Do not get in this zone. And they would go, try and stop me. Ow, my heart. Early on during lockdown, I told a girl, you should not do this. It's not going to work out for you. And she said, I'm taking a shower. I'll be there in 45 minutes. This
Shouts to
cycle then
David. Thank you,
repeated
bro.
5 times. She was here, gone, here, gone, here, gone, here. I can't even fit it on the page. And she didn't even learn her lesson. I just moved to a place that looks like this.
Right, he's trying to understand the square root of Kunchi. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to understand the square root of Kunchi. He said, just split the Kunchi. Don't hide that shit, divide that shit. That's what Marco said. Don't hide that pussy, divide that pussy. Don't hide it, divide it. If you're going to do any math.
On Google Maps. I recently heard that this strategy sometimes works, but I can't imagine that this feels good enough to compensate for how much of this we're putting in here. I advise men to say no to these kinds of relationships, but also I've
Bruh,
never done that.
what the fuck? Gold digger, ick, good, setting, bad, mid, creep, bad boy, mistake, ghost. I really want to see some of these drawings. I would like to talk to. I want to see some of these drawings up close. He might be on to something in a certain setting, but none of this means shit, y'all. I promise you.
It's just so nice. I don't have to do anything. I've heard people say that this basically just means your free trial has expired. And this seems like a really big gamble to me. Whatever answer he gives you at first, just imagine if it was the same forever, because it probably will be.
So hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. So again, none of this means none.
Long
This
free trial.
let's just do this. Let's watch it. Let's watch another video. I want to watch enough videos so I know I'm not tripping. Hold on. Thinking about thinking. This is kind of what he's going through. He's stuck in his head. So let's go. Hold on.
Long shorts. Thinking about thinking. I found this video of a woman talking about how her viewing of social media had affected her relationships. She solved the problem by becoming conscious of it. It's a great example.
My opinions and my perception of men was deeply impacting my ability to trust him.
She's talking about how the media she was watching caused a problem in her relationship. A lot of media does that, like some red pill podcasts. Here's a guy who had to ask his friends to chill on.
And see, my thing is that social media got more people thinking and not in a positive direction. You know, a lot of people are stuck in their head due to social media. And it's funny because I'm showing y'all how his content is doing the same thing, but he's telling other people their content is doing it. And his content is doing the same thing, you know, making it complicated. It's really not complicated, bro. It's really not complicated. It's not that complicated. Let's go.
The woman bad stuff. Media is a big.
This is how it is with dating. Imagine in a relationship. This remind you, we're still talking about dating. Now, what the hell is this damn rainbow chart? Hopefully, we're gonna go to the community tab. Hopefully, he got some of this on his community tab so we can go over some of this stuff because it is interesting. But let's go.
Bigger problem than people think it is because nobody understands how their own mind works. People think that their thoughts start here with functional reasoning and objective observation. In reality, every thought you've ever had starts here. When you're watching something on your phone, like right now, you perceive it as light and color and shapes and sound. Then you develop a feeling about whatever it is that you're watching. And then you think about what you could or should do about that feeling. And then you put that in context of what.
Like he's lumping y'all into a fucking category. Not everybody thinks like that. And what the hell does thinking in your phone got to do with each other? Other than just saying that, okay, people are being influenced by social media. And you can say this is your thinking process when your phone's in your hand and you may have came across some new information. But not everybody thinks like this. That's another problem. See, this is the problem of being like so smart that you like outsmart yourself. Like you can literally, your education can fuck up your ego too. You know what I'm saying? And the funny thing is that smart people, they use their ego and their education in conjunction, and they don't see, this is like a very common problem and people don't see it. You know what I'm saying? Like you're too smart for your own good, or you came across too much information. Right, Shateri, he hasn't fucked yet. Don't find out. Don't let people find out that before you stroke, you pull out a chart and you lay it on her back while you in doggy style and like, okay, so to make you come, I gotta hit it at this angle real quick, and I have a curve, you know. And never mind. Pause. You said he's a massive arrogant nerd. I know there's a lot of arrogant nerds, man. There's a lot of arrogant nerds. It's ridiculous. But all right, let's go. Let's get it. Hold on.
What do other people around you do? What is the typical reaction in your culture that is socially appropriate? That is, if you have the luxury of even having that skill. Think about how much TV and internet stuff people watch. They're seeing things, having feelings about them, and then deciding what they're going to do about those feelings. And very rarely checking if that's a right thing to do or if it's a functional, reasonable thing. So this woman is being a great example. She's talking about how she saw man bad on her phone, had a feeling about her relationship, and then stepped back, looked at the situation, decided what she was going to do about it. There's level 3. That's self-protective, impulsive consciousness. Do what you want, take what you want, and get your way no matter what. And it wasn't until later that she stepped back to check and see if her behavior was acceptable, if her view was correct, or if her decisions were giving her life purpose, direction, and meaning. After completing that step, she was able to choose her own beliefs with logic and rational reasoning. People really think they're up here all the time, but in reality, you spend most of your day absorbing stimuli, reacting to them, and maybe acting on those reactions. This right here is most of TikTok. You see something and you hate it, and then you say something mean, and then that person sees it and they hate it and they say something mean. The good stuff does not start until you realize that other people have their own whole entire view of the situation. And you've got to figure out how to live together, which is why I called it belong.
Bro, I am confused. I am confused, y'all. What's going on, American Negro? What's going on, Shannon? I'm confused. Marco said if he was poking, he wouldn't be worried about this math. Yeah, like what the fuck is what? I'm confused who all these people are, bro. Who are all these people? Let me go back. Hold on. This is confusing. Hold on. All right. Let's go back. Hold on. What?
Completing that step, she was able to choose her own beliefs with logic and rational reasoning. People really think they're up here all the time, but in reality, you spend most of your day absorbing stimuli, reacting to them, and maybe acting on those reactions. This right here is most of TikTok. You see something and you hate it, and then you say something mean, and then that person sees it and they hate it and they say something mean. The good stuff does not start until you realize that other people have their own whole entire view of the situation. And you've got to figure out how to live together, which is why I called it belong. And then from there, you can start working on changing things after you understand what everyone is seeing. People sometimes tell me that I give kindergarten level advice. I don't know why they have to say that. But to be honest with you, I agree. I talk about these lower levels a lot because they are where we spend most of our time. And then I talk about this one second because they're the reason that we're not.
And I'm telling y'all, man, there's a lot of men that really believe in this stuff. He's convinced. And look, I'm not gonna bash the brother. He might get some coochie, but what? I am confused, y'all. David said he's too scientific. Raven said he gets no coochie. Stop blowing up these lame white people, Kuda. No, I'm not blowing him up. He's already big, but Jesus Christ. Pause. Damn, that sounded crazy. Do y'all see what I'm saying? You say he's not a brother. That's Dexter. But this is what I'm saying, because a lot of brothers do the same thing too. This is what a lot of people were arguing with me about. You know, I got into an argument with a lot of brothers in the manosphere about this. I even got to an argument with Zero about this. Yes. Y'all are using too much logic, and y'all wondering why, you know, why you know you're not getting what y'all want. You know. Now, shout outs to Zero. You know, Zero agreed with a lot of the stuff that I said, but I don't think he really noticed that a lot of brothers are doing this. Nobody's pointing this out. And the thing is that they don't believe in game. That's the funny part. And the funny thing is that game is a lot of this shit just in motion, and it don't need to be explained. Some dudes, for them to get a grasp of it, it needs to be explained to them. Sometimes, man, you just gotta have a charm or something and just let it happen. None of this shit on this list means a goddamn thing when you're not under it. If you're under it, I feel sorry for you if you know about all of this stuff and you're under it, and it's brought to your attention, and you're using all of this logic to whip your own asses, because that's what men do. You know, men, we do that type of shit. Like we will use our own logic. We will use the knowledge that we have gained and take that knowledge and apply it to us and end up whipping our own ass with the logic that you understand what I'm saying? We will whip our own ass with fucked up logic. The same way a woman will whip her ass with unjust and fucked up emotions. Nobody talks about this. Nobody talks about this. Nobody talks about this. Giving y'all some news y'all can use, not the twos and fews. You dig what I'm saying? So y'all keep reading up all of this shit. And first of all, this is not even like society or like something pertaining to men for men. Like you're using these charts and lists at the using women as the catalyst for all of this shit. Like you're using this, you're backed up by women. You're learning about individualist pluralists off the hands of women. Achiever and conscientious. That's the first time I ever heard the word conscientious. Off the backs of women. Expert and self-conscious off the backs of women. All of this stuff is alluding back to women. Not alluding to your success, not alluding to none of it. All back to women, y'all. You wouldn't have no interest in reading this unless women were a part of it. Reading about radical relativism, radical relativism, and rules over single system views of awareness that creates overlapping, completing system. What the fuck? And I'm not trying to say, oh, I'm dumb and he's smart and he's using $20 words and I can't comprehend. I can comprehend all of this shit. But why? 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 Nigga, when a lion gets at a lioness, does a lion pull this out? Do bears pull this out? Do crickets pull this out? Women don't need all of this shit. Bricks and fucking dictionaries and thesaurus and shit to get with men. You know, women don't even need to learn how to speak a language. All they got to do is point at their coochie and growl, and niggas be like, oh. How do we evolve all of this time as men? How the fuck did we evolve? And we can tell you how to break down an atom and use electricity and do all of this amazing shit and land airplanes and shuttles and shit at the fraction of a second. How can we do all of this innovative stuff through life and still be thwarted by a woman growling and pointing at her coochie? How? How does something as dumb as a glory hole have men figured out? How? A glory hole has men figured out. You don't know what the hell is on the other side of that glory hole, but just you get riled up enough. What's going on, Toya? Toya, I missed you over at the Roger Report. I was knocked out. Casamigo shots had a nigga on sleep mode. My shit said sleep. Hold on, let me catch up on these comments. Shout out to my girl Toya in the building. Shout out to the lovely sisters in the building. You said, yeah, if he was poking, he wouldn't be worried about the math. That is true too. You said, once I figured out quantum physics, I'll figure out where the panties go and my hot friends go to get my hands on some. Right. Yeah, she done called an Uber home by now. Like, ain't no woman about to sit up there and even women will sit there and say this is too much logic. Like, you're doing too much. You're doing too much. I wouldn't want to be subject to this as a woman. I don't. So I don't blame women for some of the stuff that they're saying. I mean, I hear the complaints of guys and I adhere to them and make sense of them. But a lot of what women are saying is true, man. A lot of y'all are doing too much. Sadly, you would think they would cherish dating as much, because the ones that actually don't do too much and actually take y'all out to certain places, you would think they don't get fucked over. But insert the cheesecake man. Insert the cheesecake man. You said the chart makes sense. You have to realize what he explains happens in minutes or seconds of thought. No, I get that. But all situations don't happen like that. Some situations like that do happen. That's why I said I kind of lean more towards talking to an archetype than more so trying to say one size hat fits all. He's using these lists to say one size hat fits all. He's using this list to have a lot of guys in their head, and a lot of guys are thinking this situation is occurring in front of them or unfolding in front of them when it actually isn't. And even if this situation occurs and unfolds, the math that he's talking about is being at the mercy of some of this stuff. He's not even teaching y'all how to parry or fight back or dance back. He's teaching you, once you don't get what you want, or she's not doing something, or you tell her no, stop dancing. When you don't have to do none of that. You can dance your own dance. And if she don't want to dance, guess what? You still dancing. That's the game. If you find out she's a narcissist, pack up your bags and go home. No, sometimes you can have fun, smash Miss Narcissist for the night, and then go on about your business the next day. You don't got to be at the mercy of nobody. You said Ivy League pimping. This shit is for skulls, not normal folks, right? You said, well, he not finna get no coochie with that chart, but it's cute content, right? It's good for content, you know. You said empty equals you're a square, yeah, empty hole. You said my best Einstein. You said he sounds like an android that's trying to figure out how to get laid. Yeah. Shout out to Toya. Toya, did your locks lock yet? Are you budding yet in the back? What's going on, Rodney? Shout out to my brother Rodney in the building. What's going on? Big old player in the building. What's going on, Flat Power God? Shout out to my brother Bronze. Another big old player in the building. You think I think it's simple logic though, and standing firm with these crazy women, fam. I do too. But listen, we're gonna keep looking at these videos, and I wonder which video is gonna do it for y'all, where y'all say this is too much math. Okay, so let's get to the list real quick. Using too much logic. Okay, using too much logic to get women. Okay, 28% says. Okay, the list says. We got 39 votes. The poll says, how much logic should be used to obtain women? 28% of people say none. 50% of people say 28% of people say none. 28% of people say 50%, and 18% of people said 150%, and 26%, almost coming in tie with none, and 50% say enough for that particular one. Okay. Interesting. We'll see how it goes. Y'all answer the poll. All right, let's get back to it. Let's go.
Not getting these under control.
But yeah, what you watch does affect you on a deep level, and if you don't ever think about it, then you are just controlled by it. So try to notice this pattern in your life and build on it. When you see something and you have a feeling about it, and then you want to do something about it, try to think, should I, and how do I know?
Here's another video. Here's another video. Hold on, y'all.
How do I know how attractive I am? It's the #1 question I get since starting the channel. I'm going to give you 2 rules to find out, but first let me explain. This is my how attractive diagram. It's new. I included a...
Jesus Christ. Hold on, y'all. Now, obviously, you should know if you're attractive or not. But attraction is subjective. It's subjective. Some women might think you're the most attractive thing since white on rice. It's subjective. Shatira said, nigga, look in the mirror. Hold on, y'all.
This is...
What the fuck?
This is my how attractive...
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to get a good still shot of this. Hold on, y'all.
Let me explain.
And then y'all, everybody's one makeover from looking completely different or growing a beard or something, man.
This is my how...
Moving this camera a little too fast. This is painful. I'm glad women are here to actually see this, because y'all, I need y'all to know the extent. I need y'all to know the extent niggas go through. This is crazy, man. What's going on in my own lane? Remember when I told in my own lane you were here? Remember when I told y'all dudes are using too much logic and niggas got mad at me? Hold on, y'all. What the fuck is going on? Hold on, y'all. Let me zoom out real quick. Okay, let's do this. Hold on. Okay. Let's try to make sense of this shit left to right. And he's still using the scale of 1 to 10. He's still using the scale of 1 to 10. Which is not a good scale, y'all. Yeah, remember I got cursed the hell out because dudes thought I was mad? I'm not trying to get on nerds. I'm not trying to get on nerds for being nerds. Cool. We get it. You know, I'm not trying to get on nerds for being nerds. We get it. But shit. This is ridiculous. Okay. So he has a guy. Oh, look, Shatira. He has a guy. He has a guy looking in the mirror. And the guy says that he's a 6. Okay. So if you look in the top left corner, there's a guy looking in the mirror. And the guy sees that he's a 6. Okay. Now he looks away and he has his number at a 6. And he looks over and he's looking at a girl and her number is a 4. But when she looks in the mirror, it's a 10. Or I guess when she looks away from the mirror, she thinks she's a 4. I don't know. Because we're going off of a drawing, not facts. Okay? And keep in mind, y'all, it was said a minute ago, there's a difference between a nerd, a geek, and a dork, and all of the above. And there is some differences, you know, once it's explained, okay? All right. Yeah, if the term trying hard is a person, yeah. All right, he said include everyone, image range, and average. Okay. I don't know what this chart is, but he said there's a man with a bar, and the bar is at 30%, and the bar is at 35%, and the man that's a 10, he's trying to say that he's I'm looking at all these drawings. Obviously, he's going to explain this madness. The man right here that's a 10 is looking at all of these women. Okay, this is off. This is off because realistically, a woman will look at a guy that's like between an 8 and a 7 as a 10. Because a guy that's really a 10, other than being a celebrity or a superstar, they take points off of them. That's why Michael B. Jordan is just now starting to date after Black Panther and Idris Elba and all them other cats. Like them niggas been looked like that. They just didn't get they just weren't popular. And trust me, a popular 8 and 7 can burn out a 10 dude any fucking day. But anyway, I'm about to let him explain this shit. I'm not about to boggle my head down with this shit. Cause all on the right side, he got where I stand. Like niggas really measuring them scale. Niggas are really trying to measure themselves with the scale of 1 to 10. This is horrible. All right, let's go.
Attractive diagram. It's new. I included a guy and a girl evaluating themselves and each other according to the standard female delusion chart. It's based on examples of relationships and the power dynamics that structure them.
And mind you, if you're walking around thinking women are delusional, and you got to run everything you do through a chart or something like this, I give it. Women are delusional in their head. They are delusional in their head, but I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna just chalk it up to you. You're an artist, but you might be giving them a run for their money, bro. You might be giving them a run for their money. I think things like this, you probably should have just cut this out and send this to like a comic book, like a man. You can use this in like Manosphere comics. That would be cool. Or Manosphere memes or something like that. Some of it might be true, but this is bad, man. He spent a lot of time on this sin. It got color. He spent a lot of time on this. It's color coded. It's color coded, y'all. All right, let's go.
So you can get a sense of how people assess their own value and trade it with others. Basically, what is this person giving to their partner or target partner, and what are they getting in return? This is what I think we should all be shooting for, perfect 50-50, and also admitting that we are average. I included the attractiveness bell curve with the not people zone built in. That is why most guys don't get attention. That's why there's a second average here. That's Ryan Gosling. That's the average of the men that count as people. I included the ways that we evaluate each other. There are things that everyone likes or doesn't like. There are things that people usually like and don't like. And then there are personal preferences, and then a reminder of how to use them. And finally, a reminder that not everyone has the same opinion. I've gotten this from up here, and I have gotten this from down here. I depicted a variety of relationships. This is an Elon Musk, Andrew Tate type situation. He has a lot of money and power, and so he doesn't have to put in much effort. Here's an example from an old video I made. She doesn't want none of that unless you're attractive. She says, "Don't catcall me unless you're a 7, by which she means 9. This is a relationship I was in. That is a picture of me when I was good. I spent some time with somebody who I liked, but there was a large attractiveness difference, and so she tolerated a lot from me. Here again is what most people should be shooting for, on the same level, each putting in half. Here's another example from my TikTok. He was in a relationship.
Bro, he's using pastels, and he's spending a lot of time on TikTok. You're not gonna get real numbers from TikTok. I don't understand. You said he has a serious mental disorder. You said at least he used stick figures to say. Some of these people got bodies, Marco. Look, this guy got a body. He uses stick figures to save some time. UFO Kamikaze says, "This is why I stopped hanging out with most dudes. You never know what crazy shit they're thinking about." And he said about, and if you're an obstacle, yeah, man. I ain't gonna lie, I fell out with a lot of dudes I thought were my homies when I started getting certain type of women. I'm like, damn. I didn't know you was flirting with her all night, bro. She came my way, bro. I'm sorry, damn. Y'all not happy for me? I hit her for the hood. I wouldn't say he's a serial killer. I don't want to go in on the brother because I'm pretty sure he got a reason behind all this stuff. What's going on, Spawn? Spawn, we talking about your favorite guy, Hoe Maths. Using too much logic to try to get women. All right. Yeah, he got way too much free time on his hands. All right, let's and fellas, I mean, let me know. Are y'all learning something from this? You know, because some of the stuff he's talking to a demographic of guys that think like this. So I'll drop the link if y'all want to talk about it. You know, you said Kuda, go to whole physical education next, in whole social studies, and whole woodshop. We did whole math. Yeah. Now we got whole history, whole economics, whole geometry, whole English. Like, come on, man. All right. Y'all hit the like button. Make sure y'all support today's show. 1 hour and 42 minutes into today's show. Going over whole math. Okay. Y'all know I had a term called hypergamy, but I ain't going to the mathematics of it. All right. Some of this stuff is not bad though, y'all. It's good to know. But don't boggle your head down with all this shit, because you are going to overload when it comes to women. And bruh, you don't want to spend a long time making a mistake, bro. You don't want to exhaust all of your energy into something that's not going to serve you. Okay? This will do you more harm than it'll do you good. And I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. We're not even talking about a fucking relationship. Let's see what type of note. Oh, he gonna need a whole new notebook. This nigga gonna need a goddamn library of paper for a relationship. He gonna need a library of paper if we're gonna talk about a relationship. He's just talking about dating and engagement. If dating is hard for you, do not ever get into a relationship. All right, let's go.
Relationship with someone who wasn't putting in anything. As you can see, it does not matter how hard he works, she wasn't ever going to change. And finally, at the bottom, I have a reminder that it doesn't always have to be 50-50. As long as everyone is happy with the situation, somebody who is maybe of a little lower value can put in more, and someone else of a little higher value can put in less, and it can work out.
Like, y'all gotta stop with this bullshit. Who sits and think? I know a lot of guys do. This is a rhetorical question, but just realistically, who sits to themselves and say, "Yo, I'm a lower value man"? All of that shit is a mindset. You know what's going on, Gears? And a lot of people in here, I like to think of myself. I like to think of a lot of my players, and shout outs to my ladies in the building, my playettes. A lot of y'all, we gotta have that mindset. Like, yo, I got a 4th degree black belt in catching bitches. Some of y'all ladies know you got a 4th degree black belt in catching niggas. So why overthink it? Women don't overthink it. Some do, but not most of them. So why do you need all of this whole university and shit? You know, you can go to a little bit of school for this shit, but goddamn. Yeah, he a whole scholar, right? Shout out to Gear Z Net in the building, man. Y'all hit the like button on the way in. Support the show. 1 hour and 45 minutes and going. We dropping some good knowledge that you can't get in college. Speaking of knowledge, you said I was being nice. He needs way more than that as well. You said imagine him finally getting a chick to come home with him, and she sees that shit all over his coffee table. Like, yeah, man. And she knows, and she knew he drew it. All right, let's go.
You can do something like this if you're okay with it. And if you're not okay with doing something like this, then you have to just...
That's the crazy thing. It's a lot of low confidence dudes that's overselling low confidence. This shit will keep you low confidence. This shit will keep you low confidence because you're gonna say, here's a chart here's a chart that resembles my dating life, and this is where I am on the chart. And you're gonna believe that shit. This will keep you in the dugouts. This will keep you in the trenches. Your whole point is to arise from the trenches, to learn and become better. Raise your number. So a lot of black pill dudes are migrating over to this, and okay. All right, let's go.
Not do it anymore.
So basically, this would be what someone perceives about their value and then how much work they're willing to put in for what they perceive about their partner's value. Sometimes people will say something like, I know a guy who's a 2 who has a girl that's a 9, and that's not true. It's just that she perceives something in him that equalizes the value transfer. So people don't have a value, they have a perceived value, and everyone perceives it differently, and how attractive you are is the average of how you are perceived. It's not all looks. I once said that I know where I am with women, but not with each woman. I've gotten, again, a variety of responses. That can make it hard to tell where you are, and that's why you have to pay attention to feedback. When I started getting in shape, I noticed that more women would smile at me, and they would pretend to be helpless, so I would do things for them, and then they would look at me on the street. And I never made it up here, but some people do. So I think I'm here right now because these things have slowed down for me. So I was here when I was young, and then I put in a...
See, like, look at him. He's judging himself off a list. He's up here judging himself off a list and subjecting him. He's subjecting himself to something that's all in his head. And this is why I'm saying, because a lot of guys do this. A lot of guys do this in a split second to themselves. You dig? All right, let's get back into it. He was like, I used to be down here, now I'm up here. Well, what changed? And don't say working out.
Effort, and everything changed. And then, time. Some women still like me a lot, but they have to get to know me first, which...
Shout outs to a solar seed in the building. What's going on, player? I made that distinction earlier. I said they're gonna replace replace Game Changer with him. He reminded me of Game Changer. He definitely reminded me of Game Changer. Yeah, he got a lot of art supplies. It looked like he had some nice pastels, because all of this shit got color. Okay, so I don't know what this list is. Also, I would like to talk to him to actually talk about this, because this is ridiculous. So he has a scale of 1 to 10 here. First of all, you can't be serious about math and psychology if you're using the scale of 1 to 10. The scale of 1 to 10 is never accurate. If you're gonna, I keep telling y'all this, if you're going to use a scale, because it's too much of a broad stroke. If you're gonna use a scale, use the scale of 1 to 30. The scale of 1 to 30 is way more accurate, and it puts you in the right mindset. The scale of 1 to 10 is not accurate, because number one, it's either you're attracted to that person or not. Some of you guys may meet an attractive 5. It's just how it goes. You're either attracted to that person or not. Number two, also, it's like, bruh. First of all, you stifle yourself when you use a scale of 1 to 10, because when you categorize and you judge people like that, you're going to approach a 5 like she's a 5, or try to tailor it when you really don't know. You're going to try to approach that person as if they're their number and think that they're going to be receptive to that and get mad when they're not. You know what I'm saying? In reality, I'm not telling you to treat a 5 like a 10 or whatever, but just getting into the politics, getting into the politics of the numbers and what you think you're finna do is stupid. It gets real dumb. You know what I'm saying? Treating a 10 like a 10 and a 9 like a 9 and all that other stuff. Because in reality, to even get a 10, you'd probably better off treating her like a 6. You understand what I'm saying? Because a lot of women that are attractive, a lot of them crave for dudes to treat them like they're regular people. And sometimes you're better off in the beginning treating her like she's regular, and then later on acknowledging that she's pretty. Because if you keep telling her some shit that she hears all the fucking time, she's gonna get tired of it and put your ass in the basket. And that's what your ass get for using a scale of 1 to 10. If you're really gonna use a scale of 1 to 30. It's more accurate, and mentally it tailors your behavior honestly to what you really should be doing. So if you're gonna build your whole philosophy off the scale of 1 to 10, either way it goes, Now, if you're explaining stuff to people, you're not about to sit up there And because honestly, I'm just paraphrasing. I'm not about to go into the I went into it a little bit, but I'm not about to go into the whole thing. Like the scale of 1 to 10 is like the epitome of broad stroking. No pun intended. Sophisticated than the graphs that many educators use. Yeah, it is. But that's the thing. He's talking about an archetype, and he's talking about something that's situational. But how are you going to talk about something that's situational and then build a graph around it and then try to broad stroke everything? It doesn't work in every single situation. And the guys reading this don't understand it because they don't have enough experience or wisdom with women or socialization or people to be like, hey, bro, don't judge yourself by the scale because you're going to be putting yourself behind the 8 ball before you even say anything. You putting yourself behind the 8 ball before you even see the girl. All of this stuff is good to know, but you got to pretend as if you don't know none of this shit when you out engaging with people, man. I'm not telling you to play dumb in the real world, but I'm going to tell you something. It don't work in the real world. It look good on paper, but on the field, oh, hell no.
Equalizes attraction.
So that's feedback. For men, anyway. For women, it's different, but you have to pay attention to the feedback you get. And then look at what kind of person you're getting it from to know where you are. And yes, nothing is a kind of feedback, so if you're getting nothing, that is an answer. But there are things you can do about that. You can self-improve, and you can get to know people. A lot of guys just go after strange women forever, and they're like, why is it not working? It's because you're here when they don't know you, and you're here when they do know you. So once you get your feedback, identify who you're getting it from. When I got these looks on the street, they were from women in this range, which fits this model. And when I asked women for a number, they told me 8. It all kind of fit together. Let's talk about why this is difficult. Talking about attraction is emotional. Some people just don't see the feedback. Some people don't want to admit that they're average, and some people are just delusional. You can say you're a 10 until you believe it, but you cannot say you're a 10 until I believe it.
Scale of 1 to 10.
A fat fucking 10.
In the early days of my channel, a month ago, I gave a lot of women ratings. They got a lot of views, especially if they're average, and some people are just delusional. You can say you're a 10.
See, this right here makes him come off as delusional. This right here makes him come off as delusional, this whole scale. Shout out to UFO Kamikaze. He said, just imagine how he interacts with women around him. I bet he's analyzing their every move and creeping them out. Right. And then not even that. He's just in his head too much. He's in his head too much, man. And that's another thing. Thank you for pointing that out. Just because a woman is attracted to you does not mean that she wants you. Thank you. You said Sin said a lot of kids, a lot of kids, art students and artists are envious of those supplies. Yeah. I mean, I think he's an artist. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if he knows how to play the piano or he takes an artistic approach to stuff. That's what I think all this drawing and stuff is for. And a lot of artists of this year, like that are millennials and a little bit tail end Gen X and Gen Z, a lot of them are in their heads due to social media. Social media, I mean, listen, artists, I'm gonna tell you the truth, and I learned this as a producer. I didn't really think about it, and I didn't think I was doing this much thinking, and I didn't think it applied to this side of my life. But as an artist, you need to be confident in your stroke. You know how a lot of you can take that a couple ways, but you know how like a lot of artists, they set up a canvas and they get their pastels or they get their brush and stuff like that, and they're just stroking away and stuff like that. When you're sketching stuff, you need to be, you know, of course, if you're sketching something, you're not going to commit to it and like, you know, do like a hard line. But when you're sketching stuff, you have confidence in your ability to be an artist, right? Common stroke, right. So as an artist, you need to, you need to be somewhat confident. We live in a day and age where a lot of artists are not confident and they're overthinking their art and their work. And then the crazy thing is that our practice and all of that stuff, if you're a social media, if you're an influencer or something like that, or just even there, it's documented. It's documented. So a lot of artists are in their head. So I wouldn't be surprised if this guy was an artist, but when it comes to dealing with women, he's in his head. You know what I'm saying? He's in his head. Yeah, social media been tearing Gen X and millennials a new hole. It's really tearing disease a new hole. Actually, it didn't even tear them a hole. They grew up with their pause. They grew up with their whole pre-torn. Because I mean, think about it. If something was around and you grew up with it, you know, you really don't understand. Like it's in hindsight, you know. So I don't know, man. You know, he done made his whole. He made up a whole world. He made up a whole. Yeah, a lot of Gen X's doesn't care, but the tail end ones. If you do find, I would say this: if you do find like any Gen X's like wrapped up into like the bullshit, they're usually tail end Gen Xers. 99% of the time. 99% of the time. Marco said this is a whole mess. All right. So listen, man. He done made up his whole world, which a lot of guys do. And he has a list to really justify some of the things he's saying. So let's get back into it. Let's see what else he says.
And until you believe it, but you cannot say you're a 10 until I believe it.
Go on mute.
Scale of 1 to 10.
A fat fucking 10.
In the early days of my channel, a month ago, I gave a lot of women ratings. They got a lot of views, especially when I was mean.
Women volunteered to be complimented and insulted.
It makes you look like a whore.
I got reported for gender-based violence and bullying, even though they volunteered.
This guy thought 10 was too high for a literal model. Here's what he looks like. So people see the world a little bit distorted. That's why I made this.
Ryan Gosling being attractive is Hollywood propaganda.
She then says that he's average, by which she means this.
I found a bunch of videos like this.
For every one decent-looking man, there's like 50 hot girls. Like, it's ridiculous.
Are you on Tinder here? It's disgusting.
I try to get around these distortions, but not everyone will. That's why you need this. Some people
looking man.
And then he's going off of generalizations on TikTok, man. All right, y'all, I'm about to have another aneurysm. Y'all hit the like button. 31 people in the building. Hit the like button. Let's get the likes up. Support today's show. Almost 2 hours into this madness. 1 hour and 59 minutes into this madness. Y'all hit the like button. Support today's show. You can support at $PTV888. That's $PTV888. You can also support via Super Chat or PayPal. Okay. So here's another lady on TikTok. And he has a whole nother list. Let's get to the comments and then let's see what the hell he's talking about with this list versus what some random chick said on TikTok. Yo.
There's like 50 hot girls. Like, it's ridiculous.
Are you on Tinder here? It's disgusting.
I tried
talking about some men suck at dating apps. How about y'all don't get the same fucking app? Like, I don't know why niggas don't do this. Like, y'all don't get the same app. Let me tell y'all, and I hate to say this because this is like y'all don't have to do this. But if y'all really want to be these type of niggas and go to the extreme to prove a point, let me give y'all some game. If y'all don't got shit to do, y'all got all the time in the world, okay? Download Tinder, start a whole different Tinder account, go on Google, and go find a picture or go on social media and go steal a bunch of go pick a broad that you think is hot that nobody knows. Okay, go pick a broad that you think is hot that nobody knows, right? And what I want you to do is I want you to download her picture. Okay, download her picture. And get a couple of pictures. Get 4 pictures from the same woman. Say that you're a woman on Tinder and fill out everything. Fill out everything, even down to the zodiac sign, and say some delusional shit that you want from men. As a matter of fact, in your bio, say, "Don't take me to Cheesecake Factory," right? And create a whole account as a broad and just wait. And if you want to, you can do another one as an average girl. You can do whatever you want. Just go download, go get a bunch of hot pictures of hot women. Go get some AI generated pictures. Go get some AI generated pictures, right? Go set up a profile, nigga, and just wait. You probably might even get some money. Off the no bullshit. You probably, if you post something, you probably might get some money. If you put $10 before you talk to me, you probably might get you some paper. I done taught you how to start a small business. Nothing's wrong with cheesecake, Marco, but apparently you can't take women to Cheesecake Factory. You know, women that shop at Shein don't want to go to Cheesecake Factory, right? And just wait. Just wait. All you do is create a female profile and just wait. You're going to see how annoying niggas are. You're going to see how annoying niggas are. Hell, even respond to some of them niggas. Just cuz. I told y'all niggas to stay off them dating apps anyway, for the most part, if you don't know how to use them. All right? I'm tired of giving y'all this game. Y'all hit the like button. Support tonight's show, because this next list about to give me a fucking headache. This next list about to give me a fucking headache. What the hell is this? Y'all gotta make sure y'all on point. All right? Let's go. Let's get back to this list. What the hell is this? What the hell is this, y'all? How women see men. Women rating men unfamiliar. None of this shit matters. You'll be ugly to a bitch at 3 a.m. and be cute to her at 11 a.m. None of this matters. Like, what's up? This is the problem with niggas that use too much logic. Y'all try to think for the women also. Now, on the last show, I know the last show was a bit dark, y'all. I know it was a bit dark, right? But remember, on the last show, did y'all, when Yada basically wrapped up Six the Goddess because she's too wrapped up in that fake pro-black shit, it's you see how it slipped her defenses? How she was like, yes, and blah, 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 and clapping her hands and getting hot in the pants. You see how it slipped? You see how it slipped through her defenses? You see how it slipped through her defenses? Shout outs to Cynical, shout outs to Shatera, shout outs to Antisocial, shout outs to Toya, shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to the ladies here. Y'all see this didn't slip. Y'all see this didn't slip through the women's here defenses, right? So there's a right way for doing shit and there's a wrong way for doing shit. Yada, obviously he knows women. He's a player, but he's a hotep cat, right? And apparently he abuses women. So he knows exactly what to say to women to get them in position, right? He slaps women around. He does. Yada slaps women around. But nigga, this, how the fuck as a man, first of all, I can see if there was just a man chart to women. But how can you rate how women see men? You don't know that. You don't know that. And every woman in their own right, because go off, sis, thinks they're a dime, whether it's true or not. Realistically, everybody has the right to feel that they're something that they're probably not. Realistically, it may be delusional, but realistically, let's just be serious. If I wake up one day and I'm like, damn, dog, you know, after a nice shower, dog, I feel good. Man, I look good. I smell good. I feel good. Like I feel like James Brown today. I'm about to put on my dancing shoes and go out. You have every right to feel that way, especially if you work hard and you do your thing, you know, you handle your business. You deserve to get throwed, all right? You deserve to get throwed, right? You want to pour up an oily cup tonight? Go ahead and do it. Right? And sometimes you may want to feel like that 24/7. Right? But let's keep it 100, bro. Let's keep it 100, bro. You're not gonna gauge how no woman sees no goddamn man. You're not. A lot of times women see in feelings more so than they do it with actual look. It could be a butt ugly nigga and he's the cutest nigga to this girl. Women like medium ugly niggas. Women also go off of people's personality and perception and stuff like that. You're not gonna be a man and you can tell me what a woman thinks of a man. You can tell me what a particular woman thinks of a man, but you're not gonna. This is not a one size fits all thing. These graphs don't mean nothing. And let me tell you something. Women don't look at men on a scale of 1 to 10. When a woman looks at a man, the last thing she's thinking of is a scale of 1 to 10. And first of all, if you're talking about dating, and if it's and I get it, if you're talking to a group of people and you want to get your point across quicker with less words and stuff like that, yeah, use a scale of 1 to 10. But any nigga that's anybody that knows anything about a thing or two, if you know a thing or two about a thing or two, you know damn well you're not gonna succeed in the dating game using a scale of 1 to 10. The scale of 1 to 10 will backfire before you can use it to acquire. I'm gonna say that again. I'm giving y'all some real game. Y'all hit the like button, support today's show. Good morning, everybody. The scale of 1 to 10 will backfire before you can use it to acquire. I'm going to say that one more time. The scale of 1 to 10 will backfire on you way before you can use it to acquire anything. Because you or the person using the scale is usually wrong. Turns out you're not a 5, you're a 7. No, you're not even using the damn scale in your right mindset. Shout out to Third Ward and For the Record TV. Kwafi shared a post. I forgot the name of the guy, but he's been around for a minute. With a guy, because they kind of got mad at Kevin Samuels about this. With a guy teaching you as a black man how to properly take a shower and wash your ass. What's going on, Sock Passe? Shout out to my brother Sock Passe in the building. Toya said medium ugly is really the sweet spot. Yeah. Medium ugly is actually where it's at. That's why I don't understand why these niggas that believes that they're cursed with genetics and shit, why they feel that type of way. Because, and the funny part is too, we're living in a day and age where you got good looking dudes, like handsome, quote unquote, pause, handsome men going through bullshit. I done seen a whole bunch of dudes like his content and like a lot of people that watch his channel comes down my timeline often on my other channel. I done seen a whole bunch of dudes like going on Austin Holloman, right? Where in reality, if you're looking at Austin Holloman from the quote unquote black pill sector of things, he shouldn't be doing what he's doing. But guess what? He is. And I kept telling y'all there's a difference between handsome dude game and unattractive dude game. I'd rather, to a certain degree, being handsome in hindsight, I kind of rather be a little unattractive than actually handsome, because it's a different game you got to employ. If I was an ugly dude or somewhat ugly, I'd get way more bitches. Swear to God. If I was in that mode and I wanted to be real devilish, I will get way more chicks. I will get way more chicks. But it's different when you look a certain type of way and people judge you. Because I kind of really don't like people judging, but it's different when you handsome and people judge you, and then anything you do, you can just lose points. I'd rather put points up. But anyway, I didn't say that to say that I regret anything. I don't regret a damn thing. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is this. Y'all. You got a lot of brothers clogging up some of the things in the dating pool that they shouldn't be clogging up. So there's a lot of confusion going on on the side of males. There's a lot of confusion going on, especially when we get into the genetic piece. So the black pill people don't know what they're talking about. First of all, I'm not about to sit here and break this down with y'all, but y'all can see how delusional this gets. All right, let's see if he's gonna break it down, because I ain't.
Try to get around these distortions, but not everyone will. That's why you need this. Some people say attraction is subjective, but there are some things we all like or don't like and some things we usually like or don't like, so it's only part subjective. And the way people perceive you is not all about looks, it's about many things, which is also sometimes very personal. For example, you would not believe this, but some people do not want an angry mommy girlfriend.
When was that the last time fit?
That's Alex Pierce. She's known for her angry ranting. Some people love it.
She's very polarizing. That would be a personal preference in personality. Also, different people value different things differently. I would rather have a 10 here and a 5 here than the other way around. So, judge by universal and usual preferences and not personal ones. Include I would rather have a That's Alex Pierce. Also, sometimes very personal. For example, you would not believe this, but some people do not want an angry mommy girlfriend.
When was that the last?
Now, I'm just gonna go there. I'm just gonna throw race out there. I'm just gonna go there, y'all. I'm just gonna do it. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna do it. A lot of white dudes, and this become popular on TikTok. A lot of white dudes actually like the angry mommy girlfriend because it's kind of like dating a sister, but then again, it's not. Come on now. Her, the saying shit and clapping. Who do y'all mainly see doing that? That's basically her impersonating a sister. Look.
For example, you would not believe this, but some people do not want an angry mommy girlfriend.
When was that the last time fit?
That's
Who does that? I know it's niche, but some dudes like that shit. All right, let's go.
Alex
They like somebody nagging them.
Pierce. She's known for her angry ranting. Some people love it.
Some dudes feel that it's love. So be careful when people are kind of using TikTok as a y'all got to take that TikTok shit with a grain of salt. Y'all know what time it is. TikTok, let's go.
She's very polarizing. That would be
What's going on, Pastor? There you go. Come on now. We get to the bottom of it. Let's go.
a personal preference in personality. Also, different people value different things differently. I would rather have a 10 here and a 5 here than the other way around. So judge by universal and usual preferences and not personal ones. Include everybody in the world in that age group and include everything you know about them to get their total value. That's how to judge fairly, but not everyone will do that. So you have to remember how this works and then look for your feedback. Let's do guys first. I said I used to get looks from women on the street when I was up here. That's rule number 1 for guys. If you're getting attention from women who don't know you, you're doing good. That's why very few men get all the attention on dating apps, because very few men look good to women right away.
What the fuck are you
women
talking
who number
about?
1 for guys. Include everybody in the world in that
Hold on.
age group and include everything you know about them to get their total value. That's how to judge fairly, but not everyone will do that. So you have to remember how this works and then look for your pieces and
Hold on. Y'all hit the like button. 32 people in the building. Y'all hit the like button. Support today's show. Good morning, everybody. 2 hours and 15 minutes into the show. You can support the show at $PTV888. That is $PTV888. That is $P as in player, T as in TV, V as in vagina, 888. First of all, what the hell is he talking about? And then telling y'all this is why it's an unfair advantage on the dating app. There is no unfair advantage on the dating app. You and her downloaded 2 different apps. What are y'all not getting? You can be a woman and download Tinder. They're not going to ask you to pay a monthly subscription as much as they will ask you to pay a man. It's an online club. When I open up a nightclub and I'm getting exotic bitches from all over the world to come to my nightclub, I expect dudes to spend more money than women because dudes are going to be buying women drinks. Half the time I see a drink in a woman's hand, I assume a dude bought it for her. Not she personally came up to the bar and buy it. God damn. This is what I told Game Changer and a whole bunch of other people and all them people that's now squatting at Bernard's place. Y'all use too much logic trying to get women and then get fucking mad when they turn you down. I'm not telling you to get more in touch with your emotional side, but god damn. Sin said, this is deep. Oh, wow. Right. Like, come on, man. What the fuck is this? You said he sounds like this gentleman in the space named Cold Steel. Oh, I know Cold Steel. You said this sounds like some dumb shit appliance changer and incel niggas. Yeah. He gonna replace Game Changer. I told y'all he gonna replace Game Changer. Let's go. Y'all better get Game Changer to react to some of this. Wait until niggas in the space start reacting to some of this shit. Y'all better get Game Changer to react to this shit so he don't take his place. Let's go.
Not personal ones. Include everybody in the world in that age group, and include everything you know about them to get their total value. That's how to judge fairly, but not everyone will do that. So you have to remember how this works and then look for your feedback. Let's do guys first. I said I used to get looks from women. Number one for guys, if you're getting attention from women who don't know you, you're doing good. That's why very few men get all the attention on dating apps, because very few men look good to women right away. Familiarity evens things out. So if you know her pretty well and it's not working, she probably sees you as down here. And you should either adjust your expectations or work on yourself. And you should work on yourself. I went from here to here and it changed everything. Familiarity evens things out. So if you know her pretty well and it's not working, she probably sees you as down here. And
what the fuck is this? Y'all see Game Changer stopped using the scrolls. I remember he used to use the scrolls. He don't use the scrolls no more. You said how Shatira knows about that stove too? Shatira been around. Shatira alumni. Y'all sleeping on Shatira. Shatira knows what she's talking about. Now look at this, y'all. Look at this scale of 1 to 10. This is how sick. This is sick. Remember, I keep telling y'all the scale of 1 to 10 doesn't matter. This is sick, y'all. Ten women are not trying to get with 10 dudes. And they usually don't get with 10 dudes. Look at this. What the fuck is he talking about? 10 men don't even get 10 women like that. Now, one thing he does get a little bit right, but I can't even tell with all these lines because he's doing too much, is that there's a little bit more traffic around the 5s, the 6s, and the 7s, because those are average women. Average women actually get way more play than anybody. Third Ward said you could tell which guys in the space have real interactions with women because they speak from a place of experience. Incel niggas who don't have experience with women will speak from a place of theory. Exactly. But I like to think I don't want to go in on Hoe Math like that, even though I'm going on in on this shit. I like to think Hoe Math, he gets busy. Hopefully. Aunt T said I broke down the hot girl matrix chart over 2 years ago. It had trannies ranked at 10. That's funny as hell. If you can find that, let me know, Aunt T. I'll definitely go over that because I don't remember that chart. I have yet to see that chart. That's scary though. That trannies are on that chart. You said Shatira said, hell, everybody knows about the stove. I'm trying to get me a Keurig right now. Appliance changer. All right, let's get back into it. You said the whole black manosphere and women alike know about the stove gate. He said, this place is a marketing gem. Yeah, it definitely can be. Definitely can be. All right, let's get back into this shit. Oh,
should either adjust your expectations or work on yourself. And you should work on yourself. I went from here to here and it changed everything. Guys down here tend to think that women are just difficult, but if you make it past this line, you get to be difficult, and I recommend it.
This is a real thing someone said to me. I was basically staying at her place, drinking all her wine, hitting on her friends, and she was like, I can't get rid of you. It's a good thing you're so good. I don't actually recommend treating people this way. I'm just saying you can be valued. I will show you how to work on yourself in a video called Self-Maximize coming up. Basically, do this first, find out who likes it, do this next, and try to end up here. Okay, now let's do women. Men have to know.
Bruh, this list is out of control. This list is out of control, man. I don't even think he's teaching at this point. I think he's just going through what's in his head that he jotted down. Some of this stuff is true, mind you, but god damn. Them half-truths gonna be a motherfucker, y'all. Third Ward said, I would never draw up a list like that. He said, I would never draw up a list like that to figure out how to get women. These old square root of getting me laid tonight based off of my women jawline face ass niggas. Right, man. Sin said, I've been in this space for less than 2 years, but you gathered a lot of information in that short amount of time. Sin took to the space like a fish to water. He said the thing is for niggas that are below 5, how you disregard his experience. He said the thing is for niggas that are below 5, how do you disregard his experience? Well, he hasn't specified if these are for guys below 5. And also, this is dangerous if you're below 5 to be thinking like this about yourself. You know what I'm saying? It's dangerous. If you're below 5 and you're taking in this information, bro, I don't know what to tell you because y'all gonna slash my face anytime I give y'all the game. I've been doing this for a long time. Trust me. This ain't it. This ain't it. This list can make sense in one setting, but this ain't it, man. He said Google Y2 or YouTube search hot girl matrix. They were using it as a barometer for rating women. Okay, we're gonna do that next. Shout outs to Aunt T. Thank you, bro. Shout outs to Aunt T in the building. If y'all not sub to Aunt T, y'all not sub to nobody. All right. Shout outs to my brother Aunt T in the building. Hold on, let me see. Hot girl matrix list. Oh my goodness. And this looked like the fuck around and find out list. Oh Jesus Christ. Oh Lord. All right, we're gonna get to this. All right, we're gonna get to this. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Yeah, Shatera been around even through the halfway through the attitude, the manosphere attitude era. Shatera, you've been around since like 2017, right? If I'm not mistaken. All right, let's go.
Know when they are here, and women have to know when they are here. I just told men that if you're getting attention from women that you don't know, then you're doing pretty well. Some women think this is true about them too. It is not. This girl is bragging that 108 people are interested in her. She probably thinks they all feel this way. They don't. A lot of men, including me, will give attention to women who we judge as being anywhere from here to here. If I think you're a 4, I probably wouldn't put.
And then, like, I hate to say this, ladies, and reasonably, because it's like reasonably, who cares? But he's going on. And let me tell y'all something about these black pill dudes. Every so often, they point out something and they believe women, because black pill dudes actually believe in women more than they believe in themselves. So they get wrapped up into a lot of women's delusion, and they don't even take the good aspects from it and dive into the game. But he's going off of what this woman thinks about herself, when in actuality, he should be on some who cares type shit. Why does he apply it to a somewhat decent looking woman that thinks she's a dime, but doesn't apply it? Like, this is where logic kills a lot of niggas, because obviously if Gorlock the Destroyer says she's a 10, which he made fun of her earlier in the live stream, if Gorlock the Destroyer says she's a 10, we laugh it off and be like, I know she knows she's wrong, but who the fuck cares? Right? Why don't y'all think about that with any other woman? Who cares? Even if she is a dime and she says she looks bad, who fucking cares? Why are you using that to judge yourself? Because that's what he's judging himself off of what she thinks about herself. When in actuality, who cares? It's a big ass list right here. Right, sock passe. I'm not doing all this thinking just to approach somebody and talk to them. And right, Dollar Washer. What's going on, Dollar Washer? He said, Trenton, nigga, everywhere I go. He said, she said, it's one thing to be realistic when you view yourself, but it's another thing to go into super black pill mode. And the fucked up part is about all of this shit is none of this shit is black pill. None of this shit is black pill. I assure you, none of this shit is black pill. Black pill people don't think like this. I assure you this is not black pill.
You higher than here, but I might put you here. You have to know who feels this way about you and who doesn't, and this is how you know. You can't listen to what they say. They'll say anything. You cannot pick who you like and make him keep you. We do not work that way.
So he just contradicted himself. He told y'all to think about all of this stuff, judge yourself using the scale, and then tell you that you don't think about it. Don't think about it. Come on, man. Come on. Come on, man. Y'all hit the like button, support tonight's show. Give me 1 second. I'm going to let this play because I got to move. It's about to start raining out here. Give me 1 second. I got my equipment getting rained on. Give me 1 second, y'all. Going through great lengths to give y'all some good content. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Give me 1 second.
You have to find out who wants to keep you and pick your favorite one. If you start with this, then you're not filtering out the guys who will make you end up here. Your level is the best guy who will commit, not the best one in your inbox. A lot of women hate that advice. They say, I'm not going to settle for less. And that's okay as long as you realize that if you're aiming too high, you might end up alone or with a guy who's got 5 other girls. All I'm saying is you don't want to be her, and you cannot be her just by saying you are. Other people have to agree. That's why we used to have marriage. It was proof of commitment and not just saying it. So you can tell who likes you by how much he's investing in you. That's time, money, energy, commitment. How much does he want to have a public relationship? How much does he want to show you off? Is never going to change that. I think we all know these things on some level, but we just don't want to be honest with ourselves, want to admit where we are. But if you do, that's going to get your best result. This is what most of us should be looking for. So here's those 2 rules I promised you. Number 1, you know how much someone likes you from the energy you get minus the energy you give. Don't expect that to change. And number 2, you know how attractive you are by looking at what kind of person gives you about the same as what they take. So don't give people energy that they don't give back, and then pick from whoever is left. If you enjoyed this video, there's about 1 million ways to support me on my Linktree, and I'm gonna start making music and stuff. Here's some of it.
See? I told y'all I was right. I knew he was some type of artist or musician. And he has trouble with expressing himself. See, I be knowing shit. What Toya say? Kuda be knowing. I be knowing shit. I be knowing, y'all. I be knowing. I told y'all. Come on, man. Come on, man. Sock Passe giving y'all the game right here. He said this is why they have no confidence once they see the list. Now, yeah, they're working it backwards, man. They're working backwards, man. Aunt T said this shit will have you alone reading charts every night, making sense. Right. And then this the fucked up part. You're gonna use the chart in the wrong way because you're gonna use the chart to judge yourself. And first of all, you're already using the chart to judge women. So what you're doing is you're gonna weaponize all of this stuff. You're going to weaponize all of this stuff. And honestly, you're getting into it thinking that you're going to weaponize it against women when women are literally out here thriving, not giving a fuck about none of this shit. And you're sitting here mad because you're not getting what you want out of the game. But you're spending precious time that you can spend to really get what you want out of the game. The time that you can spend laid up with a woman and doing the things that you like to do or would like to do. You're sitting up here looking at this damn chart. That's an archetype. That's just talking about a certain type of experience, or maybe a certain type of woman, or a certain type. You know what I'm saying? You're not really talking about nothing that's really gonna put you forward. It's an impressive list. It looks good, but come on, man. You said they're hopeless romantic geeks that allowed their own intelligence to hinder them in life. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Couldn't have said it any better, man. Using fear tactics to get men and women together will never work. They'll have to choose each other. No chart can explain that process. Yeah. Shout out to Toya. Yeah. It's freakishly how I be knowing about this shit. I said it earlier. I'm like, he might have, he using math and all this other shit. He's using too much logic. A lot of dudes, they overload. They start using too much logic. Like when it starts like really making sense to them, they think it makes sense to everybody else. And there's a bunch of dudes that it does make sense to, but it's not going to work. All right, so let's try another video. And we got the hot girl matrix list. We're going to dive into that foolishness also. But give me 1 second. Let's try another video.
Long shorts. Thinking about things.
He got a bunch. All right, let's look at Riz Maxed. He's using current words. Let's look at Riz Max. He's Riz Maxed. All right, let's look at this.
Long shorts. Riz Maxed. There is something dark about sexuality that many people do not recognize. I think it would benefit our society to take a closer look.
I was talking with someone today on how to expand zones. I'm eventually going to elaborate on all of these things. I know it's a little cryptic, exactly what's in here and what these things mean. But for now, I'll just make more videos. So this girl just said that the ones with red flags, that's this right here, have more Riz, which I'm pretty sure is from charisma. Now, you might not believe it based on my channel.
Hold on, we're going to run that back because it wasn't on screen. Hold on, give me 1 second. I wasn't even looking. He probably showing us a whole nother chart. Hold on, y'all. All right, let's go.
Long shorts. Riz Maxed. There is something dark about sexuality that many people do not recognize.
If y'all don't know what Riz is, it's the zillennial. It's a short word for charisma. It's the short word for charisma, meaning that he's risen. When they say he risen her up, he's using charisma. So if y'all ever seen any of my videos and y'all see the word Riz and stuff on it, that's where it came from. It's a word that was coined by Kai Cenat. If y'all ever wonder where it came from, it's a word that was coined by Kai Cenat. So the whole thing is for charisma. Kai Cenat didn't have any other word for game. So and a lot of zillennials, they really kind of don't have, like, they just get straight to the point. So they're not going to use all of these words. So what would be confidence, or what would be a guy that's conversational or something like that? They just equate it to charisma. Just long story short, they just equate it to charisma. So here you go. You got the word Riz that kind of encompasses game and all this other shit. All right, but it's short for charisma. Okay. I also got a running joke. If you ever heard somebody say it, they stole it from me. What do you call it? Islamic person with Riz. What do you call a Rizzed out Muslim? Riz of Islam. Please don't unsubscribe. Y'all support the show. Hit the like button. God damn it. Riz of Islam, y'all. Hit the like button. God damn it. You said I got an idea. The chart dudes should get with crafting chicks. Dudes should get with the crafting chicks. Problem solved. Look at the time I saved you. This is the thing though. Yeah, dating is not logical. Some of it is though. But if any logic is in it, it's psychological. You know, All the babies in marriages that in marriages that take place. Toya said if the chart dudes get a hold of tarot and astrology, girlies, whoo, yeah. But see, that's why I was mad on the last show how quick and easily Yada could get a 6 of goddess just by just running that fake Hotep game, and it's like, God damn, this is still applicable today. You know, that's what kind of made her whack in my eyes. I'm like, damn, I thought sisters are tired of the Hotep game at this point. You know, they already seen it a mile away. If you say Grand Risings or you know what I'm saying, Queen or something like that. But then again, everybody has their Hotep journey whenever they have their Hotep journey. You know, a lot of people, I get it. You know what I'm saying? You know, not to get on Hotep people's ass, but a lot of people don't mean harm by it. But you take your journey when you take your journey, and sometimes you might be at that tail end of something, you know. But that Hotep shit been out of here since like 2018 and shit. But anyway, that's why Umar having a hard time. You said it was awkward how he said that, but yes, it means charisma. Yeah, Riz. Yeah, it's the Riz part of charisma. And T said, facts, Kuda. The goal is interaction. How is reading charts instead of getting the game gonna help one achieve their goal? Right. And he's talking about people working and becoming a zone 3 and all this other weird shit. It's like, bruh, just talk to people. If you're doing all of this and you're just talking about dating, oh boy, a relationship gonna throw your ass for it. Let me see your relationship. Let me see if you have one. Do you even have a relationship chart? Let me see that. That's the chart you need to be looking at. Yeah, what we call swag today is what people call charisma. But see, swag in game encompasses like Riz is a part of game. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that knows something, Riz is a part of game. Riz is a part of swag. Riz is a part of your personality. Riz is a part of something. Riz is not the end all be all. But sometimes when it's displayed, it can be. You did? You said most of these type dudes are low-key obnoxious assholes, which they are. Yes, they're not good guys. So a lot of women are right about that. Not all the good guys come off as good guys. And a lot of good guys do have an asshole side. Right? News said I'm a natural. Yeah, Riz is a part of being natural. You can naturally be charismatic. You know? You said most of these dudes are the type that low-key obnoxious asshole who hide behind victimhood, and they obsess over female looks because it's more about validating themselves than finding companionship. That is the absolute truth. That is the absolute truth. All right, let's get into it. Let's go.
I think it would benefit our society to take a closer look.
I was talking with someone today on how to expand zones. I'm eventually going to elaborate on all of these things. I know it's a little cryptic, exactly what's in here and what these things mean. But for now, I'll just make more videos. So this girl just said that the ones with red flags, that's this right here, have more Riz, which I'm pretty sure is from charisma. Now, you might not believe it based on my channel, but I have a truckload of red flags. I look like a bad decision, and something that a lot of men do not understand about women is that they like making bad decisions. Men will say, that guy looks concerning, women must hate him, and women will say, that guy looks concerning, does he have a girlfriend? I'm going to go into greater detail on how to improve everything about yourself that your potential partners are looking for in an upcoming video called Self-Maximize. I don't like wasting paper. But for now, I want you to realize that if you're a man, there are certain traits that we usually think of as being bad things that will actually get you more attention. If you don't know 50 Shades of Grey, it's one of the best-selling series of all time. It sold 100 million copies by 2014, and it's not because it's good. The main characters are called Christian Grey and Anastasia Steele. It's cheesy. Here's a couple excerpts. And finally, she explodes around me, shouting out her release and pushing me into an intense, draining climax where I lose all sense of self. I don't know if you know anything about writing, but that's bad writing. That's like an action movie script that goes, I punched him with a fiery anger from my heart that made me forget that I was a man and believe that I was a robot for punching people. So why did it sell 100 million copies? Because it contains crap like this. Her hands are helpless and splayed against the sheets, out of harm's way. You are mine, I whisper, only mine, don't forget it. Women pay money to read that garbage because they are not hearing it from you. But they are hearing it from me. I say things like that to women, and they don't forget it. So one of my tips for men to self-maximize is to learn when to say and do things like that. Again, our language is a problem. We talk about being a good guy or a bad boy. We talk about being nice or a jerk, but you don't have to pick. You can be really good to women and also be dominant and powerful and exciting. Like I said in my How Attractive video on YouTube, guys who've never been above this line, they only know one side of women. They think that women just have a low sex drive. If you get up here, you find out that that's not true. And the number one way to get up there is this, I'm sorry to say, but there are other things that help. There are other ways out for some of you. So if you don't understand why someone would want peeled ginger root inserted, then stay tuned for Self-Maximize on YouTube or book a session with me, and I can show you why you don't have to be angry at women for not liking you. You can just be what they want instead. And if you want to know what that looks like, let the video start over.
Boy, that what you call it, commercial sounded like something else. It sounded like somebody getting slurped up. Hold on, y'all.
Long short.
This is kind of my problem with this stuff. I'm pretty sure he'll probably be on some the game isn't real, and then sit up there and describe the game to you. And it's like, bro, you're just describing somebody being themselves or having confidence and stuff like that. They will go all the way around the world to explain the same shit. All right. This one's called Levels of Thinking, because obviously that's what he does, and he doesn't see a problem with it when it's a big problem with men. The reason why a lot of men don't do good with women, and y'all hearing this from me, the reason why we don't do good with women in a lot of cases is because you are stuck in your head. You need to get up out of your head. Okay? You can't be like, you know what I'm saying? You gotta, your shit gotta be on autopilot. You can't be on some, oh, she's walking ahead of me. Do I spring in front of her and open the door? Do I lay my coat over this puddle? Do I do this? Come on, man. Come on, man. You can tell by his voice, he's one of those prickish types who are obsessed with organization and their personal preference. Yeah, man. He's doing too much thinking and he's adding too much logic trying to get women. And the irony of it is whole logic. It's whole math. It's whole math. So I understand why he's using logic and math. I get that. He gets a pass on that because it's whole math, right? But that's the problem. You're using math to try to get bitches. Wrong numbers game, sir. You got to use psychology. That's the logic that you got to use. You got to use psychology. And then not even just basic psychology. Women's psychology is completely different. It's actually very interesting once you get to look at it. If you look at how women look at certain things and you really apply some psychology behind it, you're like, damn. You can see how they come to certain conclusions. Very interesting, actually. It should be a separate topic because Lord knows it's a separate topic from psychology, regular psychology. But anyway, levels of thinking, y'all. Hopefully we can uncover how deep he's lost in his head with this shit on here. Let's just get it. I got scared as hell. My theme music started coming on. All right, let's go.
So what the hell is this all about? This video.
Yeah, what is this all about? God damn. Boy.
So what the hell is this?
Okay, hold on. Let's kind of try to get a grasp of what's going on here. I'm not going through all of this. I was, but I'm not going through all this. Y'all hit the like button, support today's show. 2 hours and 46 minutes. Time is going by fast. And we are working real hard to deliver you some content. What the fuck is this? Spiral dynamics? Developmental levels? Estimated human population? How levels feels from the inside? Oh, you on your own with this, bro. But let me listen. Maybe he could teach us something. Yeah, laying your coat over a puddle. We could teach the ladies. You can't say niggas don't put in the effort to get at you. I don't want to hear shit. You cannot say dudes don't put in the effort or dudes don't. You cannot say men don't care enough. What's going on, Aqua Dragon? The ladies, you cannot say men don't care enough. Marco said everything but pictures of him chilling with Hoe. I'm gonna tell you, this shit gets sick, man. It gets sick. This has nothing to do with the black pill, by the way. Okay, this. Damn. All right, let me go on mute. Damn. Did we miss something about women? Let's see if we missed something. Maybe he could teach us something that we didn't know, y'all. All my players and playettes in the building. Maybe he could teach us something that we didn't know. Let's go.
This all about. This video is about levels of thinking.
And mind y'all, this ain't just women. I don't want y'all to just think about women because honestly, this is talking about both sex, men and women, and the engagement of them coming together to date. We're not even talking about relationships. All right, let's go.
It is theoretical, which is fascinating, and it also has colorful jokes. I use this diagram a lot in my videos because it helps explain some of the wild things that people say and do. It's based on the work of several researchers. I'm trying to make it easier to read for a wider audience. This is my interpretation of a model of consciousness that I studied. It includes quadrants, levels, lines, states, and types. Today I'm talking about levels. I want to make a big, long video explaining each.
He the type of dude, if you give him your phone numbers, ladies, he gonna do math with it. He gonna do a mathematical equation with your number to find out you gave him the wrong number. What's going on, Link? He the type of dude when you ask him. I like Hoe Maths, but this is funny. He the type of dude when you ask him for direction, he give you grid coordinates.
Level in
What am I supposed to do with this?
detail, but for now I'm just going to do this short version.
He bring a compass on a date
To get it out of the way and get the ball rolling. But before we get started, here are some misspelled vegetables because I'm told that it helps if I'm cute. Here's a cactus. So these levels are stages of psychological development. They have been studied by numerous researchers. Some of the most famous models come from Jean Piaget. Here's a snapshot of his work, and Abraham Maslow, who had the hierarchy of needs. Everybody is born down here, and nearly everybody gets up to at least this stage by adulthood. That determine how you will develop and when, including your surroundings, your choices, your culture, and the brain you were born with. These are the quadrants. They are different ways of looking at reality. In this,
and I would expect him to be like, the guy that I show you guys, he's going all over the place too right now. We're gonna tap back in with him because we got another numerology show to do. GG, the Gary guy, right? And recently, y'all, guess who decided? Because he know he gonna respond. Guess who decided to come up with a diss? Guess who decided to come up with the diss? The Satan Center is going at Zerka. Out of all people, the saint and sinner, Marquette. He's going at Zerka. I'm sorry, but that's funny as hell. Satan the sinner is going at Zerka. Pretty interesting, huh? All right, let's go.
In this case, this would be your mind, your brain, your culture, and your society. They all happen at the same time because the mind is the brain, and culture is a lot of minds, and society is what those minds do. I should also say that people are never really in a level. You just slowly develop the ability to think at higher levels as you gain experience, but we all use the lower levels every day. When you have to use the bathroom, for example, that's a level 1 process. It's not a complex style of thought, it's just a feeling or an urge. So some people make it up to higher stages, and some people never do. Most people on Earth spend most of their time in these 4 stages, and this one is only
I think it said most people on Earth. Okay.
very common in modernized places. And it's the first stage where you can adopt a world-centered level of understanding, which means understanding how people think the way they do based on where they're from. Before that level, there are right and wrong ways of thinking, so you would either be doing it right or you're not, and then they would say you're either doing it right or you're not. After that, it's more like, well, maybe I would think that way if I was from there, or maybe I would be more like you if I lived your life. That's where global thinking...
I don't know. I probably got to look, Shannon, because I would like to go over some of these charts. And let me tell y'all something. Western thinking is a motherfucker, bro. Western thought is a motherfucker, man. Western thought is a motherfucker, bro. But he talking for everybody in the world. All right? Let's go.
Thinking begins. Speaking of global thinking, this is my first sponsored video. It's brought to you by Atlas VPN, which allows you to access all the stuff you like from all over the globe. It feels illegal, but it's not. With Atlas VPN, you can just go, sorry, I'm totally in America right now. It's like a tiny little embassy. Atlas has the best VPN deal on the market. With the Black Friday price cut, it is $1.70 a month.
It's funny because I literally said that he's talking for everybody in the world. I was going to say, I don't know if he even traveled before. And then he started talking about a VPN. That's funny. All right, let's go.
With 6 months extra for free, which also feels illegal and is not. Check the video description for the link. Atlas VPN makes you anonymous, which is a big deal for me. I do not need people knowing whose order this is. Give me the regular price, please. Atlas also stops ads and malware. It blocks malicious links, ads, and trackers, and it notifies you when someone tries to steal your data. You want to keep your data, right? I do. You want better deals on shopping and subscriptions? You want to cover unlimited devices? You want to hide from the Illuminati? Get the Black Friday price cut. $1.70 a month, 6 months extra for free. 30-day money-back guarantee. Protect your privacy. Other benefits, ridiculously low price. Click the link in the video description.
I will say that he knows his audience. The man knows his audience, y'all.
Below. Limited time offer. I hope it's also a limited time that we stay in these lower levels of thinking. Let's talk about what they are and how they work and how to move on.
The sad part, though, is that his list, he said, want to be Sandman. That's funny as shit. What did he say, UFO? Hello, everyone. Sandman here. Hello, everyone. Sandman here. Shout outs to Sandman. I was going to go over a couple of his videos the other day, too, because he put out some good shit. But I don't know what this man does. But shout outs to him. I mean, this is not to down him or down his list. It's interesting. But it's too much thinking, man. And it's too much thinking being focused in the wrong place, man. The thinking is being focused in the wrong place. All right. Y'all hit the like button. Support today's show. Almost 3 hours into today's show. Yeah, not the Illuminati, right? All over your body. Flows like a 12-gauge shotty. But let's go. Let's just go. Before
I get started, I should say that higher does not always mean better. Some people watch my videos where I talk about my mistakes and they say, "Oh, you think you're at a high level? You sound like a jerk." But higher doesn't mean better person, it means more aware. So here's the lower level of awareness, seeing things. And then as you go higher in the levels of awareness, it becomes much more complex. You're seeing people, seeing almost into infinity. And so when I make mistakes in here, I usually know exactly why they're happening. I usually can say things like, I choose women who probably will not stick around. Why? Because I don't think I can support them anyway. Well, why does that matter? Well, usually most of them want a higher level of support that I can provide. And why does that matter? Well, it doesn't feel good when they leave because I can't support them. Okay, well, why do those feelings matter? Can you change it some other way? Can you get a better job or something? Well, I tried to do that. I'm doing the best that I can. Is there some way that you can?
Then that's another thing. Why the hell? Maybe that woman didn't leave you because of your job. Tara said, "Sir." Sir, sir, sir. I don't think she left because of your job, bro. And I don't think getting a better job is going to get her back, too. Okay. Yo, he said he's going to be teaching SBE at MIT. What? College level SBE.
Can change the way you try to get money from the world. Well, I've already done everything I can here, and this kind of gets fuzzy. So why am I spending time with the wrong woman comes back to this experience that I've had over and over and over again, and I haven't been able to fix. It's the ability to see through what's going on in your mind and also to see through similar levels of complexity in what's going on in the world around you. So it's not about being good, it's about getting it. Moving up in the levels does not always make you more.
Hold on, but UFO, the other day I busted out laughing. I still can't get over alternative male strategies.
Effective. In fact, this level is famous for making people into hippies. This is the point in development where you begin to understand that everyone has their own way of seeing things. And so who's to say what we should and should not do? This is an illustration of an interaction from each level. This girl is getting validation from a guy.
Thank you, Link. That's what I'm saying. Link said, good Lord, all of this is needed? See, this what makes you think you got to do all of this crazy shit just to get attention from women. Real talk. Third Ward said, this guy definitely has all the talking points and potential to be the next Elliot Rodger. All it's going to take is for the right women to reject him harshly the wrong way. Yeah, man. Right, right. Shout outs to Vader in the building, man. Shit get wicked, bro. Right. Shit get wicked. Come on, man. And then the crazy part is that I don't even think he's gonna write a manifesto, y'all. He's gonna draw the manifesto. But shout outs to Hoe Maths, man. I'm pretty sure he can explain all of this shit. We might be blowing this out of proportion. But I'm telling y'all, y'all are using too much goddamn logic trying to get women. Y'all thought I was over exaggerating when I said this years ago. Now you got the manifestation of it. I'm glad. I'm glad. So y'all can sit here and watch this too and be like, why do you need all of this just to go talk to somebody?
That she's not interested in. So she knows how to.
Mind you, you're talking to strangers. None of this shit matters.
Get the validation, and then she stands back and she can plan how to give less to get even more. And then she looks at that and asks, well, is that the right thing to do? Not.
She might not even think about that or say that in her head. How do you know she says that? Who told you she said that? How do you know she thought about that? Who told you that? How do you know she thought about that?
really, but am I going to do it anyway in this circumstance because I think it would be better overall?
You know
So
that.
that's in order. Wanting something, knowing how to get it from someone, knowing how to control the interaction.
You're going to meet that one girl that he does not have on his list. And two things are going to happen. Either he's going to get up out of the game, or she gonna blow his mind away.
Knowing whether that's
Then he got to make two more lists.
right or wrong according to the rules that you live by, and then becoming the author of your own sense of right and wrong. And then when you take another step back to this hippie level, it's like, well, who is anyone to judge my choices? My choices are right for me, and so there isn't really such a thing as right and wrong. It's just what works for me. That's why they call that level the individualist. Different people go through the levels differently, and when I went through this one, it really stressed me out. I felt like I couldn't get my feet on the ground. I saw so many different ways of seeing the world, so many different philosophies, so many different life choices, and I didn't know how to pick one. And if I can't pick one, then I can't get anywhere. So I would say, I don't know what to do. And people would say, just pick something. And I would say, how do I know what to pick? And they would go, pick something you like. And I would go, how do I know what I like? So I really like to plan things out. I like certainty. But at this level, you realize that you're never going to know what happens until you try it. So it goes, what I see.
Boom. That's your problem right there. That's your problem right there. That right there. And it takes a whole lot. And a psychiatrist and a whole bunch of other people will never figure this out. That's your problem right there. He just gave us what his problem was. That's his problem. He's looking for certainty. Listen, a lot of guys want to be certain. That's why you do math. You want to know the answer to something. You want to be certain. You don't want to be wrong, right? But there's a big problem with that. There's a big problem with that. Women and certainty cannot be used in the same sentence. And the funny part too is that women want certainty. But women and certainty cannot be used in the same sentence. You are wrong as fuck to look to women for certainty. That's your fucking problem. That's your problem. You want to be certain. And you're trying to use logic. And I've said this so many times. You're trying to use logic. See, with logic, 1 + 1 = 2, right? But with women, 1 + 1 = 3. A lot of y'all, that went over a lot of y'all heads. You trying to use logic and certainty with women. That's your problem right there. And that's a whole bunch of niggas' problems. 1 + 1 = 2 in the real world. But also in the real world, in reality, and especially dealing with women, 1 + 1 gonna equal 3. So y'all, we found the root of the problem. Y'all hit the like button if y'all soaking up this game, and support the show if y'all soaking up this game. 3 hours and 5 minutes into today's show. Getting it in, y'all. Going brazy on a Monday. Okay? He said this 304 man, bruh, Brian just be referencing dude all the time. You said you're absolutely right though, DJ Kuda. Too many incel guys live in their head too much instead of being outside dealing with women on their level. Yeah, man. That shit crazy, man. This is nuts. All right, let's go.
See what you see, what works for me, what works for us. And then, hey, look, those people have a different thing that works for them. That's level 5 when you can say, okay, I'm like this because I'm from here and you're like that because you're from there. And then at level 6, it's like, well, where I'm from is really just myself. Everybody is just from their self. And so how can oneself have...
See? You see? It don't take that long.
an idea that's better than any other self. Whereas at an earlier level, you might be able to say something like, well, my dad was an accountant, and so I'm an accountant.
You don't take that long, y'all. Head movies. He in his head, y'all. Just like women, he watching a bunch of head movies. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just showing you, you can get a lot of things wrong though with that. Nothing wrong with that. But there's a lot of things wrong with that, you know?
And that's just what we do, and you don't have to deal with any of this uncertainty. So higher is more complex, but complex is not always good. The way I explain it is that you can have a really good shoe or a really bad car, and I think what I have is a sinking cruise ship. So if higher is not always better, then why should we grow? Well, because higher is usually better. If everyone was at these lower levels, we would not be able to have grocery stores and electricity. We have a
Then he don't even tell you what this math is based on. What are you basing this on?
complex world, and it requires complex thinking. And some problems cannot be solved at the level they came from. Everybody watching this is going to have a different fingerprint of development. That means that your different lines or capacities, or the ways that you use your intelligence, are all going to be developed to different levels. It's possible to be very lopsided. For example, you could have your cognitive line all the way up at 9, but your moral line all the way down at 3. You could,
bro, all of this for women, bro. This is over women, bro. This is insane. And I brought it up and I showed it to y'all the first couple of times. I even recently seen Danica Marie talk about it. Everybody talking about shit I done introduced y'all to damn near months and years ago to. Niggas talking about dating Chat GPT. They're dating artificial technology now. And all this other shit. You know, why he doing all this math, bro? Yeah, some people are visual learners. I get what he's doing, Spawn. But if you're learning like this, oh my God, you in trouble.
could also be higher up than another person overall, but they're still way better than you at a particular thing.
Because you're gonna subject yourself to some of this stuff in this list. And you don't have the wisdom to understand that this got nothing to do with you. Or you're not even a part of what's being talked about. And this is all about dating. You did? What's going on, James? Oh, is Sexy Red in here? I didn't know she was in here. All right. What's going on, man? What's up to Sexy Red if she in here? Let's go.
For example, this could be somebody who really understands history and politics to a high degree, but has low empathy. And this would be someone who kind of gets it, but is great with people. So as I go through them one by one, try to remember where you went through them and what that felt like and where you think you are now. Okay, level 1. I call this survive because
Marco said it appears holes are too complicated for him. He should go to the pole route. Probably. I don't know. That's what I'm saying, Marco. I've been saying this for years. Y'all need to watch them dudes on the black pill side of the game. Now that you got a whole bunch of different things coming up now with robosexuals and all kinds of stuff. Y'all better watch some of these black pill dudes. They're gonna be the first one to defect to the pussy side. So don't be surprised if you see niggas around the space speaking of Sexy Red, quoting Sexy Red, around here trying to get their boonchi stretched. Don't be surprised if you see dudes around the space talking about getting their boonchi stretched. Shit crazy.
because it's just basic moment to moment. What do I need? Do I need food? Do I need sleep? It's just my own feelings, and there's no such thing as someone else's mind. If we were living in this level, we would be in small survival bands, and we would not be thinking much about each other's thoughts. We would be doing what we must in order to survive. Level 2, I called Connect, because now you can think about what is in someone else's mind. What does this person want or need? Primitive people at this level will sometimes do rain dances or throw virgins in a volcano. I'm not sure if that's real, but it's the kind of thing you would expect to see, because at level 2, you're realizing, okay, I have a mind and I need things, and other people have minds and they need things, so maybe it's not raining because we haven't pleased someone in the sky. Maybe the volcano is angry because it wants something, and what do I want? Virgin.
Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yeah, the Dwight Howard effect. What are you talking about? Volcanoes, virgins? What are you talking about? This goes back to what I just said, the same thing, Spawn. Like, okay, y'all can know this shit, cool, but then after a while, then what? Spawn said, I don't have the mental bandwidth to be doing all of this. So imagine me trying to react to this shit and break this down. What is man talking about? Volcano? Oh, Lord have mercy. And then what's the point of you getting a whole bunch of virgins? You know you at the bottom of the totem pole when virgins start running from you. When virgins don't even think you cool and they start running from you too? Oh shit. You can't even convince her to get in the lagoon with you. Let's go.
So level 2 is all about what I do affects what other people think about me and what they do for me. Basically, like this. If we were living at level 2, we would be in small tribal groups, and we would be focused on safety and security and maintaining functional habits and dependable practices just day to day. Level 3, I called control.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna keep it a thou wow with y'all. Because we do talk about this in the manosphere, but now it's not the time that you be talking about it. Unless we're talking about like a thing that men have ingrained in them. Unless we're talking about like an innate feeling or something that men have ingrained in them. Why are y'all niggas listening to niggas that's talking about cavemen shit and all kinds of shit anyway? Unless we're going into details about protection and why we do certain things and why we respond to certain things and why our mindset is set up a certain type of way. Like if you guys have approach anxiety, I will talk to you and tell you guys why that's there. Because at one point it was there to protect you. But I'm not about to talk to you about protecting a village and all this other weird shit. Nigga, if you don't take some random bitch roller skating tonight, and both of y'all are at the roller skating park licking ice cream, and then towards the end of the night, y'all are licking each other. If you don't set up that situation and take your ass home so you can go to work tomorrow, I don't know what's wrong with you. I'm not about to be sitting here telling you about fucking barbarian stories and shit. I'm not going to tell you how much times you may have been Conan in the past life. You're not going outside swinging a damn axe. So what?
This level is still very popular in modern society.
So at level 1, I have a mind with feelings and needs, and at level 2, I know that other people have minds with feelings and needs, and sometimes maybe I think a volcano does too. And at level 3, now I know that other people are aware that other people are aware that they have feelings and needs. So I know that these people have a relationship to each other the same way that I have a relationship to this and to this and to this and to this. Now I know he has a relationship to her.
Bruh, you just did all of that just to explain other people exist. Yes. Other people exist. You're not the only person that's on this planet. It's true.
Her. So instead of just direct connections, this creates social situations. Here is a woman seeing man bad on her phone, and then she sees the man in her life and goes, oh, wait a minute. If man bad, then maybe that man bad. And then at level 3, you would step back and say, well, what do I do about this situation? Why is he being bad, and what can I do about this relationship?
Why do you have to do anything? Why do you feel you got to do anything? And plus, it's better for her to look at you being a bad man than a good one. You just said how she treated the good ones. Why you feel you gotta do anything?
If we were living at this level, we would be living in something like the Roman Empire, mythic, feudal, and exploitative empire.
What the fuck are you talking about? If women think that men are bad, this takes us back to feudal Japan, where we had to use samurai swords and all kinds of stuff just to get these women to not think that we're bad. Like, what? Holy shit.
You see this level a lot in things like mafia and in sports teams, firemen, police, military. So even though these levels 2 and 3 involve thinking about thinking, it's mostly just for the purpose of getting what you want and having power over others. Level 4 I called belong because the primary drive is to fit in, and that drive is motivated by what they call second-person perspective. So again, at level 1, you have your own feelings, urges, and needs. At level 2, you see those of others and you can react to them, but it's still all about what those feelings mean to you. And at level 3, you understand that you're in a complex social web of relationships and you can react to those relationships and exert control over your situation. And at level 4, that's when you realize everyone is in their own situation. That's where we get the classic folk wisdom of don't judge somebody until you've walked a mile in his shoes. You are in this situation over here, but imagine if you were...
How old is he? I know I go through some childish hang-ups, y'all. I go through some childish hang-ups, but god damn.
Him in this situation over here. Maybe you would have done what he did too. That doesn't come online until you get the second person perspective at level 4. When level 4 was brand new, it was basically medieval empires. It says mythic empires here, nation states. Basically large groups of people that lived by a set of rules that they shared, as opposed to the do what you want mentality of level 3. Level 4 focuses on good versus evil. The entry to that level is called the diplomat because of the way that they focus on acceptable behavior and social norms. That's their way of getting over the problems from the previous stage. You can tell when second-person perspective is coming online in children because they start looking in the mirror more. They start to realize, oh, I have other people looking at me the way that I look at other people and I have feelings about them. They're looking at me and having feelings about me.
Nah, man. This guy has to be raised by the internet. Niggas don't find out other people are human too in their 30s, bro. He had to be raised by the internet. The internet raised him. These are relatively easy concepts to grab. other people have lives. How much times have I told you guys, when you're approaching women or you're dealing with women, you're intruding in their lives, and at the same time, they could be doing the same to you. Some of y'all dudes be getting mad that someone's living their life, and it's like, bruh, this is like day 3,700 something, and you come in on like day 3,701, and you mad because somebody ain't changing for you or some shit. Like, people are living their lives, man. Yeah. Link said Yeshua boots and Brian Pumper jewelry equal success, right? You gotta have the 360 waves too, though, Link. Don't forget that. Yeah, he has too much times on his hand. Yeah. A lot of people don't interact with humans. That's what I'm saying. The internet, this is some internet shit, man. He in the metaverse with these lists. Poor me, I gotta get up on here and damn near tell niggas, yo, go outside, you'll be okay, man. You're gonna be okay, man. A lot of guys need somebody to hold their hand, though, man. I know it's not the masculine thing to be scared, but honestly, sometimes you got to look in the mirror and be like, bro, I'm scared shitless. I'm scared shitless. It's okay if you're scared. I mean, shit, the niggas get scared. It happens, man. That's a part of life. People are scared of the unknown. Niggas gonna make a whole list though and not say that though. But all right, let's go.
So I better be up to their expectations. Level 4 is the beginning of what we traditionally refer to as morality. Here again is the woman seeing man bad on her phone, and then she feels like, well, maybe this man is bad because my phone said so.
It doesn't stop her from fucking them.
She's projecting that onto him.
Not stop a woman from fucking a man.
Having a negative experience and then deciding what to do about it. I'm going to break up with this guy. He must be bad because I felt like it was.
Women don't even break up with bad men for the most part.
True when I saw it on my phone. And then out here, she takes a step back and looks at herself as if she is a.
Look, I don't want to go in on his life because that's not my agenda. That's not my agenda with any of this. That's not my agenda with any of this, you know. Y'all hit the like button. Support tonight's support today's show. My bad, y'all. Support today's show. Yeah. Women love evil. Shit get wicked, right? Y'all hit the like button. Support today's show. You can support at $PTV888. Support is much appreciated. $PTV888. 3 hours and 24 minutes into the show. You can support the show at $PTV888. Raven said that's obviously not a 30-year-old. If so, he's a fucking incel. Hate to say it. He got to be like 25, maybe 26. He said the phone doesn't tell women men are bad. People do. Right. He has to grow up. This guy grew up on social media. Because he's saying regular shit like people are people too. Yeah. I would think so. Yeah, I believe people are people. You know? And they have feelings too, man. All right, let's go.
Second person, which is why they call it second person perspective, and thinks, is that the right thing to do? This is the first point where it becomes obvious that consciousness is important, because a lot of people see things on their phones or on TV and it gives them a feeling, and then they see that feeling coming from others, and then they do something about that relationship. So they might begin treating somebody poorly because they saw something on their phone that made them feel like, well, if that's happening here, it must be happening here too. And it's not until you
But see, he's the same way. He's reacting to women reacting to stuff off their phone. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're right. They're just reacting to some shit off their phone. It is. Oh, man.
slow down enough to get to level 4 that you can take a step back and ask yourself, is this a valuable process? The way that level 4 typically functions is through conformity and agreement. I believe this is the wrong way to behave. I believe this is the wrong way to behave. Agreeing on what's right and wrong and creating a set of rules and following them can solve some of these earlier problems, but also there are an infinite number of ways to decide what is right and wrong. You can have this set of rules over here or this set of rules over here, and that's where level 5 comes in. Level 5 introduces objective observation as a value. Basically, okay, you guys think ABC is right, and you guys think XYZ is right. Well, let's figure out which one is better. And in order to do that, you have to take another step back into a third-person perspective. So again, the first 3 levels are all about me.
Bro, what the fuck? Like, why are you doing all of this, man? Why are you doing all of this? Damn, bro. Hoes mean that much. These hoes must mean that much to him, man. Yeah, they do talk about the opposite sexes if they're not human, man. Yeah, man. That shit crazy, Shannon. That's the fucked up part, Third. Some of our brothers do need help, though. I do recognize that. Because some of us are grown kids, you know. But nobody, what Third said, nobody's gonna hold a grown man's hand through life, especially a grown black man's hand. You want somebody to hold your hand through life as an adult, move back with your mom. Well, some people got instead of an inferiority complex, I will say this: some people got a superiority complex. And a lot of families, like I said, man, real families back in the day, men wasn't grown until they were 40, which was crazy enough. But everybody's family is different, you know, no matter where they are. I don't think this guy is an incel, but bruh, this goddamn, like he will take something very simple and make it completely complicated, and it's not that complicated. Doing too much, you know. What's going on, finance man? Bro, I was looking for your email. Let me know if you emailed me. I was looking for your email. You said let him make his money. You said he might need therapy. That's not being said in a joking manner. Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying. I said if he tasted a little bit of twat, this whole list will be different. And this is just dating. We didn't even get into relationships yet. But okay, let's let this go. All right. Okay, we back. My bad. Y'all drop something on the Wi-Fi fund. This Wi-Fi going in and out, y'all. All right, we should be back. All right, let's get back into it. We're gonna run it back a little bit. Let's get back into it.
Set of rules over here or this set of rules over here, and that's where level 5 comes in. Level 5 introduces objective observation as a value. Basically, okay, you guys think ABC is right, and you guys think XYZ is right. Well, let's figure out what is better. And in order to do that, you have to take another step back into a third-person perspective. So again, the first 3 levels are all about me, And then level 4 is if I was another person in my culture, how would I view my behavior? And then level 5 is another step back. If I was an alien or a stranger, how would I view my culture? This also enables you to view other cultures and sets of social norms. That's why it's global. It's the first time that you can go, oh, I get why they're like that, because they're from somewhere else. Level 5 has only really been around for a few hundred years, and it is basically where we get science and the assembly line and other forms of modern conveniences. Level 6 is where things get really fun. You might remember how it went for me. Level 5 is into objective observation, but level 6 recognizes the role of the perceiver. A different perceiver is going to equal a different perception. That brings in the fourth person perspective. So down at 1, you have me and my needs, the way I relate to others, and the way I get my way in my social situation. And then you take a step back. What does my behavior look to others around me? And what rules do we make about that? And then another step back. What would our set of rules look like to a different group of people? And then level 6, you step back again, and well, the way that you are looking is going to determine what it looks like. So when you look here, you'll see one thing, and when you look here, you'll see another. When you look here, you'll see a third thing because of who you are and where you came from. So there isn't really any to observe. Not being able to objectively observe can feel weird. Level 6 is society until 1960s America. So because the way that you're looking determines what you're going to see, that means there are multiple perspectives that are valid because we all have a unique personal subjective reality that's not observable to others. Basically, how do I know that the red that I see is the same as the red that you see? Maybe my red is your from the fourth person perspective.
This whole list, because I don't mind somebody coming up with a new formula or something like that, right? But this whole list is what if I see something different versus what if they see something different versus what if I see something different versus what if they see something different. It's like, yes, sir. People see different things. Right? Toya says shit make you give up and be alone. Exactly. Exactly. Like if you're making this list the crux of your life, bro, you better off alone. I never thought hard. Should never make you think this hard. This is ridiculous. All right, let's hear him finish this breaking down this list. This is nuts, y'all. Okay, so I know I'm not bugging.
There's no way to know. Level 6 is a really good example of why higher development is not always necessarily better. It is a very high degree of moral development, recognizing the
What you powering up, nigga? What are you Goku? Level 6.
validity of everyone's perspective. But let's say, for example, that there's a problem go down here. Let's say that this guy did something that is considered morally wrong and
All right, hold on. My bad, y'all. It's storming out here, so the Wi-Fi is going in and out. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm going through great lengths to bring y'all today's show. Y'all hit the like button, support today's show. Good morning. Hold on, y'all. All right, we back. Let's go.
Recognizing the validity of everyone's perspective. But let's say, for example, that there's a problem going on down here. Let's say that this guy did something that is considered morally wrong in this culture. But wait a minute, he says, that's how we do it where I'm from. So when level 6 goes crazy, they start saying things like, we can't make this guy follow these rules just because he's here. He has these rules where he's from. And who are you to judge which set of rules is better? We should recognize everybody's unique perspective. And that can and often does give people the idea, I guess I can just do whatever I want because who are you to judge? That's why we have problems like this. And yeah, some of these people are unfortunate, and that's sad, but some of them are just doing whatever they and have laws that don't distinguish between them because who are you to judge? So at this point, there is a slight break in the chart, and that's because we are moving up to second tier consciousness. And what that means is that level 7 is the first level that can understand and include all the previous ones. Level 6, they still insist that they're correct and no one else is. For example, at level 4, you might have a Christian church and a Muslim mosque next.
Hold on, it blanked out a little bit. Hold on, let me run that back a little bit. Run that back a little bit. He already lost me. Between him explaining shit, the camera moving, he already lost me. I'm trying to figure out who the hell is level 6. Who the fuck is level 6? Was somebody turned into a Super Saiyan? Who's level 6? You said you gets no free weed, my nigga. All right, we back. This is horrible, man. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like level 6. Who the fuck is level 6? Who you, Goku? You said to the woman that doesn't know who this guy is, that may potentially one day give him some coochie, please ration it out and don't. Yeah, man, he gonna get whipped real bad. These are the type of dudes that get whipped real bad. I'm following his thought pattern too, but it's hard with all these animations, man. He's scaring me, man.
Distinguish between them because who are you to judge? So at this point, there is this white break in the chart, and that's because we are moving up to second tier consciousness. And what that means is that level 7 is the first level that can understand and include all the previous ones. At level 6, they still insist that they're correct and no one else is. For example, at
Bro, just go get you some game, dog. What is this? Ain't nobody about to read all this shit. They just want some pussy.
Level 4, you might have a Christian church and a Muslim mosque next door arguing over who has the true faith.
And y'all niggas that swear up and down that the game don't mean nothing or it's not a real thing will swear that you have to do all of this just to get abroad. And come to me with that shit. And then do your little rusty ass live streams talking about some CUDA is wrong. The only model that I show you guys on Player Talk Radio to be preemptive and to get a bunch of women is the progression model. I just tell you guys the order that seduction goes in. I give y'all the tools to seduce a bitch. And half them shits y'all already know anyway. I never do no shit like this. I got a book with a guy that goes deep in on this topic called Me How. And he talks about micro loops and all kinds of different stuff. You know what I'm saying? He talks about micro loops and different like avenues of conversations that you can get into. You know, basically talking about what you want to talk about, not really what she talking about. Right? And it's not even that complicated like this. It's really not even that complicated. Let me see if I can find this progression model. Okay. This is a show that I did back in 2020. These are the footnotes from the show. 10 tips and tools from Player Talk Radio. Number 1, paint a reasonable scenario. Give her an incentive to be attracted to you. For example, if she helped you do something small, let her know that it means a lot to you and she really did a good deed, and that you insist on getting lunch or going out to getting drinks. Women constantly pat themselves on the back by doing simple shit. So you do the same and add character to attraction by teasing playfully and complimenting her. Oh my God, look at you. You're so helpful. You must get all the boys, right? Just making, you know, a joke out of it, right? It says, or you could say, either you must really like me or just helpful by nature. Either way, I like you. You're a good spirited person. Those are hard to find. Those are hard to find these days. So you got to say things that will flatter her, you know, or you could say, you just earned some major points with me. Are you always helpful, or am I just lucky? You know what I'm saying? So play with those responses. That was information that I gave y'all back in 2020. Number 1. Look how that's rocket fuel, bro. That's rocket fuel. Nigga, that little spat that I just told you to tell her after she done helped you out with something small obliterates everything on his list. Number 2, I said multi-thread, giving y'all some game. I said don't ask questions with no intent behind it. With no intent behind them. Each questions you ask has to have deadly intentions. Each question you have has to have a conversation for, or know the depth of convo that you're initiating. An extreme middle and end. Number 3, ask open-ended questions. Let her tell you all the vital info and teach you how to catch her. Women's favorite topics are themselves, and that's what you want. Also, use discernment. Express your curiosity while asking, and then ask your question, or say, oh, really? So, and then you ask your question. Number 4, don't be afraid to make bold statements here and there. Usually accuse a woman of something playfully. Oh, damn, you're one of those girls. When you ask her a question playfully while laughing and say, I'm judging. She tells you she's a Pisces, say, oh, no wonder. You got to say little remarks like that. And I said sometimes put your attractiveness for her in the past. You say, you know what? I used to like cute girls like you when I was in high school, but then I got older and realized they play games, or they play games too, or trouble. Why does every girl say that they're not the same? You know, like say bold statements. You know that probably even goes against what she's talking about. You know, another one I put here was, I mean, you like me, you're just acting. Like if she acting like she's not attracted to you and she's just playing a game, tell her, I know you like me, you're just acting dumb right now. Say something stupid. Number 5, storytelling. Tell her a cool, funny story about you. Learn storytelling and pick up books on it to get her interested in you. Stories can be made to paint you in a good light and make you more relatable, and that builds character and content. Number 6, cold reading. I got man, I put everything out there. You don't need to be, man, look, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Here, give me 1 second, Joe.
Faith. But at level 6, we can all get along. We just need more understanding, when that's not what either of those groups wants. So even if level 6 says that they're about equality, they're saying we all need to be equal even if we don't want to. And it's not until level 7 that we understand how to actually give each previous level what it wants to have so that they can live in harmony. At level 7, this fourth-person perspective gets expanded through time, which creates awareness of the self as a history of your own experience. At level 6, everyone has their own view, and so who's to say who's right and who's wrong? But at level 7, you take yet another step back and you realize that that unique view didn't come from nowhere. It developed over time, and everybody else is developing over time. So at level 6, because we are all the same, everybody belongs wherever. But at level 7, since we know we all change over time, people belong where they fit the best. So for example, does this behavior fit here? If not, then it has to go where it belongs. And if it does, then we can all learn something new from it. That's why I called it harmonize, because it's no longer about radical inclusiveness. It's about recognizing interrelated systems and how they are either synergistic or clashing. Radical relativism and radical inclusiveness, they sound nice, but they do create a lot of clash.
Yeah, he creating a complex in a lot of young men with this shit. I don't get it. Because he's telling y'all everything wrong about women and what they do and all this other stuff, but he's not even giving y'all no type of leverage or no type of nothing you can say. He's not giving y'all no type of real information and wherewithal on how to really talk or really get something done or get what y'all want out of it. He's not giving y'all. This nigga talking about radicalism. Nigga, what are you talking about? This is the dangers of adding too much logic to trying to get women. You start going off in the weeds and shit. Start talking about Kangaskhan and all this other weird shit. Listen, it is not that hard, bro. You're going to crash and burn in a couple of conversations. So the fuck what? Damn. Y'all don't have to talk about this shit. Go read Rollo Tomasi get into all of this shit too. Rollo already gave us this. God damn.
People who are at level 7 tend to naturally recognize
level 7
development without studying this chart or any of the stuff it came from. And it's pretty fun to see. I asked one of my life coaching clients a question, and he said, well, a little while ago, I would have answered it like this. And before then, I would have even answered it like that. And maybe a few years ago, I would have answered it like this. But now, and so he told me all about his development through the levels as his answer to the question. As far as I know, there is not yet any large collection of people at level 7. You can find a lot of these people in San Francisco, and you can find a lot of these people in New York, and you can find a lot of these people in Alabama, and so on. So let me know if you think that you're up at this level. I'm trying to build a time army so we can all get together and work on all this from up here.
Of course he did.
And I'm not really sure if these numbers are accurate. I get more confident the lower it goes, but I know I enjoy meeting them because their ability to naturally balance and synergize things and put everything where it belongs means that they're going to be instrumental in solving a lot of the problems caused by the previous levels. The levels get more difficult to explain the higher they go. You may have noticed there's a lot of words here. And level 8 is pretty rare. I don't meet a lot of people who are stably at it, and even when I do, I don't think they spend a lot of their time there. So level 8 appears when you take another step back from this, and we are now witnessing ourselves change over time in the moment. As you behave, as you think and feel, new parts of you emerge from the ether. That's what it means to be construct aware. It means that you're watching your own mind construct itself as you
That's the
go.
fucked up part. They think players are magicians and shit like that. It's like, bro, I'm not. I'm actually not a magician, bro. I am not David Copperfield, bro. I just be chilling. I'm not a fucking magician. This nigga got a archetype called magician. Let's see what magician is, y'all. And I'm gonna read it in a movie man voice. Deep psychological process ruled over universal principles, identifies as the story that the self tells about that the self tells itself about itself using its experiences, and words or chapters, aware of how intentions attempt to manifest themselves. I'm not reading this shit. Doing too much, man. You're doing way too much. And not getting the most out. You're doing way too much. He talks like MOT. Like MOT will make a stupid ass title, and niggas will eat that shit up. He'll be like, their preferences don't affect us. This is why we must stop them. Okay, nigga, first of all, who is they? And what do you mean their preferences? Can you give an example? And us? Us? We got to stop somebody? The fuck y'all talking about? Man, if you don't watch the content like everybody else and go on about y'all day. Raven said MOT ain't getting no pussy, man. We know this. You know, we know this. But God damn. Bruh, this nigga got a Hoe Maths is throwing me off, bro. The math goes beyond hoes, y'all. It goes beyond hoes.
So at level 8, you can see all these different parts of yourself kind of coming out to play. For example, you could look at an image of a donut or a donut sitting on a plate, and you can go, I'm feeling many things right now. I'm feeling hunger for the donut because it's good, but I'm also feeling a sense of guilt from one time that I ate a whole box of donuts that were not meant for me, and then somebody gave me social punishment and shame for that, and I also got a stomachache because I ate too many. I'm recalling that.
This is whole logic is Game Changer evolved. You did. Shout outs to Brian Will. I'm glad everybody done picked up on what I've been picked up on and making Game Changer references when it comes to this guy, because that's exactly why I was mentioning Game Changer earlier. He said if Game Changer lives in the basement, this guy's in the attic, both expressing their weirdness, right, man? This is ridiculous, man. I would like to go on his show and talk to him. We'll take a look at that. Some guy came on his show, and this guy's like a attractive dude, like a body language expert, and he's like a quote unquote attractive dude. So that should make interesting content for black pilled people that believe that it's all about looks, money, and status and all this other weird shit. You know, this guy seems to be the better of the litter. You know what I'm saying? Because who we had before on the come up, y'all? We had Face and LMS, who claimed to look like a mule in the face or whatever, even though that still ties in with strong bone structure. Not really genetics, but strong bone structure. Either way. We had Face and LMS. And y'all don't get it. Two ugly people make good-looking kids. I hate to say it. Go look at Zendaya's mother and father. I've seen ugly people make some beautiful kids. Like you look at the mother and the father, like, ooh, but okay, you know. But or that other girl, I don't think it was Zendaya. I don't know who it was, but anyway, we had Face and LMS. Then he got weird. He probably got a girlfriend right now, so them niggas probably ain't fucking with him. Who's the other guys that be over there be talking that blue pill shit? What happened to Base Pluto? Is he still doing stuff? He's actually pretty cool. But then you have what's the newer guy? Wheat Waffles. What happened to him? He got too weird. He kept talking about AI girlfriends and stuff like that. So they probably gonna venture away from him. So now you got this guy that looks like he's doing well. He got over 147K subs, and he's taking the mantle. And it looked like the black pill people are gravitating towards him because they didn't get enough bullshit from Face and LMS. They didn't get enough bullshit from the other guy. There's another guy, and then they didn't get enough BS from Wheat Waffles and whomever. So now they got a grip to this guy, which is letting them know that the shit that they were thinking about yesteryear wasn't working. And just kept them indoors. And just kept them jumping from content creator to content creator that's going to literally say the same shit. Notice he never said go outside and see for yourself. He never says what anybody that's honest would say, like, yo, all right, you know, this could be rubbish. Go outside and see for yourself. And if it's different, come back and share it so we can all learn. Nope. I mean, if you life coaching people, you know, shit, I should do some damn consultations at this point. $30. $30 a consultation. $30 an hour. I'll give you some real game. And it'll be specific to what y'all got going on. At this point, he says TikToks, that's what's up. I think the one that Kai Cenat had on the show was a lookalike. All right, let's go.
That memory as I look at this, and it's influencing what I want to do.
Trying to figure out why, what does any of this shit got to do with a donut? I get the analogy that you're feeling guilt and all this other stuff and blah, 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 but bruh, come on, man.
So now that I'm aware of all that going on in me, do I want to listen to it or not? Do I want to be the kind of person who just has a donut anyway because I'm an adult and I can do what I want? And it might sound silly when you're talking about.
And it goes back to what I've been telling you in the beginning. He's stuck in his head. If this ain't the most stuck in your head type shit you've ever heard, like, come on now. He's stuck in his head. Stuck in his head. God damn.
Donuts, but imagine that this is something like global politics or even an interpersonal relationship. Like, yeah,
Why?
I saw this on my phone and it gave me a feeling.
Why?
And I'm aware of where that feeling is in myself, and I'm aware that I'm projecting it onto this person, and I'm aware of my impulse for what I should do about it, and I'm aware.
See, it's the same shit that MOT does. Equate politics back to women and shit. Boy, if you don't just go find somebody and stop becoming a problem for everybody else. What the fuck does your girl got to do with politics? Baby, did you take the chicken out tonight? At what point do politics come in? Oh my God.
Aware of what my culture says I should do about it. And then all of that is wrapped up in objective observation and the story of who I am and how I got here over time and how I'm viewing the event because of my personal history. Do you see how that gives you a lot more power to change your behavior in situations like this?
No.
Imagine if more
No, I don't.
people
I don't.
could see something and then see their own reaction to it instead of just reacting, and then know where that reaction comes from in terms of their history and their culture. Think how much more power that would give us not to just react in the moment. That's why
you should go outside and understand how you react to things in the real world so then you can correct it, or at least get on the road to correcting it, or become familiar with it to not react the same way that you used to react to it. That's why you're supposed to learn this in your youth, so when you get older it doesn't become a problem because you're used to it. And you can look back and be like, damn, when I was young, I used to react that way to it until I matured and grew up, and now I react this way to it. So he probably came up copying, I don't know if he copied off or listening to Face LMS and all these other cats. Don't draw about it, bro. Go do something about it. Let's go.
Should be thinking about thinking. Anyway, level 9 is very hard to describe. I do think that I spend some time up at this level, and the way that it feels to me is like all I'm doing ever is watching and wishing, and that's all I've ever been doing. At these first 3 levels, you are the main character, and at level 4, you understand everyone is their own main character. And then you understand that everyone's watching a different show because everyone is a different show, and that show is constantly evolving and changing over time. And at level 8, you're just watching the show happen. You're not even identified with being the show anymore. You're just watching yourself be. So when my mind is up here, it's like, okay, I'm seeing myself.
He's having an episode right now. Like, he's stuck in his head. Remember when I first started this show, I said he's stuck in his head. I'm really good at reading, y'all. Y'all should really fuck with me, man. Y'all hit the like button. 4 hours and 3 minutes into today's show. Good morning to some, almost the afternoon for others, man. Y'all hit the like button, man. Taking y'all into y'all day, giving y'all some really good game, y'all. This guy is stuck in his head. And this is a problem that plagues a lot of men. Don't think that you know that you're the only one. This happens with all of us. I've lost so many women being stuck in my head, y'all. Trust me. Too many guys are using logic and math trying to get women, and they don't understand what's going on. They don't understand that if I don't know, bro, and I'm on the internet and I can see this, you'd be hard pressed to realize women can see this too. You got a bunch of good sisters in the building here.
Seeing.
You have a bunch of good sisters in the building here that's literally saying, why though? Why is he doing this? Why is he doing that? And I want to speak to the sisters in the building. Listen, do y'all see the foolishness men? I know y'all have seen all kinds of foolishness men entertain. I know y'all have seen it and heard it all. Y'all been in these spaces for a while. Look at the lengths. Look at the lengths dudes are going to. You have an eyeball, the number 8, and pink scribbled around it, a donut. I don't know if that's a 7 or whatever the hell that is. And you have a number 6. You got all these numbers and squiggles and lines and all that. What is this nigga doing? But it's not just him. I can't just blame him. It's other dudes too. And this is how dudes think. And to tell you the truth, man, fellas, I'm going to tell y'all, man, all the money that goes into like makeup, all of the money that goes into like feminine products and things and all kinds of different stuff. Women are supposed to come off mysterious. You know what I'm saying? They're supposed to come off as mysterious. At least. They're supposed to come off as somewhat mysterious. You know what I'm saying? Somewhat, of an enigma. Men of yesteryear knew this. This is kind of why we'll watch a woman damn near butt naked, twerk and do all that other shit, but she gives up her allure when she does that. She gives up the mysteriousness about that. And a lot of those women too that dress or walk around or carry themselves like that,
It's funny that you see them get on here and they try to talk about like attention and stuff like that, but they got superficial attention. Them women never got real attention. I'm talking about real attention. I'm talking about hard attention. I'm talking about, you know, a guy's interested in you because he keeps looking at you and he's undressing you with his eyes. How can a guy keep looking at you and undress you with his eyes if you already damn near naked? You take away attention by damn near being naked. You don't get hard attention from that man because guess what? You don't get hard attention from him because guess what? He's not spending extra time really looking at you and paying attention to details and stuff like that because the details are already done. You know? The clothing kind of backfires on you. Obviously, you never seen a guy that's like, damn, you know, I really want to get to know Meg Thee Stallion. You know, I saw her wearing this beautiful dress and it complimented her skin and she had nice jewelry and other. No, her ass was out. And then to really take the outfit not to the next level, but oh, she's twerking. Oh, she's belligerent. She's rapping and opening her mouth, and when she opens her mouth, she's saying some crazy shit. Oh, there's nothing left to the imagination. So you're not even getting like the full benefit of the attention that you want. This is why it's even worse when you get into the realm. That's why I dropped that video about the trick and the boyfriend experience. How a lot of women want the boyfriend experience from tricks now. Well, I mean, if he had something to think about and if he thought about you in a different way and you gave him a different avenue to explore who you are just off of looks, not even having a conversation with you, he would bust it open and bust open the bag and have more with you. And actually, to tell you the truth, he would be more interested, even though it's goofy on both ends, he would be more interested. Because some tricks are, you know, if the girl wants him to have a boyfriend experience, you know, it'll be beneficial for him as a trick to look at her and wink and give her a nice little devilish smile and be like, now, you know, I can't do that. That's against the game. Man, that bitch gonna be wrapped up all over you that you told her that shit. That shit gonna fuck with her for years. This nigga gave you a devilish smile, winked at you, and said, now you know I can't do that. Didn't even give you an explanation why, but y'all both know why. Man, I'm giving y'all some good ass game on today's show, man. Y'all better be soaking this up. Y'all better be soaking this up. You better soak this up. I'll put this shit on private real quick. Soak it up. I'm gonna have to do a Patreon dump. Y'all better soak this up while it's here. You ain't soaking up nothing from this list. But let me give y'all the game though while we at it though, right? If you really gave that man something to really look forward to, he would give you the boyfriend experience. He would give you the boyfriend experience. If y'all like really gave him like you know, if you really stimulated his imagination and he thought elsewhere, if you take his mind elsewhere with what you got going on, he would give you the boyfriend experience. Half the time, y'all not even gonna like the nigga after he start giving you the boyfriend experience because in the back of your head, yeah, no, that's not what y'all really supposed to be doing, whether you receiving instructions or not. Women want to be loved, but kind of nonchalantly nowadays. So, fellas, you have to have some game. You got to be tactful, man. You got to be preemptive. If you fall in love with her or whatever, or you giving her the love that she claims to want on her terms, make it seem like it was her idea, not yours. That way you can be in control, just in case something goes wrong, because something can go wrong in a relationship and she's losing attraction for you. And let's say you're not done with the relationship, or you don't want her to lose no attraction for you, even though y'all know y'all started off on some goofy shit. You in control of how much attraction she can lose for you. Even though how it starts or where it goes, that loss of attraction is inevitable. You understand what I'm saying? Some people, their relationships are doomed from the start, but they click so well that they can delay it. You dig what I'm saying? You can delay it. And some people may delay it for a multitude of reasons. This is why you're seeing a bunch of women break up with their nigga like 6-7 years later. Yeah, you guys have been together for a long time, even prior before marriage or something like that, right? But y'all been delaying shit for so long and sticking together for so long. It's like, damn, you done fucked around and might as well just stay together. Because some people, what they do is they'll pick a whole relationship, or not even, it's situational. They'll be in a relationship and they'll be delaying some shit until the shit that they really want comes along, and then they're not even in the shape. Their relationship then took a toll on them. They're not even in the shape to you know what I'm saying? They're not even in the shape to take advantage of the thing that they claim that they wanted or what they was waiting for initially. You know? So I want to see this nigga's chart on a goddamn relationship, because a relationship, bro, man, you about to erase all this shit. A bitch gonna get in a relationship with Hoe Math and give this nigga an etch a sketch. Here you go, nigga. It's a big ass etch a sketch. Shake that up.
My history and where I came from and what I'm like and what I do, which is made of all this stuff, all the memories and habits from the lower levels. I'm watching myself, observing my emergence over
And she don't give a flying fuck about none of this shit.
time, interacting with the present moment. I know where I'm from and what that has made me like, and I know what's happening now, and I'm watching them come together, and I'm looking at myself, looking
These dudes, and let me tell y'all something about these dudes. I don't know why they talking about dating, bro. You know what these dudes need? Some of these dudes, this is the problem with today's generation, and I'm glad that everybody's here so I could tell y'all, because y'all actually get a bunch of game from Player Talk Radio. Y'all don't get no game like this from these other stations. All y'all do is get some weird entertainment and stuff like that that's gonna land y'all back in the same spot that y'all in. Listen to what I'm telling y'all. Y'all heard this from DJ Kuda, right? I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit. This dude right here, he's overdue for a girlfriend. He needs a girlfriend. Like a successful date won't even help this nigga. He needs a girlfriend. These are dudes that are overdue for a girlfriend. This guy needs a girlfriend. The only thing that can fix this shit that he got going on right here is a girlfriend. He needs a girlfriend that will pay attention to him, and one that will at least make him feel like she understands him. I don't know what it is about dudes, and I talk to you guys about this all the time. I said the same thing with Austin Holloman. I said the same thing with a bunch of people. Some of these guys don't function right until they get themselves a little girlfriend. He needs a girlfriend. This guy right here needs himself a girlfriend. That's the only thing that's gonna stop. That's the only thing that's gonna stop this shit. He needs a girlfriend. All right. Give me 1 second. Let me plug in my phone, my laptop, so it can charge. Listen to what I'm saying. This guy, he wants a girlfriend, and he really needs a girlfriend. All right. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button on the way in. You can support the show. You can support the show at $PTV888. That is $PTV888. Let me know y'all rocking with me the way I'm rocking with y'all. 4 hours and 15 minutes into today's show. You can support the show at $PTV888. That is $PTV888. That is $PTV888. I want y'all to understand, when dudes get like this, I want y'all to take a pause. I want y'all to take a step back. And I want y'all to be like, oh, okay, nigga, you need a girlfriend. You need a girlfriend where you could talk about this whole list to. You could show her this list. You could show her, tell her some of your darkest secrets. You could talk about all of this stuff. She could see your pink drawings and stuff like that. You just need a girlfriend. He just needs a girlfriend that understands him. He wants a girlfriend that understands him, which a lot of dudes that get this deep into the into the shit does. You know, it's no different. He need himself a little girlfriend. You said no one has time for that renovation. This is the thing though. Shatera. This is the thing though. The crazy part though. The crazy part behind all of this, right? The crazy part behind all of this is that the only person that can deal with this is a girlfriend. For real, man. Listen, if you're a man and you have men friends, niggas ain't gonna sit around and niggas gonna tell you, look, just go talk to a bitch. We're gonna take you to the mall so you can go talk to a bitch. Because this is ridiculous. Niggas ain't gonna, your boys ain't gonna sit around for this. Ain't nobody gonna sit around for this. Realistically, the only person that can sit around for this shit is a girlfriend or somebody that has some type of interest in them that will sit there and listen to this. Men often think that when we start saying, hey, you know what, I'm going to become a pickup artist or I'm going to teach dudes how to get women. A lot of dudes think they're going to attract women like that when in actuality, they're just going to attract a whole bunch of niggas. And unfortunately, when you do something like this and you get into the depths of this shit, because this ain't Hoe Math. This is his math. This ain't Hoe Math. The only person that will listen to this is somebody that's interested in him and that would just hear him talk for hours. And that's his girlfriend. Because ain't no nigga, not even your friends, about to stick around and look at all your doodling. He's just doodling. Doodling. He's doodling, y'all. When men get like this, they need a girlfriend. Trust me. When I was hearing Austin Holloman rant and talk about all the stuff that he wants from women, I was like, oh, you need a girlfriend, bro. But he wants to talk to hoes. So if you look at it now he's juggling. Now he's juggling whatever broad and jumping from country to country. I don't know about spending 4 days in one country and then putting out a video talking about dating in Romania and should you date. You haven't even been in Romania long enough to. Anyway, that's something for another day. Shout outs to Austin Holloman. But this guy just needs a girlfriend. Trust me. The more this goes on, you're going to be like, yeah, I think you're right. Check it out.
Looking at that. And so how you do the looking is what's important at this level. It's like, what are you looking at? I think you need to be looking at this part right now. I think you need to be looking at this function in your life. Maybe you're looking from here when you should be looking from here. So it's like what I'm watching is watching itself. And again, here you would be watching your personal needs, and here you would be watching the reactions of others, and here you would be watching your situation that you're in, and here you would be watching what others expect from you, and here you would be watching observable reality, and here you'd be watching where you're from to know how you interpret things, and here you'd be watching what are all your habits and pieces of you put together, and how are they interpreting your reality, and here you'd be watching those habits and pieces coming together.
He doesn't even watch how weird he's coming off and how weird he sounds. He doesn't even realize that on the first date, nobody's thinking about all of that shit unless that's the information that you want to give up on the first date. He doesn't even realize that on the first date, you're in representative mode. No matter how hard you try to be real with somebody, your representative is talking to their representative. None of this matters till after you fuck, probably. Because even after then, that don't matter. But anyway, keep on.
Together in the moment and sometimes being surprised by what they do. And then here I feel a responsibility for knowing where to watch those things, if that makes any sense. So yeah, that's this chart and how it works, the levels part of it anyway. The rest of it I'll get into another time. And if you want to move up the levels, the best way to do that is just sit with your thoughts and think about them and figure out where they come from. Here's another example of what that looks like. So sometimes I worry that my little scribbly drawings are kind of embarrassing to show to
I literally gave y'all the game before he showed all of this shit, and literally summarized everything he said before he went around the world just to get back to what I said in the beginning. He's in his head. Now y'all see a fucking big ass brain. This nigga done drew a brain and saying thinking about things. He doesn't, this is how far your delusion as a man can take you. He doesn't even believe it. I bet you if I was to tell him, bro, you're thinking too much and you're in your head, it's like pulling teeth. He won't agree. This is what happens when a man is so wrapped up in what he's talking about and in his conviction. He's not going to see it. And he drew it. So he could physically see, okay, bro, I'm in my head, bro. I'm thinking a little too much. I'm overthinking. This is overthinking. Explained. Women aren't even thinking like this. Women are like, damn, I just asked you to buy me a drink, bro. It's cool. I'll go buy one myself and go talk to whoever I want to talk to, because it seems like you like talking to yourself. Yeah, I heard he blew up on TikTok. What's going on, No Cupcake? TikTok is Neverland, bro. TikTok is Neverland. Kids blow up on TikTok. That's why I call it Neverland. Kids blow up on TikTok. North, Kanye's daughter blow up on TikTok. Fucking I was about to say if she was younger, Hannah Montana. Kids blow up on TikTok, bro. TikTok is for kids, man. And feminists and all kinds of weird shit. TikTok ain't for no serious dude. The serious dudes get kicked off of TikTok and go to Rumble. TikTok is Neverland, y'all.
200,000 people. So why am I feeling the embarrassment? Well, I guess I'm worried that it's going to have some kind of a negative impact on me. What kind of negative impact would it have? Well,
and then this is the fucked up part. This is the funny part. He's up here. Yeah, that's recently. Yeah, I'm about to get into that. I don't think he was a pickup artist though. And plus, I'm very wary of dudes calling themselves pickup artists nowadays, because them dudes don't know what they're talking about neither. Because they weren't around for the golden age. They were just they were just around. You know what I'm saying? But we'll get into that also. But I don't think the dude was a pickup artist. But first of all, we're living in a great day and age. We're living in a great day and age, right? Where an incel can be a superstar. So, and they don't have any, they're on the internet. They don't really have any real friends. And if they claim to be black pill, that should be freeing them, if that's the thing. I can see if you claim to be an incel, not black pill, because the black pill got taken over by fuck niggas, but that should be freeing. The black pill is freeing. Who's gonna judge you? Who are you really trying to impress? You see, back in the day when we were in high school or we had certain things going on, you know, it literally was a village. It literally was classmates. It literally was people around you observing you. But now that you're an adult male, who the fuck gonna laugh at you? Realistically, who gonna laugh at you if something goes wrong? Your homeboys? They incels too. Who gonna laugh at you? These dudes are in their heads more than ever. Like, who's literally gonna clown you and laugh at you? Some niggas you don't know that you shouldn't even care about in the first place. You claim to be black pilled, so you shouldn't care about them in the first place. This is crazy. Yeah, they're calling him the king of the incels now. Yeah. All right, let's get it.
Well, I guess maybe people would not like my channel or might say some bad things about me because I don't have more sophisticated graphic processes. Well, why would it be so bad if that happened? Well, then I might lose out on opportunities that I could otherwise have if I had better looking graphics. Well, how do you know you would lose out on
And I
those
don't think he's an
opportunities?
incel. I think he has.
That's a good
I
question
think he
because
has.
so far I've been doing pretty good with my scribbly whatever this is.
I think he has some types of. I think every so often he gets success with women. He even got a chakra chart. That's funny as hell. The only discrepancy I got about him is that, you know, I mean, he did a good job of formulating what goes on in his head, because maybe that might be going on in other dudes' heads and stuff like that. So definitely he got a lot of content value out of what he's talking about, but he's in his head too much, and anybody could see that or could at least talk about it. And again, he belongs to a part of the group of dudes that are using too much logic to try and get women.
So then if you don't have any evidence that you're going to lose out on opportunities because you're doing this, then what's wrong with it? Okay, I guess problem solved. I can do this for now. And that's why I called this level complete.
All right, I hope you enjoyed this presentation on levels. I will do another one that's going to be
The crazy part, though, is that he's consulting with other guys that are stuck in their heads also. And I mean, I don't think he offers them a solution on how to get the hell up out of their head. I don't think he's offered them a solution on how to get up out of their head, man.
Attractive girls are usually more into average looking guys.
This is a great time to talk about.
And she's correct about that.
The dual mating strategy.
He thinks tens get with tens. That's the messed up part about a lot of y'all that only deal with the scale of 1 to 10. They be like, oh, tens date tens. Y'all be thinking pairs are pairs for real in real life. That's the funny part.
Girl's about half right because she's only talking about half of dating, the long-term half. In long-term dating, men and women care about different things. Men care about looks and personality, and women care less about looks and more about, I don't know how to draw the universe, so I drew a galaxy. In long-term dating, men and women care about different things. Men care about half right because she's only talking about half of dating, the long-term half.
That's not true. A lot of attractive women will get a gang of average dudes just to even fuck or what are you talking? Okay, go ahead.
In long-term dating, men and women care about different things. Men care about looks and personality, and
women will get with a bunch of women will date a bunch of average dudes, and before they get into a long-term relationship, then probably get one honorary pretty boy or dude that's a little bit above average. So that's cap. That's super cap right there, but let's go.
Women care less about looks and more about, I don't know how to draw the universe, so I drew a galaxy. The other day, I did a video about
women actually nowadays care a little bit more about looks more than they did of yesteryear. So that's cap. Due to the internet, she can see you. Whereas back in the day, she would have to hear your voice, and then your look would have to kind of match your voice. That was the game women played of yesteryear. That's the game they played. That's where the whole saying, men tell lies and women wear makeup came from. Cap.
19-year-old girl who wrote herself a 30-page user manual.
Yeah, fighter, I'm about to do the same thing, man. Maybe that's what we need to do. We need to poorly draw and talk shit. Shout outs to Fighter Complex 7 in the building. What's going on, player? We need to draw and talk shit, bro.
Manual for men to decide if they're good enough for her. Check it out. In short-term dating, men and women care about a different set of things. Men barely care about looks at all. We will go home.
That's cap. That's cap. Some of the most attractive women I've dated them for the shortest time. Cap.
With anything.
And I've seen the same thing from other dudes. Man, it was at one point I dated so many beautiful girls in a short span of time. It was hard for me to prove it. Unless you were like literally around me
or been to a party that I took some of these girls, or see me in the vicinity with some of these girls, you would know. Because you right on to the next girl. I got friends like that too that are players. They date a lot of beautiful women, and then when they settle down, they'll settle down with like an average chick, or like a regular looking chick, but she got like a booty or something. You know, she come with the tricks, or she good with money or something like that. So that's cap. That's cap. Let's go.
As long as you are low investment. Women, on the other hand, care about looks a lot in short-term dating, and I'm not sure if there's anything else. If you know another thing,
That's not true. That is definitely not true.
me know. She makes 4 main points. She says attractive girls are into average guys, and that's only true here and not here. She says guys are more into looks than girls, and that's also only true here and not here. She says
the fuck. I'm gonna make a graph. I'm gonna make a graph of my opinion, and hopefully it makes it more right. All right. 4 hours and 32 minutes into the show. Y'all hit the like button. Support today's show. Support today's show. You can support today's show via Super Chat, via PayPal, or via Cash App. Let's go.
men are insecure because their girlfriends are attractive. That's pretty true. I think we're all kind of worried that you're going to trade up for one of these reasons. And number 4, she says women get so excited for the bare minimum. I don't know how to put a percentage on this, but it's not 100%. Here's how this works. Women say that the bar is low.
Why you got to put a percentage on it? Again, using too much logic and math, trying to get women. And the funny part about a lot of these niggas is that they have the nerve to not even play chess, or don't know how to play chess. They have the nerve to not be in certain sports that requires a high level of logic. Because you're going to reach a level of logic if you're going to use logic. If you're going to, there's a level of logic that will tell you you're not supposed to use logic. Logic will tell you, don't use me to get bitches. It's not going to work. So maybe people aren't as smart as you think they are. Because it comes a point where logic tells you, hey, bruh, me and her don't mix. Me and you mix. Me and her, no, don't do that. Logic will tell you that. I guess logic hasn't gotten to everybody.
They say the bar is on the floor, and then men say, I would put in so much effort for you, and then women say, ew. And then we have to go, oh, I should have known I was below the floor. I'll just go throw myself in the garbage. I don't think this ratings chart is based
He said he gonna throw himself in the garbage over women. Stop.
entirely on looks. I think this is how men see women.
Look at this. Look at this weird scale of 1 to 10. Bro, you're still using a scale of 1 to 10? I'm not telling y'all not to follow nobody, but bruh, if you're talking about dating, like the scale of 1 to 10 is like sold 2014, bro. You're still using a scale of 1 to 10? Anybody that's still using a scale of 1 to 10 and they're talking about dating, bro, anything they say is inadmissible, bro. Unless they're explaining something to somebody, and I know this is the only scale that he's using. He's not using a scale of 1 to 30. He's not using the scale of 1 to 20. Not using that scale. The best scale is the scale of 1 to 30. All right, let's go.
Overall, and this is how women see men overall. You're just not very satisfied with the vast majority of us. And that does worry us quite a bit because
women are not very satisfied with the vast majority of men. That's not stopping them from having kids. That's not stopping them from having kids. UFO Kamikaze said he smashed in the triple digits before 15 years of marriage to an 8 in her prime. I know that's not much experience, but I'm trying. Now, that's a lot of experience, man. Because some of them experiences gave you the game to keep that 8, especially in her prime. You could be single, talking, showing us a doodle that you drew. You know what I'm saying? Instead of showing us the latest girl that you're dating at the moment, he come up with the newest drawing. Damn, what's your latest drawing, bro? This is ridiculous. All right, let's go.
We know that you all have a device in your pocket that has 14,000 guys on it who are thinking about you like that.
Nigga thinks she got 14,000 guys at her beck and call. Women got a lot of dudes at they beck and call, but not the way y'all think they do. And what does that got to do with you? Listen, I gave y'all the game so many times in this live stream, so many times before, and I'm about to do it again. Y'all hit the like button, subscribe, and support today's show. I gave y'all the game. I'm out here donating blood and shit. Mosquitoes eating my ass up. I gave y'all the game, dog. None of that shit means a damn thing. It don't mean anything. It don't mean anything. Up here worried about the dudes in her phone. You need to worry about getting out of your head. Some of y'all dudes be worried about who in her phone more than she does. She telling this nigga, all right, yeah, hit me up tomorrow or call me some other time. I'm out right now. And you sitting up there geeking over the nigga that's in her phone and shit. Worried about her options more than your options. Instead of enjoying your turn.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, this is the new zones chart. It is replacing the old zones chart. This one is pretty much fully fleshed out as usual. If you can find something that I missed, please let me know, but I think I got it all. This is a chart that is divided into the way that men categorize women and the way that women categorize men. Men have one set of values. Men add up what we think about your looks, your personality.
Not all men think like this. And how the hell are you going to know what her personality is or have a good judge of her personality when you're not talking to her? God.
We subtract how much availability you're giving to other men. And
how are you going to subtract that when you don't know that? Keepers, sleepers, and sweepers.
And here I drew a cabinet, which is the male version of the galaxy, because there are other things that can make women more and less valuable to men, but it's not very much. These many, many things can make a big difference, a big impact on how women like.
No, that shit makes a big impact on dudes too. I would say if not more on dudes than women. Because y'all don't get as much opportunities as women do. And the opportunities that you guys do get is wrapped up in her opportunities. Come on, man.
Men, but over here it's not that big of an impact.
Please know what we're talking about.
So this is basically the way that men decide how much they value you. And then once we decide from the best I can get to the worst I'll take where we're going to put you, you kind of end up in one of these boxes. And it can be pretty hard to leave. In order to do that,
No, that's off. That's off. The best I can get is not always in keepers. Sometimes the best you can get is for that night. So that's off. And why is there a ring there? And if you're looking at the best, if you're looking at it as the best I can get, and you're saying, okay, that's girlfriend zone. That's not always the best you can get, but for the time being, that's probably the best you can get to entertain you and what you got going on. Oh God, never mind.
You would have to either improve your looks or your personality or get rid of the male attention that you have in your life. And you're not going to really be able to do it with this. If this isn't cutting it for us, this is a big lesson that a lot of women need to learn. You can't overcome lack in this.
Bruh, if you're not attracted to her, you're not attracted to her. There is no, this ain't cutting it for us. All right, I mean,
apartment by wearing a t-shirt that he likes or picking up a hobby that he likes. That's why it's a cabinet. It's very, very small. It makes a small impact. If your cabinet is perfect for the man that you want, it might give you half a point to a point. This is really most of it. Women, on the other hand, they have two sets of criteria that they evaluate men on. They have good guy stuff and bad boy stuff. And this is one of the reasons that there's
no, actually, none of that shit matters to them. They just, who is this guy and what's he doing? And really, who is he? How does he make me feel? What am I picking up off of him? They really, I assure you, they're not looking at this is where you're using too much logic to try to get women. They're not looking at you. They're not looking at you as if you're the good guy or the bad guy. It kind of really doesn't slip their mind until later. They just simply don't. This is why you can't use too much logic when dealing with women, because they don't. You're thinking like a dude, bro. This is what you're not getting. Okay. 4 hours and 44 minutes into today's show. Y'all hit the like button. Support today's show. We need 5 supporters. We need 5 supporters on today's show. Be one of the 5, y'all. Shout outs to everybody here, man. And y'all know the more y'all support the show, the more game I drop. Y'all know how this goes. All right. Chatera said, I don't have any cabinets. Right? Like, what is this man talking about? Okay, if you say so, bro. If you say so. What you did.
So much confusion in our culture about what women want because they say they want good guy things.
Who's to say this is confusing? It confuses dudes, but it makes a lot of sense to women. And if you're a guy that knows what you're talking about, it makes a lot of sense to us too. I assure you, women are not looking at a guy. Is he a good guy or a bad guy? That's why they date evil niggas and try to convince the world that he's good, when in reality, he's just good to them. You gotta date enough women to know this stuff, man. Let's go.
And then they actually go with men who have bad boy things. But the truth is they want both. And you don't have to choose. In our language, we say, I'm a good guy, or I'm a bad boy, or I'm good, or I'm bad, or this is, but really you can be both of these things. And in order to be both of these things, you have to maximize your physical attractiveness, face, body, height, voice, all the things that you can do, lose weight, get muscle, maximize it, and maximize your.
You can say you got to work on your face, body, height, and voice. Nigga, you don't gotta work on none of that shit. Drink water, dress well, don't let yourself go, and go outside and go talk to women. You don't gotta do none of that shit. Obviously, working on your body is a good thing. Okay, your diet, drink a lot of water. If you want, if you don't take, you can take collagen, or but hold on. Let me I'm back over by my phone. Let me catch up on the cash apps. Shout outs to Fighter dropping the huge $7 on the cash app. Shout out to my brother Fighter Complex. He said, for man, you always hold on. Let me make sure I got it right. For man, you always inspire me with content ideas. Most definitely, man. And definitely start tagging me in some of this stuff, man. My algorithm is getting crazy, so I don't be seeing when y'all go live. I haven't been seeing none of Marco's stuff. I don't see any of Fighter stuff until I go on my other channel. I want to share you guys. I do want to share you guys. Have everybody familiar with everybody, and we all grow at the same time. You know what I'm saying? So definitely, if y'all got something going on, tag me in it so I can share it on my timeline, and also get the people that definitely would like to, participate and support what you guys got going on. Okay, most definitely, and also just tag me just a reminder, because my algorithm is messed up. I don't be seeing half the stuff, half you guys anymore on my timeline. All right, YouTube changed up their algorithm. Shout out to the Fighter dropping a huge $7 on the cash. Definitely we need four more supporters, y'all. 4 more supporters. Nothing too big. We did 4 to 5 more supporters, and we do now. All right, y'all. We're gonna have to fix this. My Wi-Fi, this Wi-Fi is acting super janky today. Shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to Fighter dropping a huge 7 on the cash app. Shout outs to my brother. What's going on? Debo in the building. What's going on, man? UFO Kamikaze said, I guess if I left that UFO shit alone, I'll have more time to focus on how to get one. Man, you can get you a couple of bad little Roswell broads that believe in and UFOs and stuff like that, and actually show you some stuff too, man. You'll be surprised. There's a lot of women. I've met a lot of women actually believe in extraterrestrials. Baddies too. Baddies too. A lot of the girls that go to the gym, I know they believe in aliens too. Shout out to UFO Kamikaze. You ain't tripping. All right, let's get it. Hold on, y'all.
Your masculinity, dominance, power, confidence, smoothness, which is, I'll explain that later. Smoothness is basically how well you understand women. If you can approach a woman and you know what it is that she responds to, she's going to go, oh, you understand women. You're smooth. That requires some more unpacking, and women also respond to dark
I like how y'all pick up on all the jokes, though.
triad traits. This is a big difference between men and women. Men do not need women to have any evil stuff, any bad boy stuff. We don't need bad girls. Some guys like bad girls, but that's a personality thing. Men in general.
That's not true. That's not true. And honestly, the bad girl stuff and the bad boy stuff, let me tell you, let me give y'all the game. As y'all get older, there really is no bad girl stuff and bad boy stuff. It's just somebody taking you on a wild ass adventure. Yeah, I noticed that too. A lot of them little hotep bitches be believing in aliens also. That should be so out of the norm. Half them broads didn't even read the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Anyway, let's go.
Don't need girls to be bad. Women need men to be at least somewhat bad. You got to be dangerous. You have to have the ability.
Okay. Let's not complicate what the hell he about to talk about. Basically, he's telling y'all what I've told y'all for the longest fucking time. All you need, fellas, because he's like, we don't want you to be a bad man. We don't want you to do this, that. Let me tell y'all something. All you need to have is an edge. It's called an edge. I'm about to go over there and kick it. I'm about to kick it. It's this little poodle dog that keeps barking. I'm about to go over there and kick this shit out of this damn. Nobody's kicked this damn dog. Anyway. Every time I'm trying to get into the game, this nigga start barking and shit. I might turn the camera on and show y'all what I'm talking about. Anyway. I ain't gonna kick him on camera. I ain't gonna kick him at all. But anyway, all you need to do is have an edge. All you need to do is have an edge. And guess what, fellas? Your edge, a lot of us already have an edge when we meet women. Okay? It's just that the edge that you may have might not be respectable to them, to the particular type of women that you want. For example, you may like to play Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and you might have the coldest deck in your vicinity, and you whip everybody's ass playing Yu-Gi-Oh cards. But the type of girls that you want, they don't respect niggas that play Yu-Gi-Oh. You understand what I'm saying? You don't respect niggas that play Yu-Gi-Oh. You just let them know, man, I get money. How you get money, man? I be killing these niggas in this Yu-Gi-Oh game, and they pay me well. You can still get you a little hood chick if that's what you want. I don't know why y'all make this shit so hard, man. Yeah, no animals were harmed in the making of this stream. You know the WWF is out here. I saw a little logo with the panda on it the other day. Shout out to everybody here. We need 4 more supporters. Y'all hit the like button. And shout outs to everybody that rocks with me north of 5 hours every live stream. You said a chick that believes in aliens or one that low-key practices witchcraft. Take your pick. Yeah, man. These girls be butt naked, burning sage around the house and doing all kinds of shit. All right. If that ain't weird, listen. Listen. I got an alpaca in Thailand I want to sell you with 2 gold teeth. Okay? I got an alpaca with a merchant's tooth in Thailand I want to sell you and her. Okay? Now, what he's failing to realize to explain to you, and that's kind of, if you don't know how to do this, women will actually, because women do the same thing, but fellas, if you do the same thing, she'll kind of X you out. Women like a man who's a man of words, right? But it's how that man conveys his words. If a woman looks at a man or she hears a man and she can draw a conclusion before he does, they become less attracted to him because they feel that they have a better leadership ability when it comes down to being direct with their words than him. which is why they believe that he should be a man of less words. And not just less words. Honestly, if it's taking you this long to land a plane on something, you understand what I'm saying? Because you ever had a woman demand something from you, but they want it now, like they want it hastily, like fast as shit. You understand what I'm saying? Well, yeah, they're the same way with their man, especially when they hear their man talking to other people and negotiating and stuff like that. Like if you on the phone in the house and stuff like that, yeah, your girl, you may think your girl not paying attention to you, but she listening to you. She listening to how other people responds to you or talk to you and how you talk to them and some of the things that you want. She wants to see how quickly you can get from A to B with some of them people. And if you have a hard time explaining yourself, or you got to use 30,000 words just to get your point across versus the man that only uses 10,000 or 4 words or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? That's a problem. This man, and there's nothing wrong with him, it's just certain things that you pick up on when you get a little bit older. You don't have to go around the world just to say, bro, just all you need to do is have an edge and stick to your edge. You don't have to be a badass. Just be a badass in the things that you like to do. You know what I'm saying? You know? Yes, stock trading might not be the most funnest topic to talk to women about, but if you like, bruh, I made a killing today. What you do, bruh? I took them dudes to the bank earlier, bruh. Man, look, I done traded I made a couple trades, flipped a couple of thousands, and blah, blah, blah. Now let's go shopping or whatever. And she'll cheer for you and be like, oh, okay. Because women want to know they're with a winner. They want to know they're with a winner in their field. If you snowboard, that's your edge. Use it to your advantage. If she's not into snowboarders, okay, she's not into snowboarders. But some bitch gonna be into a snowboard. That's your edge. You take your edge and you use it because that's the field that you have dominance over. You know, nigga, you can manage Burger King. That's your edge. When you're not at Burger King, you like, look, I'm relaxing from managing the store that I'm in and stuff like that, and seeing what you got going on. I'm not at the store managing, so you know what I'm saying. I wanna relax and come kick it with you. That's your edge. This weird, the dominance, power, confidence, smoothness, darkness, alpha male ability. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. You're not a action figure. You're not He-Man. When you playing Yu-Gi-Oh, you probably Conan, but like, come on, man. They repackaging masculinity and selling it to y'all, nigga. No, you just got something that you like to do. You will choose it over her, nigga. If you playing Yu-Gi-Oh cards, let her know you gonna choose it over her. Yeah, I'm not gonna be cuddled up with you tonight. I got a duel. I gotta pull out Exodia on somebody. I'll see you later. After I hit him with the Exodia, I'm gonna come back and hit you with my Exodia. That's how you gotta carry that. So here he is about to go around the world just explaining that, bro, just have an edge. Something that you do. Have a life. So that when she leaves you or something goes wrong, you're not sitting up there blowing her up or doing something. You know that you about to, I gotta go duel somebody. UFO said, in other words, be authentic about something. Quit folding to peer pressure. Just fit in with yeah, man. Look how long it's gonna take for him to explain this. If I can pick up on this, women already far past me. They have already picked up on it. You dig what I'm saying? How the hell did I pick up on it? And somebody and you think that somebody that you about to be smashing ain't gonna pick up on it?
to be dangerous. Not necessarily go to jail, but you have to be capable of it. And that will boost your...
Why you think Russell Wilson and Sierra lasted long? Why you think Raven, I can't with you. He said, Kuda, that guy keeps his maps in the closet with his dead cat. Raven said he really killed the pussy, huh? He got dead cats in his closet. He really killed the pussy, huh? I'm just saying, bro. But see, that's the thing, though. See, look, Raven. Russell is a simp. But guess what? He has an edge. You know? You can get a woman long term if you can back up your simping for real. Russell can back up his simping. You know? Raven said, I'm on a serious one this morning. Yeah, man. Somebody gave Raven an extra shot in his coffee, man. Shout outs to Raven, man. You know? You think Sierra pegs him? No, his edge is being on that field. You know, because he could get injured. It's so weird. Women like want y'all to like engage in something where you could get hurt because like, oh, you know, she gets a little bit of a chance to worry about you. You know, some of y'all dudes be like, oh, why she date street niggas? Yeah, because he's somewhere that she doesn't know or probably does know, and he could get harmed. She worries about it. Russell, same place. He's somewhere in the United States playing ball. Anytime he snaps the ball, he has a chance of getting hurt. I ain't gonna lie, Raven, though, but this the thing though. He might be a finger in the booty ass nigga. My thing is that, you know, and a lot of these girls are semen demons. They like that shit. They like the idea of turning somebody out. They do. But he smothered Future's Future ain't got no chance, but I mean Future probably still do, but he wiped Future out of her system, bro. That nigga gave her 2 to 3 kids after Future's kid. So she got that man ideology swimming all up in her body. You know? Now, I'll say this though, if he stopped playing ball and Sierra disappears, this goes back to the edge. You dig what I'm saying? And she might go back to Future. But it's physically, he done smothered her out. He said Future made her nut and she ain't over him. Uh-oh. Might be some truth in that, Raven. I can't fully say that's not true. Yeah, you right about that. Shout out to the Brother Love Show in the building, man. Listen, y'all been sitting up here for 5 hours and 4 minutes stoking up this game off of Player Talk Radio. But I'm gonna tell you the truth, man. Player Talk Radio got a lot of extended family, and it's not just about getting the game from me, y'all. Y'all can get the game from a lot of brothers that been through it and really do it. And if y'all haven't subscribed to the Brother Love Show, which is extended family of Player Talk Radio, man, listen, y'all head over there and just, you know, you're not gonna search far. I'm gonna tell you, you know, you're gonna get quality content if you go over there. So head over to my brother in the chat. Y'all have a wrench, so that means you can go to the channel, hit the subscribe button, and whenever you get a chance, or even after the show, man, y'all go check out Brother Love's content, man. He be dropping some gems, bro. I'm telling y'all, when I send y'all somewhere, do not sleep on where I'm sending y'all. Brother Love be dropping some gems. And y'all gonna question the man behind, you know, he been through it, okay? Bro, living his life riding big bikes. All right, big bikes. Uh-oh. All right, hold on. I'll put a one in the chat. I don't know what's going on with StreamYards, man. Yeah, my audio bugging out. Yeah, my bad, bro. Let me know if y'all can hear me. Put a 1 in the chat. Because I was telling y'all subscribe to the Brother Love Show. You dig what I'm saying? You guys have a wrench. Make sure you guys subscribe to the Brother Love Show. Like I said, broski be living his life. He get on a big motorcycle. Okay, don't sleep on our brothers that riding them big bikes. They know what they talking about. Okay, y'all put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Yeah, I got my audio bugging out. Y'all support today. We're gonna get some better. I'm gonna work on that. I'm still looking for another little spot out here. Okay, we good. Okay, yeah. And I think too with the background, you know what I'm saying. It's a little bit bandwidth. All right, hold on, y'all. All right, let's do this. Shout outs to everybody that been rocking with me, especially for the full 5 hours, man. You know, I do shows that'll get you through the shift, you know. So it's not like you guys are alone. I'm going through the shift with you guys. You dig? And giving y'all game all the way and making y'all day go by very fast, man. But I am not safe for work, so make sure y'all have some quality headphones, because I will get you fired. All right, let's go. Hold on. We can go on the hot girl matrix list. We got Megan Thee Stallion and Carisha in the background. All right, give me 1 second, y'all. Here we go. All right, let's get back to it.
Bad boy. Is it's better to be all bad and no good than it is to be all good and no. Need girls to be bad. Women need men to be at least somewhat bad. You got to be dangerous. You have to have the ability to be dangerous, not necessarily go to jail, but you have to be capable of it. And that will boost your bad boy score.
This nigga tripping. First of all, you just got to be around some men, and women know that men are that she got a scratch card winner, that you're respected by other men. Have an edge in but so many words. If you're a dope BMX rider, if you're like, what's the dude name? Dave Mirra, right? If you're like Dave Mirra or whatever the BMX dude is, or Tony Hawk. I saw a white lady earlier today, bad as hell, but she like Tony Hawk in the face. I don't know why I brought that up, but it's true, and it was today. But you could be Dave Mirra, and if you go somewhere and there's a whole bunch of dudes like, oh man, it's Dave Mirra, cool. Or a whole bunch of people want autographs or something from you. Cool. That means you're in your niche and you dominate and stuff like that. All of that stupid shit he got written down that you think you're supposed to flex against women. No, you will go to jail. You be dominant in your niche. Have power in your niche. Have confidence in your niche. Have smoothness in your niche. Have all of that shit that he's going to try to tell you to have women. You have that in your niche. If you have that in your niche, you're gonna automatically have it, walking around and just be chilling and stuff like that. Okay, have that in your niche, not with the beesh. Because if you have it with the beesh, you're going to jail. Ask Ray Rice. All right, let's go.
Which is what you really want. It's better to be all bad and no good than it is to be all good and no bad, because then you end up in the friend zone. So both of these speech and thought bubbles are arranged the same way. The higher up you go, the more it is based in love, which is supportive, public, monogamous, and emotional. And the farther down you go, the less love there's going to be, and the more lust, which is going to be opportunistic, secret, multiple partners at many times, and impulsive. So, of course, a man is going to...
This is so weird because he's trying to tell you how a woman's attraction works. which is funny as hell.
Have lust for a keeper. Of course he is, because that means that he likes the way she looks, but he's going to have a lot of love for her. Way down here, he's going to have no love at all, and it's going to be entirely a lust-based relationship. Sleepers in the middle, where we have what women call situationships, that's where there's some level of emotional connection, but it's not really enough to be the one and only. You're kind of in a middle zone, and the man will say things like, I don't know where I'm going to be in 3 weeks, you know, like I don't know what my life is. Yes, we do. We do know what our life is. We do know where we're going to be. We just kind of want to wait for someone who we're definitely going to put in here. You got to stop listening to these things. So for women, avoiding getting into these bad relationships is a lot easier than it is for men to avoid getting in these bad relationships. You just have to know how he feels about your looks, your personality, and your exposure to other men and the stuff you have in common. Figure out how much he likes you and judge it by how much investment he's giving you. How much of his time and energy and money and whatever it is that you value, because every woman values different kinds of investment. But if you value something and he's not giving it to you, because this is the higher you go, the more investment, the lower you go, the less investment. If he's not giving you the investment that you want, that's a very clear signal that you're not here. And you either have to change something to get here, or you have to leave and find another guy who likes you. So just really quick for men, keepers is obviously my one and only. This is the one woman that we care about the most. Sleepers is, these are girls who we like and we're attracted to them. And as you can see, this is the public-private line. There are sometimes that sleeper relationships enter into the public arena and will go out with you, but we still aren't really committed and we kind of waffle a little. And then there are some times where sleeper relationships are like, let's just keep this between us. Just come over at midnight, right? Once you get down into sweepers, this is usually just mistakes. We usually wish we hadn't done this. It might be related to alcohol, or maybe it's been a really long time. But if there's ever any kind of contact here, it's called sweepers, as in under the rug, because we don't want anyone to know about it. So if a guy has ever had any level of a relationship with you and tried to hide you and not answer the phone and disappeared and everything, that's where you were. And you need to not be there because it's pretty uncomfortable. So for women, it's obviously a lot more complicated because women have two sets of criteria that they judge men on. One of them is good guy stuff.
His stuff is off, but I know what he's talking about. And not every guy has all of this. And honestly, it's a particular guy that navigates the dating world like this. Right. He's basically saying sweepers are the butterface. You know, everything looks good, butterface. Like sweepers are the sneaky links. The girls that you kind of don't want to show off in public. But what he's not talking about is a lot of sweepers, especially to the type of guys that he's talking to, are keepers. And if this is the type of content that you like, y'all not gonna like what I'm about to say next. A lot of y'all niggas playing yourselves, and y'all need to move them. Y'all need to move them sweepers to keepers. Entertain who's entertaining you.
And one of them is bad boy stuff. Good guy
stuff. The good guy and bad boy stuff is bullshit. Yeah, like I just said, just have an edge. Just have an edge. You could be a good guy with an edge, cool. You could be a bad boy with an edge, cool. You know,
the level of good guy things that you have, which is of course how much you're investing in her. Is it enough for her? Are you presentable? Does that make you look good? That's for women, looks is broken down into presentable and face and body.
And to a certain degree, you need to include that women into the edge that you have. If you include her in the edge that you have, you get to, your dominance and all that other stuff is literally on display whether you practice that with her or not. At least she somewhat gets to see it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you the truth. Other women are there looking at you too. Yeah, this is some 1990s shit. Yeah, let's go.
Heightened voice. So there's men have
Let her know other women are looking at you too. You know, because Sierra gets off on that too. That other women are at these games looking at her quote unquote man. Dominate. All right, let's go.
have that both in one thing, but women have looks separate. So if you're a really, physically unattractive guy, but you're very well put together and you're giving a woman a lot of investment, then you would have a really high good guy score and a very low bad boy score, and you would end up in the friend zone. So the amount that a woman thinks you are,
this is too much logic. He's not telling y'all about no emotions. You know, you're not giving y'all the game. He just using logic. But that's all you guys hear, and then wonder why you guys have a hard time with women emotionally. Explain to me why a woman will put you in the friend zone. You dig what I'm saying? Emotionally, explain to me why a woman will put you in a husband zone. Emotionally, why would a woman think that you're Prince Charming? Emotionally, why would a woman try to gold dig with you? You dig? You can't tell you this. You're thinking like a man. And we get it, but it's like, bro, okay.
Or a good guy is going to be the amount of investment that you're giving her compared to what she wants, the amount that you make her look good when you're seen together in public, because that's going to push you above the public line. And then this is important. Men subtract other men from their valuation of women, and women subtract other women from their valuation of men in the good guy zone.
This guy just likes to play with his toys. This is a toy to him, these little lists, because he's just going back and forth and trying to make sense out of all this stuff. It's a toy to him. This ain't real. This ain't real, man. This ain't real. All of this is taking place in his head. This is not real. Especially that time and investment thing, because some of these women are attracted to dudes that haven't really invested time in her or money. But she knows being around this dude is fun. And she hasn't been around him long enough, so it's really no time. And he really didn't invest in her because she's not around him for him to spend money or whatever, you know? So anyway, let's go.
But women will very often keep going back to a bad boy that has a lot of girls, or a situationship with a guy who has a lot of girls. Women generally do not subtract other women from the bad boy score. They take other women from the good guy score because that's going to take away your investment in her.
What?
And over here, having other women does not take away your investment in her, because it's all based in excitement and physical things. And then finally, of course, women have the galaxy, and that's many, many, many little things that each individual woman values separately, which is the male version is the cabinet. In here, a woman might have like being good with kids, or liking pets, or having the same hobbies in common, or wearing a particular kind of shirt. There's lots and lots of little details in here that don't quite fit into anything else. It's just what fits with her life, what matches with her experience and with her feelings. And it's difficult to really predict what that's going to be. It's very individual for everybody. And this is very individual for everybody too, but this only matters a little bit. And this, if you have what a woman wants in here, it can give you a few points.
It's really not difficult, bro. What do you like? What does she like? What are you currently doing? What is she currently doing? Do you guys fit into each other's life? Can y'all make something work? Do you have a place for her in your life? Is she gonna stop? Is she gonna stop and drop everything she's doing for you, or is she gonna continue doing what she's doing? And both of y'all just link when y'all link. Like, it's really not difficult, man.
Like, if you're not particularly presentable, but you're okay, and you don't have a lot to invest, but you're okay, and you have a load of things in common with her, it can boost you up a few points on the good guy score. Again, not the bad boy score. So all of those things in the good guy score, they measure how much the woman trusts you to be able to be there for her and make her look good and have a very...
Oh, what's wrong with these niggas? The bad boy doesn't always win. Just be a cool dude that she's met that be chilling and enjoy some of the things she enjoy. Y'all niggas be in a rush to be this bad boy. What's wrong with these niggas, man?
Public relationship, very public. The more you are a good guy, the safer that she will feel going out with you and being seen with you in the friend zone, husband zone, or the Prince Charming zone. But again, if you have only good guy traits, she's not going to like you enough for any of these zones. You have to have some bad boy traits. And it could be just looking good. That's enough for some women. It can be, there are some guys who don't look that good.
This man got body, face, height, and voice. Knowing damn well, with women, that could be the first things she noticed. And with women, that could be the last thing she noticed. Because if you have certain traits, she'll like you, but you just happen to have a certain face. If you have certain traits, she'll like you, but you just happen to have a dad bod. If you have certain traits, she'll like you, just happen to be short. If you have certain traits, she'll like you, but you just happen to sound like Mike Tyson. Okay? You can't really change your face like that. But knowing these black pill niggas, y'all will go get some facial surgery. I think recently a nigga just got a height surgery. I don't know how that works. You could probably go to the gym. And I don't see y'all niggas getting into vocal training for bitches. So I don't know, bro.
But they're very, very smooth again, and they have experience with women, and women like
Right,
it
Shannon
when
B.
they know you have experience with women. If you are very dominant, if you're good at something like a sport, if you're the head of your social group, if you're the boss at a job, like if she works somewhere and her boss is very...
Again, I explained all of this without you looking at a list. I ran down all of this shit.
Very, very dominant over other people, that's going to sort of trigger something in there. It triggers something in the bad boy continuum. Men who are very confident in themselves.
That's not triggering nothing in the bad boy shit. It's just saying that you got some shit going on and you respect it. Doesn't make you a bad boy. It just makes you a nigga that got some shit going on and you respect it.
Triad traits also appears here. Dark triad traits are linked to power, and one of the ways that power is most easily accrued for men is by being kind of brutal to other people and using them and tricking them, and it can get pretty dark. That's why it's called that.
What?
But it does result in men getting more power and more money and more status.
No, it doesn't. Oh my God.
And all of those things are attractive to women. Again, different women value different things differently. And you can have no looks at all, but very high masculinity, and women will...
Well, I will say this. The bad boys showed a lot of these square dudes not to get married. And now these square dudes, now these square dudes, now all of a sudden they want to be the bad boy. This is what he's talking about. You don't hear the happiness and jubilation in his voice when he's talking about the bad boy. Yeah, I mean, look, that's all when you get older, though. The bad cats really, you know. Let me tell y'all something. A lot of these black pill cats or cats that claim black pill, they get more jubilation out of talking about the bad boys than a lot of these broads. Put two and two together, y'all.
will like you like this. That women are very different from men in that way. If a woman is really unattractive but has a great personality, we generally will not say, well, her personality is worth enough to get up here. You have to have at least a bare minimum of looks for men.
That's not true.
But for women, I want you to Google Henry Kissinger. He's not an attractive man, but he was sleeping with supermodels because he was very, very powerful on a global scale. Masculine.
Okay, sir, that's called status. That's called status, sir. You can attract a woman with just straight up status. Jesus Christ.
Masculinity is very attractive to women. So you can have a maximum bad boy score if you have super high masculinity, if you have super high power and no looks. It's different. So the way that a woman feels about your two scores, she's going to evaluate what are your good guy traits and what are your bad boy traits.
She does not care about none of this shit. I'll assure you, y'all, she's not thinking about none of this shit.
Traits, and she's going to evaluate how she feels about you. That creates, I split it up into 9 zones, and I just used terms that are familiar in our culture to make it easier for people to understand. We'll start with nothing. If you have no bad boy traits at all and no good guy traits, you're a ghost. Women don't even recognize you. You're just a thing.
Most of y'all are ghosts. And it's not because you have no bad boy traits, and it's not because you have no good boy traits. You're just a ghost. You got to be seen. Most dudes are ghosts. Stop being Casper and say what's up. Nobody gives a fuck about that. And you're not a ghost because you're not a good boy or a bad boy. You're a ghost because you don't have her attention. Go get her attention and establish yourself. Yo, this is what's up. My name is such and such. What's your name? I swear y'all do too much thinking, man.
You're the mailman, you're just the thing that makes the mail come, unless you're very attractive, and then you would.
That is cap. Bitches be sleeping with the Amazon. Man, an Amazon nigga just got caught sleeping with a bitch in his Amazon truck. Come on, man. Man, y'all believe anything, man.
Jump up to here. Let's start by going up the good guy scale. If you are less than half good, if you're below this public line and you have no bad boy traits at all and you're less than half good and you're pursuing a woman, she's going to say, ew, you're a creep. You're not attractive to me.
Y'all gotta stop speaking for women, dog. You're drawing up a figurative women. This is like a figurative women that he got drawn up. Bitches don't be thinking like that. And furthermore, you're giving them too much credit. You're giving a woman way too much credit.
At all. And you're not very good. So I don't want to be around you.
And notice, y'all, he doesn't have the influence of her friends on here. Come on, man.
If you go a little bit above half, women will have a gold digger relationship with men in this area if they have a lot of money. If they don't have a lot of money, it's kind of like ick. It's kind of just, okay, this guy's pretty nice, but I don't feel anything for him. And so it's just kind of gross and leave me alone. It's similar to creep, but a creep is like someone who you would not want to talk to at all, someone who you would want gone from your life, but you'd be aware of him. You would not be aware of the ghost. Ick would be something like, well, he has to be around and I have to tolerate him, but I don't really want to think about, starting a relationship with this guy unless he has tons of money. And then some women will put up with it. Again, some women, everyone is different.
What's going on, Bobby? He's writing ick. He's writing ick as if she's creeped out by you. And he tripping too, because the gold diggers are not icked out by the guys that they get with. The gold diggers are actually dating the trick
but they got him in a friend zone and they're digging gold from him. They're not creeped out by him unless he's like trying to go to another level or something like that. So he got that wrong. And women will take money from a guy that she's icked out by. But the thing is that she's not going to stick around that guy long enough to really be gold digging like that. So she really got to get that shit off on the first date or whatever. So you can take that ick out of the gold digger. You can take that ick out of the gold digger section, because a woman is not going to spend, unless it's like a first date or something like that, she's not going to spend an extendo amount of time being around somebody that she's icked out about. So again, he's kind of wrong about that, because if she gold digging from him, depending on how they engaging, she's gonna have to spend a certain amount of time trying to get money and things out of him. So she's gonna be around him for a good minute to try to get some paper about him, especially if he got paper like that. So again, like I told y'all, y'all need to watch who y'all listening to. Y'all listening to these dudes that don't know what the hell they talking about. Anyway,
If you max out your good guy score and you have no bad boy points at all, you're going to be in the friend zone.
That's not true. That's not true. Because you could have met Shorty and she got a boyfriend. And it doesn't mean that she's not attracted to you. You just going to be in the friend zone. But this is what happens when you're thinking like a man and you're trying to think for women and you don't know what you're talking about. But okay.
Women will go out in public with you. They will let you buy them things. That if you're very, very good to her and you're treating her with investment and you're making her look good and you don't have other women. I had a video recently with a girl talking about having a guy in the friend zone and he got...
That's not true. Not all dudes in the friend zone are spending money on women, but they are investing a lot of time in them. That's not true. That's definitely not true.
A girlfriend, and so she lost her investment. And she said, well, that makes me feel bad. But then again, it wasn't a relationship, so I can't say anything. She was just talking about losing free investment from a guy who she didn't like at all. So this is not somewhere you want to be. And
that's not true. I got a pre-record coming. I'm going to tell you guys how to get up out of the friend zone. But that's if you want to put in that effort to deal with that one chick. And I'm going to explain to y'all in grave detail how to get up out of the friend zone. And number two, stop listening to these gumps that's trying to tell you that she's not interested in stuff in the friend zone. A lot of women keep their dating options in the friend zone also. Y'all are not women, so y'all won't understand this. A lot of women keep their next dating options in the friend zone. Because let that quote unquote friend start getting attention from other women, she gonna feel some type of way. Why is your girl feeling some type of way because another nigga that she quote unquote friend zone got play? Why are you feeling some type of way if he's starting to get play? Obviously, she has some type of attachment to him. He just hasn't tapped into it. But some of y'all dudes, if y'all are friend zone, I could tell you that you're friend zone indefinitely. It don't matter what you do. I need to start listening to the dudes that know about women and stuff like that. Some of these dudes are giving y'all game about women. They've never been a side dude before. They've never been that nigga before. Some of these dudes just don't know. I don't know where some of these niggas are from, bro. And it's not to make fun of Hoe Maths because he's like the least of the litter. It's a lot of dudes like that. Never been a side dude before. Never went on no missions. Never did nothing. Never did nothing. They can't tell you about the friend zone because they never got about the friend zone. They never hit no licks, man. They never went sliding, bro. Oh, I've been sliding. You could tell, bro. You could tell I go in great detail. You see how I didn't just sell y'all, hey man, I'm gonna teach y'all how to get out the friend zone for $5.99. Y'all getting that shit free. Y'all hit the like button. Support the show, man. I'll tell you exactly how to get out the friend zone. My thing is that the trouble that you got to go through, are you going to still want that girl in the end? Because you're going to have another girl. You're going to have other girls. I can teach you. It's easier to get out the friend zone now than it is ever. You dig? UFO said, I'm starting to believe some of these dudes were happy being knocked off versions of the other men if it gets them women. Yeah, a lot of dudes will be knock off pookies to get women. That's a part of the game. You know that, UFO. You know that. Come on, man. Y'all know that. Come on, man. We players. Y'all know that. Where my women in the building? They be sitting back and listening too. Y'all know that. This dude ain't never been no side dude. This dude ain't never, sat back and really just watched this shit. This little list right here, man, listen. If I had to sit down and make a list, it'll be bigger than this. And it'll be a lot more accurate too. I ain't gonna do it though. Unless I'm making like a real in detail book. The book that I got coming out ain't even, I mean, it's in detail, but man, I'm not about to have y'all sitting up there cross-referencing and shit. He up here cross-referencing. This only makes sense to him and whoever he's talking to. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's content. But god damn. This is stopping a lot of dudes and keeping a lot of dudes mentally in a rut. None of this shit matters.
This is something that a lot of men have trouble with. They be as nice as they can be, and they go, why don't women want me? And it's because women are not attracted to this.
Some of y'all dudes ain't even in the friend zone. Some of y'all dudes haven't even been acknowledged by the girl. And this will have you thinking you in the friend zone when whole T, she's like, oh, you like me? Damn, I didn't know. Oh, you want to go out? Damn, you should have just said something. I would have canceled with such and such.
It's what makes them feel safe and comfortable, and it's what makes them want to spend time around you. It's what makes them trust you. It's what makes them want to be seen with you or build a future with you, but it's not what makes them attracted to you. This confuses men because when women give us what we value, they shoot right up this chart. And we wonder why that doesn't work for us. And the reason is that you either are not good looking and God forbid that you have unfixable things about.
That's cap. That's cap. You got bitches out here dating street niggas with a half a head because somebody blew the rest of his head off. That's cap. It's fucking cap. And furthermore, when you start talking to these niggas and start seeing the type of women that they like, you're like, bro, man, if you don't leave me the fuck alone.
About you. But hopefully you can lose some weight and gain some muscle and start.
You niggas will draw all kinds of fucking charts. Niggas will draw you the fucking Mona Lisa. They'll do all kinds of crazy shit. And then you find out he wants a bar girl. Boy, if you don't go over there and slide that little asshole a Casamigos and just talk to her and stop getting on the internet's nerves. Damn.
Dressing better and become more masculine. If there are things that you cannot fix about your body, you have to at least be more manly. And then that's going to give you some degree of points. So if you are maximum nice and you become more manly by working on yourself, take care of your face and your body and become more of a man, you might move into the husband zone. If you do a fantastic job, you could move into the Prince Charming zone, but this is very, 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 very rare. So we did the first column. Let's do the second column. If you are a medium bad boy, if you're medium bad, if you're medium attractive or medium masculine, kind of manly, but not really, and you have no good guy things at all, sometimes you will be women's drunken mistake. This is kind of like the female sweeper. she might make a
Damn, bro. He came for stigma males, bro. If you're a medium bad boy, if you're a medium boy, you more infatuated with bad boys than a bitch. That nigga came for sigmas, bro. What is this man talking about? Talking about she made a mistake. So hold on, let me get this straight. Her not getting with the bad boy isn't a mistake, but her getting with the dating a regular dude is a mistake. And look at what he said. And look at what he says. Look at what he says. Makes you masculine. He says the same thing a woman would say that makes you masculine, which is cap. You know what's going on? Fuck your feelings. Shout outs to you, player. What's going on? The list is upside down in the black community. It kind of is. But this is the thing, though, too. Fuck your feelings. It's upside down in the white community too, because like we're not like. Come on, man. We from the West, man. We not talking about niggas hooking up with Celine Dion and fucking Adele and shit like that. We talking about modern dating. Them white girls are partying, listening to Snoop Dogg and all of that shit too. They up there twerking too. So some of y'all white boys need to start possessing some of these these pookie traits. I'm not telling y'all to go full Paul Wall, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Like, you know. And they dating brothers too. Okay. No stone is left unfucked. All right. So that's why these niggas, instead of really participating in this shit, they up here drawing doodles and graphs and shit like that. Like, show this to a woman, she gonna laugh at you. She gonna laugh at you and she gonna say, I gotta be a level what? So where am I in your little chart? She gonna call it a little chart. She gonna look, she gonna lean on your shit. You gonna be the whole bid, you know. Shout outs to everybody here. 5:44, 5 hours and 45 minutes into today's show, giving y'all some really good game, man. Listen to this shit. I want y'all to hear this by example, because y'all be thinking I'm tripping. Niggas got real mad at me when I say y'all using too much logic and math and percentages and all that weird shit to try to get women. Now y'all got a manifestation of it. Now y'all got this nigga. He got it all thought out for y'all. He up here cross references and stuff like that. How the hell are you a medium man? What the hell does that mean? And when a woman sleeps with a medium man, why does he automatically thinks that he knows what a bitch thinks and calling that shit a mistake? What the fuck are you talking about?
a mistake, and she'll feel like, well, you aren't really a bad boy. You don't really do it for me.
And she don't give a fuck about that. And what you're trying to explain is buyer's remorse. God damn.
We shouldn't have done this. I thought that you were going to be more exciting, but you're really lukewarm and you're not nice at all. If you are medium,
that's the perfect way to keep a bitch. If a girl says that to you, be like, yeah, so yeah, what you doing this weekend? And she gonna fuck him again. And then guess what? He graduates to bad boy. Go listen to these girls. Nigga, the dude that you said that's a mistake, that ends up being a bad boy, and he ends up graduating to bad boy and baby daddy. You don't have that in your chart. You don't have that in your chart though.
Bad, and you're again under half good. This is a bad situationship. This range is situationships, and this one is settling, because at this point, this can become permanent in public. But in all three of these are where the man will not commit, and this is where the woman will not commit. So they're all situationships, but different kinds. This one, again, the bad situationship is with a guy who's half attractive or half masculine, half what women, get excited about, but not nice enough to settle for, and not even close to nice enough to be in the husband zone. not giving enough investment, not presentable enough, kind of dumpy, not doing great in life. That's a bad situationship where the woman will not turn the key. If you go above the half point of the good guy traits, then you get to the settling point. And at a certain point, women will settle. And I picked colors for these things that I think represent the emotions. Settling is kind of dusty. It's like an old pillowcase that hasn't been washed in a while. It's just like, it works, I guess. It's not very exciting, but it's often better than nothing. And then if you work really, really hard to bring all of these to her, if you have everything in common with her and you're supporting her really well and you make her look really good, you can be in the husband zone. And the way that women will think of you in the husband zone is, well, he's not that much of a man. He's not super attractive. And he's not.
Bruh. Women don't think like this. She's not going to put you in the husband zone. That puts you in boyfriend zone. Women don't sit there, I can see him be my husband. No, boyfriend. That puts you in, oh my goodness. Where are these niggas from, man?
Not super manly, but man, does he ever take care of me? And that's my husband, and I'm proud of him.
Boyfriend.
Then let's do the last column. The last column has both of the kinds of relationships that women like the most. Women do like friend zone relationships, but they're not nearly as fun as bad boy relationships, not even close. And they're not as good as Prince Charming relationships, which are, again, very, very rare. The Prince Charming relationship is the ideal long-term, and the bad boy relationship is the ideal short-term, which is a really difficult thing.
One of the worst things you can do as a man is I'm realizing this too, is be in the same delusion as women, like the Prince Charming and the bad boy and the all that other stuff, bro. Just be a real dude and just be chilling with your chick, and whatever comes of it comes of it. Cause sometimes y'all niggas gonna start this whole relationship thing and you're like, okay, I gotta keep up with trying to be the bad boy, and the girl will know that's not you, and then you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man, dog. Stop thinking like this, because when what you're doing is you're really trying to do this to accommodate yourself to this particular girl. You're trying to accommodate yourself to this particular girl, going through all of this shit. Just be you, man. And honestly, a woman will even tell you she needs to do more of trying to accommodate herself to what you got going on, if you got something going on, more than you need to be doing with her and trying to invest in being a bad boy. If you're a bad boy, you're a bad boy. And if she met you while you were a bad boy, then keep being a bad boy. But don't sit up there and try to accommodate yourself to this chick and oh man, I'm gonna be a bad boy because that's what she wants. Sometimes you're gonna find yourself with a girl that's receptive to the bad boy type, and guess what? Y'all not gonna last long. And then guess what? She gonna end up coming back to you, or go off somewhere and actually get the bad boy type and then fuck around and get pregnant. Live long enough and you'll see what I'm talking about, and realize that you didn't have to change yourself at all. Because sometimes these little goofy broads will be calling you and be like, hey, what was that thing you used to do? What was that thing you used to cook? Can you teach my new boyfriend how to do that? Can you, girl, why are you bothering me? And what's up, player? Hey, look, man, she tripping, bro. First of all, one thing I need to teach you is to not fucking have that girl still contacting her exes. Yeah, RG3. Shout outs to RG3, man. Your support keeps the show alive and dropping off the game. You did. Shout outs to everybody that's supporting Player Talk Radio. Yeah, man. And I'm still dropping gems. And look, RG3, this guy is still with his list trying to explain to y'all what the hell a bad boy is. This shit is crazy, y'all. Because that's really all these cats are really selling to y'all. How am I gonna sit here and tell you, man, Pookie bad, Pookie and Ray Ray bad? But guess what? If you want to get the girl, you got to be more like Pookie and Ray Ray. Did you hear what I say? You got to be like Pookie and Ray Ray. He's more excited to talk about the bad boy than a broad that will actually that a broad that will actually get with the bad boy. This ain't going after him. It's just the logic. This is what a lot of black pill dudes don't even hear. When they talk about the dude's jawline, they want the jawline of the bad boy. What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? Remember we were talking about colorism and featureism the other day? That's what the black pill cats be getting deep into. They get into featureism. They get so deep into featureism, they don't even hear themselves. It's like, who y'all think y'all fooling, man? So that's why sometimes women lurk in these areas and stuff like that, y'all. They know there's a group of quote unquote good guys really, pontificating and trying to fool them. Because like I said, these days women can really date hybrid niggas. I know we were laughing about the dude that played Yu-Gi-Oh cards earlier, but guess what? That Yu-Gi-Oh card nigga will get a whole bunch of baddies and rotate them too, just like he rotate them damn Yu-Gi-Oh cards from defense to attack position. He'll rotate them too, and women will be sitting up there like, "Oh, I thought I got myself a nerd that I can get some money out of and take advantage of." But the whole time he's switching up bitches, and he can get baddies from Comic-Con and all these other places and stuff like that. It don't matter if he play Yu-Gi-Oh. You got what's called a lot of hybrid players out here right now. Dudes that are in IT, dudes that are in these little fields that once at one point, if you wanted to take advantage of a nerd or some nigga with some money, you could have did it, but now you can't, because now them dudes are gamed up. You dig? What's going on, Misha? Shouts to my girl Misha Mack in the building. Misha Mack with the Mac attack. You dig? Shout outs to Misha. How you doing, love? So a lot of these dudes are gamed up. A lot of these dudes that y'all don't think is gamed up. They be gamed up. That's why women be so offended when they get played by them. Because like, damn, dog, you playing me also? Like, for example, y'all see in the background, right? Y'all see in the background, right? We got Megan Thee Stallion here, right? Flirting with Carisha, who's now all of a sudden saying that she's tired. She wants to have a family with Diddy. She's like hinting that she wants Diddy to put a baby in her, basically knock her up or whatever. Southside can't play with Diddy, but he playing with Funny Marco. You know what I'm saying? So Diddy done made Southside damn near a single father. He done calmed him down because Southside used to terrorize any other nigga that's trying to mess with her. Can't do that on Diddy though. Hate to say it like that, but that's the truth, man. And I fucks with Southside. But let's be serious now. Let's be serious now, right? Megan Thee Stallion dates Party Fontaine. There's a guy named Party Fontaine. This nigga, in big bold words, got the word feminists written on the side of his stomach. Do you know them little side the stomach tattoos hurt like a motherfucker? So you know he meant it. Filled in and everything. Bold words, feminist. Recently, she put out a song saying that she caught him in their bed getting his D sucked. I said, damn. Feminist niggas cheating on y'all too, because they taking simps for granted. Once he realized that after she got shot in her hooves, she was up there topping off Blueface, and she messed with the baby, and Party don't have no, and Party don't like the baby, and guess what? She was messing with Tory Lanez. So you found your girl in a weird. You found out there's 3 niggas running around here in the industry that done smashed your girl. Ain't this a biatch? And you got feminists written on the side of your shit. One thing about Megan though, she live in them lyrics though. Houston hottie these nuts. Megan living them lyrics, bro. Ah. D-Max said, he did what? Yeah, he getting top in the bed. And let me tell y'all something. Let me give y'all the game too about this cheating shit. Let me give y'all the game. Let me give y'all the game. It's one thing as a man to take a breezy to a hotel or a motel, no-tel, or whatever. Nigga, you could take a bitch to hell, and cheat. But it's personal. I'm telling you. That's why I look at Will and Jada. Look at all the stuff. I give y'all the game. Y'all support today's show, man. All right. We well into the afternoon. I done supplied y'all with the game all morning. All right. Y'all support today's show. Let me tell y'all something. If somebody cheats on you in your bed, that's personal. That's personal. That motherfucker don't like you, or there's something about you they don't like, or you may have did something to that person, because ain't nobody finna cheat on you and your shit. If somebody takes a nigga and because I'm gonna tell you the truth, the shit is weird nowadays. Like, first of all, you shouldn't be cheating, but if you do, there's certain telltale signs of certain things. Today's generation is different, but this is just in any generation when it comes down to cheating. It's a little bit more personal if somebody does that in your bed. Like, nigga, come on, man. That's where you lay your head at night. And they're well aware of that. Because they should be laying their head there too. So if somebody's cheating on you in your bed, that's a direct message to you. Either that, or you fucking with somebody that can't afford to cheat and take somebody else elsewhere. At least in hindsight, I'm saying, at least if somebody had the nerve to go rent something or go do something that was planned out, to a certain degree, they had your feelings. They had your feelings on the brain, just a little bit, to hide it from you. But nigga, if somebody's in your motherfucking bed, oh man. She probably had that man out here looking dumb as hell with that feminine. Boy, that man will probably never take his shirt off again. You need to get that feminist tattooed. You need to X out the fem and keep the men. Meninist. Better take that fee off, boy. This man got feminist tattooed on the side of his stomach. Let me tell y'all something. What men and women don't realize. Simps are dangerous as fuck. Women like the idea of having a man that'll lose control over her, whether it's negative or positive. Sometimes it's negative for him, but positive for her. That's the ideal situation. But when them simps, simps nowadays got a tad bit of sense, or they just, they kind of move retarded a little bit when it comes to women. But them dudes know hurt on a different level. And the reason why they know hurt on a different level is because, a lot of them simp dudes are like all or nothing. So when they really invest in the chick, I ain't gonna lie, there's but so many things that women can do that'll make that nigga, do some shit like that. Meg the Stallion like to get drunk as fuck and just act a complete tomfoolery. So simps got their reasons too. As much as we like to say them niggas ain't men, them niggas men like shit. When it come down to it, one of the worst people you can do dirty is a simp. And women need to realize that, because them niggas are in close proximity to them. Y'all niggas be talking about niggas that be having problems with women. Nah, you got to really be around the bitch to have a problem with them. And let me tell y'all something. Simps don't really got nobody to go talk to, because by the time he get mad at this bitch and try to go talk to somebody, he gonna run into me. And I'm gonna light that nigga on fire about some shit, and then he probably gonna light her on fire. So he stay clear of me, bro. When I start throwing lava and shit, that now I'm the bad one. So a lot of those simps, they and she just caught them. Them simps get slick too when they start doing bitches dirty, bro. I ain't gonna lie. And women take that a little bit different. It's like, damn, you're supposed to be a simp. You're not supposed to be doing this. That's what everybody's looking at now. Like, damn, I thought he was a good boy, bro. Now he got an edge on him. And for the life of me, I give women their credit, bro. I don't know how y'all take cheating, but y'all handle cheating way better than men. I'll give women their credit for that. But I get it, because sometimes it makes the nigga that she with a little bit more attractive. You know what I'm saying? That another girl wants her. But see, in a situation like this, because not all cheating is the same. Some women they'll be up out of here if you cheat. But in a situation like Megan Thee Stallion, man, give her like a week or two. She might be back with the nigga. But you better cheat on somebody that got some shit going on, or maybe a bad groupie or somebody like that. You can't just cheat on Megan Thee Stallion with no regular little bitch. I mean, of course, that's gonna hurt her little ego. But if you cheat on somebody and like she got an IG page and she a little baddie or whatever, man, Megan getting back with that nigga. Just keep it at that. Wow. Yeah, she got options up until she get drunk or some shit going on. They don't got no options like that. She done been with everybody. Who Megan Thee Stallion gonna get what she didn't with before? She done been with everybody. Megan Thee Stallion ain't exclusive, man. She gotta stay still for like a good 6 months before she get into anything else. Yeah, typical Houston girl. I ain't gonna lie though. She's a typical Houston, like out there ratchet. Because one of the best girls I was from Houston. I ain't gonna lie, I still miss this little chick. I haven't seen her before. If you out there listening, I mean, but I ain't gonna lie, like about 4 or 5 years ago, I was just yellow, and she had a nice little cute grill. It wasn't like no little, and she had beautiful teeth, but she had a nice little cute grill, little petite, little accent and shit like that. I'm like, damn, where you from? She's like, I'm from Texas. I'm like, where in Texas? Like Houston and stuff. Like, man, me and this girl sat up smoking, listening to fucking Zero and Trey the Truth and fucking we were listening to Lil Kiki, Lil Big Mo. Like, bro, she was on my line heavy. But I'm pretty sure little shorty had a boyfriend or whatever. Man. One of the best girls I ever met. I'm sitting here, my mind is blown. I'm like, damn dog. Me and her just sat up and recited all the lyrics to Pop Trunk Wave. She knew about ESG. She knew about ESG. This was 6 years ago. This had to be 6 years ago because this right before maybe it's 5 or 6. Bro, sat down. All right. Obviously, I can't sit in the spot that I want to sit in. But I ain't gonna lie. You said, yeah, Houston girls and Dallas girls are twice as nice compared to Dallas chicks. Yeah, man. Nah, Houston is where it's at, bro. Me and Shorty sat up singing Pop Trunk Wave, bro. Just got paid. Pop Trump, wait. Come on, man. Me and her sitting up there. She know all the word of ESG, swanging and banging. Swanging and banging. We up there reciting Lil Kiki, bro. Oh, man. Come on, man. Let's hit the interstate and make a couple of loops. His or her Benzes, photos, and coupes. Come on, man. Let's hit the interstate and make a couple of loops. His or her Benzes, photos, and coupes. Come on, man. Anyway. Let's get back to the bullshit.
Women. This is one of the most difficult things I've ever learned about women, that even if you manage to be Prince Charming, the bad boy is still more exciting because it is so bad.
You ever thought about the bad boy's Prince Charming? You ever thought about that? You ever thought that the bad boy can be all of those things on the list? Have you ever been the bad boy before, Mr. Hoe Maths? Shout outs to you, man. I ain't got no problems with you, but goddamn, have you ever been the bad boy? Because guess what? The bad boy can be the ghost too. He can ghost that bitch. The bad boy can be a creep too. The bad boy, he can be mid also, and he can be good, and he can be Prince Charming. The bad boy can go all up and down that little list that you got right here. You ever thought about that? I mean, because it's not like you're psychoanalyzing women. You're analyzing hoes. The name of the channel is Hoe Maths, right? You know, we could talk about some hoes, man. Hoes, right? That bad boy can run all up and down that little list that you got there. No problem. It's simple. No problem. No problem.
And so short term. It's paradoxical that being good can make her less excited for you.
Why you think, and the funny part is too, why you think a lot of women put the bad boy in the husband zone, even though we're just talking about long-term boyfriend? Why do you think a lot of women put the bad boy in the husband zone? Why is the bad boy more of in the husband zone than Prince Charming? Do the math, man. Quick maths, y'all. Quick on your brains. Quick maths.
She'll be more excited for a bad boy than she will be for Prince Charming, because there's something about stability that kind of dilutes this. And this is the most healthy kind of relationship, when the man is here for the woman and the woman is here for the man. But the way that society is going lately, and the way that it typically goes in human history, when a guy gets this valuable, he ends up having multiple women, and then they're all in a harem, which is a kind of situationship, which usually the women think is either a good or a mid.
Well, the bad boy gets a situationship too. So if that, oh boy, never mind.
Level situationship. It's either one where they go out with the guy and they're seen with him and everyone knows women, or it's just a quiet thing where they go to his place and that's all that they're gonna get, and that he's willing to give. Story I always tell everyone about when I was driving for this kind of stuff. She just picked it up,
because
and
you're she picked it up really quick because you're obvious, and you think you're not obvious when you're obvious as hell. But go ahead with the story.
And he has all these other girls, and he won't commit to me, and I'm stuck here, basically, is what she was saying. And she said, how do I get him to pick me out of all the other women? And, you know, I looked in the rearview mirror and I took a look at her, and I had listened to her talking to her friend for a minute, and I knew what kind of, you know, life she was living.
Hold on, y'all. I was a little bit behind. Shout outs to Brother Love for dropping the huge $5 on the Cash App. Shout outs to Brother Love dropping a huge $5 on the Cash App. Most definitely. All right, let's get it.
Roughly. And I pretty much assessed that, there's not a lot that you can do here, especially if this is the only other guy you're seeing. And I asked her that. I said, is it the only guy you're seeing? And she said, yeah, it was just the one guy, but he had 4 or 5 girls. She actually didn't know how many it was. And so I said to her, how well do you know this guy? And she said, pretty well. And I said, what do you think he would say if you told him you have to have only me and get rid of all your other girls or I'm leaving? Do you think he would keep the 4 other girls or keep you? And she said he would keep the 4 other girls. And I said, and let me ask you this. What if I gave you 100% of my love and devotion and I gave you all of the good guy stuff I had to give? Would you dump him for me? And she got really quiet. And I said, don't worry about it. You're not going to hurt my feelings. We're in an Uber. It doesn't matter. And she said, no, I would not do that. So she told me that 100% of what I could give her would have been in this range or this range.
And I don't know why you took it seriously, because you need to take the same advice. Don't get mad. You're in an Uber. She's right to tell you that because you're a stranger. She don't know you. That's why she's asking you. She don't know you. Doesn't make what you're saying accurate. It's just, I don't know you. No. Her mind is set on him. That's why she asked you. God damn. Shout outs to Tony. Yeah, this chart is still going, man. You said I done left, got some work done. Yeah, man. Y'all hit the like button. Support tonight's show. Well, support today's show. We've been running. It's late at night here, so y'all know I'm up working as always. Dropping off that good 6 hours and 15 minutes worth of work. We probably got a little bit more to go, depending on where this goes and depending on where the conversation goes. But we're always dropping game here at Player Talk Radio. I'm not one of these other Manosphere channels that done forgot about y'all. Niggas don't even go live no more, and if they do, they're talking about gay dudes and all kinds of weird shit and what Kai Cenat's doing. And like, come on, bro. I don't want y'all to know what's going on out here in the real world. Fasting said this guy is using, shout outs to Fasting is Life in the building. What's going on, man? Big player in the building. He said this guy is using women's terms for his bullshit. And his voice is so annoying. Sounds like Sandman. Laugh out loud. I bet he's over 40 years old and married, but trolling the Face and LMS crew. Well, he replaced Face and LMS. He reminds me of Game Changer. Where is Face and LMS? Where is Wheat Waffles? Them niggas don't even see. They don't even show their list that they got or their hands. So he's a step ahead of them, because at least he has a camera on something. So he's a breath of fresh air to the black pill crew. That's what I'm saying, Fasting. I knew Face and LMS got a girlfriend. You don't hear from him no more. That nigga knee deep in some pussy. That's why. He gonna come back and be a whole new nigga. These dudes never been sprung before. They never been side dudes. Their experience with women are limited. That's where this shit comes from. And I'm not saying that you should be a side dude. I'm not saying that that's something to be proud of and stuff like that. We never really glorify some of the stuff that we've done, but it's like, bro, you got a lot to learn, bro. Some of these dudes never seen women in a certain position, so if you try to talk to them about it, they don't think it ever exist. It doesn't exist at all to them. Raven, you know what I'm talking about. Niggas will fight you and shit like that. That's not true. Yeah, he did the Tyrone SBE. Y'all head over to Tony Anthem's channel and check out Polygamy, produced and made by Tony Anthems. He produces and makes all his beats. Okay? All his beats coming straight from the source, okay? So make sure y'all head over there and check it out. Shout outs to War Master in the building. He said, we need Xbox, not all this math and moon and stuff. He threw in quasars too, man. Motherfuckers starting to sound like Elroy Jetson. This is what I'm trying to say, man. This is ridiculous, man. You said they've been side cucks though. Nah, he's never been. Nah, he got the whole friend zone thing wrong. Holding the BBC schlung while it penetrates the Aryan birth canal. Fasting? What type of language? What are you? It is midday in Texas, bro. It is 12:46 p.m. in Texas, and fasting is talking about a BBC schlung while it penetrates the Aryan birth canal. Yeah, man, y'all go look on my timeline, man. I done posted some of Fasting's music too, man. If you're into tech hip rock, that's Fasting's genre. Y'all don't get it confused. Fasting pioneered that genre. It's called tech hip rock. Okay, so it's like techno with a little bit of hip hop and a little bit of rock elements in it. Okay, y'all check. Fasting's, I ain't gonna lie, Fasting, your music belongs, like, honestly, you should be trying to get placements. I'm gonna give you some websites. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can get a list and put them in the Discord so you can pitch them to because definitely your music can definitely be used. You know, you said I appreciate that. Kudo, you said all my video editing is done. Yeah, definitely the video editing is done. You do your Tony does his own thumbnails, man. Y'all go look up the Sugar Bum beat that he got, man. Y'all come on, man. You did. Shout outs to War Master in the building. All right, let's get back into it, y'all. I'm telling you, this is a mixture between Sandman, Facing LMS, Wheat Waffles, and Game Changer. Mix them all in the pot, put some talking points in there, and now you got Hoe Math. All right, let's go.
And what she was getting from this other guy was either here or here. She valued being in his harem more than having me all to herself, because in her evaluation, she likes men that have more than I do. And so this is a lesson that I'm really hoping that women can learn. I'm hoping that I can get it through to some women that you can't, if you can't improve that.
She's not in his harem. She's just not attracted to you. She's more focused on what he got going on, that she's not worried about being out here in the dating market and looking for somebody new. Her shit slowed up. And even if she had somebody that she was interested in, she would reject them to kind of be like, yeah, my hands are turning white.
You can't improve this.
You
can't get rid of male attention, and you have maximized this, and he's putting you here. He doesn't like you this much, and he never will. If he's got 5 women,
that's cap.
Why would he get rid of 4?
That's cap. That's cap. Man, listen, dudes stay chasing women that are chasing after other dudes. Look at his presentation. He said, if I was to give you all of my time, that sounds like a man chasing a woman that's chasing another dude. She's right to say no because you're cutting a deal after she done told you about another guy. And let me tell y'all something too that I notice about women. If you're trying to actively compete, Think about this. Think about what I'm about to tell you. I'm about to lace y'all with some real good game. To a woman, if you're trying to actively compete with another guy and she knows that you have information on this other guy and know about him, that actually drives her more into his arms than it does you being your own self, having your own thing going on, and taking her mind off of him. If you're saying that you know, if she knows that you know the guy's cheating, not giving her attention, and she knows that you're trying to fill that slot instead of just being you, come on, man. Come on, man. What we doing? What we doing now? So she right to tell you no. Because psychologically, why would she fuck with you when she could just get with him, even if it's part-time? Oh, but you guys, y'all don't want to hear that. That's too black pill, Kuda. That's too fucked up. That's too fucked up, Kuda. Why would you say he's trying to be like another dude? Duh, because she told him about the other dude. That's why. So why would you live in the shadow of a man that she has access to get with her? That's what she's thinking. Instead of pulling her into what you got going on and completely not listening to him. All right, let's go.
For them to keep one. He would get rid of one of them to keep four. You're just here. And if you want to be here, that's your choice. I can't make that. No one can.
And you niggas are so into what broads are talking about. You don't know who she is in the four. He could be one of her top. She could be one of the top girls that he's dating. But she know he's dealing with four other girls. But she could be the one he spend the most time with. You don't know that. Furthermore, why would you care?
To make that choice for you. If this is what you prefer, this, and that's what this girl said. She said she would rather be here with him than be probably here with me, at least in her evaluation. Maybe I would have been able to do this for her. Maybe. But in her assessment, I was in this icky zone, this kind of, I don't really want that. I'd rather be with an exciting guy 20% of the time. So that's pretty much it. That's how the zones work. And that's how men value women and how we place you in here. And that's how women value men and how they place us in here. And a lot of the problems that we're having in the dating market are in the way that we're negotiating.
Nope.
Women,
that's not true.
And would rather have a part of a guy.
Most of these women don't got none of that shit on your chart on their head.
Than a whole, mid-level guy. And men would rather have one or two or five women in this zone than pick one of them and have a one and only. It would probably make us happier if we had those kinds of relationships. But the way that we're negotiating lately, we're ending up here and here, and everyone's getting all hurt emotions over it. And of course, we're ending up here and here as well. So I can't make your decisions for you. I can't change what you value.
That's not true.
But I can give you a map so that you know how to.
And honestly, people aren't even really negotiating. I mean, if you follow Hoe Math,
Attractive girls are usually.
if you follow Hoe Math, he's basically telling you to recognize what category the woman that you're dealing with, because you're going to be upset at whatever category that she puts you in, whether it's the bad boy category and she's attracted to you, even that. But it's like what he's telling you to do is recognize what category she's putting you in and then play to that category. But a lot of you guys don't know what category that she's putting you in. A lot of you guys aren't going to play to that category. I'll tell you something similar. You know what I'm saying, to play the part, but it's really up to you, man. And a lot of people aren't negotiating or thinking like that. It's, you know, why too much logic. How to get women. What's going on, Brandy? How you doing? Shout out to my girl Brandy in the building. How you doing? Always good to see you. Hold on, y'all. Whenever my Wi-Fi decides to start acting up. Hold on, let me go over here real quick. Shout out to my girl Brandy. Always great to see you. Girl Brandy in the building. How you doing? Shout outs to Brandy in the building. All right. All right, let's get into this, y'all. Let's get into what we came here for. Let's get into what we came here for. Now look at this, y'all. He actually has a lot of stuff. Oh, he actually doesn't have too much on his timeline. I would like to get a full chart to really take a listen to it, but let's check this out real quick. I don't know why he feels he has to have a whole diagram here, but
And it's all because you guys clicked on my videos and told me how cool they were.
hold on. Okay, so the name of this is called Sex Fight. Mac and Murphy versus Hoe Maths.
Personal experience side of this, which I've obviously leaned into and you've leaned into as well.
Yeah.
And, you know, your audience has leaned into that. They say, you know, like, I'm just in my office all day and I have no idea what's going on in the real world dating wise. I'm a 26-year-old man. How would I not at this point in my life have
had
something? Yeah, I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, you know, I've had all the normal. I don't talk about my personal life, and I don't feel comfortable with that. But I've had all the normal experiences and a few abnormal ones romantically. So it's not like I'm just in the office all day. And on the personal experience point, I mean, there's going to be some tension throughout this conversation, and we will get into it because we're going to be talking about you know, your most influential commentary on the mating market.
Yeah,
I think it would be good to just to illustrate the way I think about this thing, the tension between personal experience and data, is, for example, something that I talked about recently on my podcast that I was thinking about, which is the data on.
I'm not gonna lie, War Master. I think the best games on PlayStation, the best era is between PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2. I've been going down to this nostalgic route earlier. We're gonna get into the game side of the game. Give me 1 second, Charles. Let's get through this real quick.
Beards and attractiveness.
Yeah.
Right. Facial hair.
Shout out to War Master.
So we have just decades of literature looking into, okay, do women like facial hair? Do they not? Does adding facial hair make the same men more attractive? Right.
Yeah.
Do men with facial hair have higher reproductive success? And the overall tilt of it seems to be, right, that some facial hair is more attractive than none. Right.
Okay. Now, oh God. This nigga look like he's 30. He said he's 25. God damn. That's a rough 25. Second of all, it's called trends. Okay? Women are now, like within the past 10 years, just started getting attracted to men with facial hair and beards. Because in the 90s, in the early 2000s, if you had facial hair, literally, it either symbolized you didn't shave or you might be homeless. No, for real, I'm being dead serious. In the 90s and in the mid 2000s, the beards and all that other shit and all that other stuff was not popular. Beards within the past 7 to 8, 10 years just got popular. Okay? So we got to stop with the bullshit. No, for real, man. I'm saying like people like Rick Ross and all the other cats, they made beards popular and the man bun and all kinds of stuff, you know? Like, come on, man. Beards back in the day, you had to be clean shaven. Clean shaven back in the day was more respected. That 5 o'clock shadow, niggas couldn't just be walking around with beards like they do today. Beards that just became popular recently. Okay, the little stubble and all that other stuff, you know. Every once in a while, a woman liked a little bit of shadow, but you had to shave it. You know what I'm saying? I'm giving y'all the game. beards recently just started taking off. And recently started becoming quote unquote a staple of, and I'm using air quotes, a staple of masculinity. Don't let these young cats lie to you. Okay?
Some degree of facial hair.
Yeah.
But that doesn't align with my personal experience even slightly, right? If I've got a little bit of stubble right now, if I show up to my girlfriend's place with this amount of hair of my face,
Right.
she's
War
going to
Maths.
greet me at the door with a razor, right? So my personal experience tells me that women like clean shaven men.
But that's crazy though, because nowadays being clean shaven is weird. You know, being clean shaven is weird. You know what I'm saying? So War Master said, Kuda's right. He said beards have been cool for about 10 years or so. Goatees were cool before that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like back in the day, like, and it's funny that we're talking about this because I'm like, now I'm thinking about it. Like I'm glad that War Master said this, because back in the day, like you couldn't grow like a wild beard like people are growing out. Like my beard is like I just don't touch it. Do I shape it up sometimes? Yeah, every once in a while, but I just really don't touch it just cause, you know, I just want to like a goat every so often. I know I like a billy goat, but what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is like literally like if you did not shave back in the day, bruh, you either had no place to go, because you know that's what the whole 5 o'clock shadow and all that other stuff, people were shaving back in the day. You couldn't like these office jobs and stuff like that, you couldn't go to no office job with no beard unless it was like super clean. Like you had to be growing one of them train beards, like when them Triple H I work on trains all day beards, and even then they just won't. Like, nigga, what are you, Hulk Hogan? They're not gonna let you in the workplace with that, you know. So there was a beard stigma back in the day. You know what I'm saying? And shit, if you're bald, it gave a lot of bald dudes hope, for real, because like if you can't grow it up top, but you know you can grow it down bottom, cool. You know? But they look at clean shaven dudes now like it's like, ugh. It's like it's weird. You know? Like for real. Like for example, look at Kevin Gates when he had his beard versus when he didn't have his beard. You know what I'm saying? Look at Drake when he didn't have his beard, and look at when Drake started really growing his beard. Like, come on now. Come on now. You dig? So it you know what I'm saying? It changed. Like within the last 10, 11 years, that's when beards and man buns and shit like that really started changing, you know? And this guy, first of all, because I don't know, it's weird with white people. Y'all be just thinking any nigga that can be on a Maxim magazine is fucking prime alpha male and shit like that. It's like, no, this nigga just got a pompadour or a fucking devil's lock or whatever. You know what I'm saying? He just put some crazy shit in his hair and just you know, just looks cool. You know, Raven said you're a goat, Capricorn. Yeah. He said Cooter got the Metro Boomin. That's funny as hell. One master said, abroad, don't tell me how to groom myself. That's weird. I got tired of having hair on my face. My razor gets used often. Yeah. Actually, speaking of razor, I need to go charge mine. You said, facts, Cooter, I'm clean cut. Niggas, you said, facts, Cooter, I'm clean cut. Niggas be looking dirty as fuck. Yeah, but see, back in the day, having a beard kind of insinuate that you were dirty. What's going on, AM1? Peace to you, player. What's going on, man? Toya said, Raven in here lying again. Yeah, I mean, clean cut. I mean, look, all of these styles are good if you know how to pull it off. You know what I'm saying? You did? And yeah, you will not make it in corporate America looking like that. But recently, though, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys will agree that if you know how to rock the beardini, you know, the beardini, if you know how to rock the beardini and you keep it clean cut, yeah, you're gonna be killing them in corporate, you know. You said, I've always liked a man with facial hair, a mustache, and a beard is sexy to me. Well, the thing is, the reason why women like that is because a man that can grow hair like that, and especially long, beautiful hair, it's a sign of healthiness. You know what I'm saying? It's a sign of being healthy. You know? I know a girl that always kept tugging on my beard. I'm like, ow, that hurts. But I just let her do it. Yeah, if your job did require a breathing mask, you have to be clean shaven. Yeah. Raven is on one this afternoon, man. Raven got a low tolerance today, man. Shout outs to Raven. Since 08, that's what's up. That's when I started my locks in 08. I restarted them and they actually locked in 08. I had them locks for a minute. I got to cut them or at least trim them shoulder length or something. All right, let's get back into this, okay? So I hate to say it like this, y'all, but damn, this makes me feel like an old man, y'all. I'm really not listening to no 25-year-old dude on no game. I'm really not listening to a 25-year-old dude on no game. I'm not saying that I can't learn nothing from him. I'm not saying something, but I'm like, you're just going to explain something that, we kind of already know. But there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. No, it's not the same guy, but he is white finance, man. All right, let's go, y'all. Let's get it.
Because women have never liked me with a beard, right?
Sure.
It just doesn't suit me.
Funny thing, though, is that he has a face for a beard, but he probably never kept the beard the way he probably would have for women to kind of like that. But anyway.
Sure.
So it would be stupid for me to look at the data and say, oh, I must wear a beard because the data says that on average, men are more attractive with beards. That would be stupid.
Yeah.
But it would be equally stupid for me to say, oh, beards don't suit me. So all of you, right? All of you, the data on beards is fake.
One hat fits all. That's what he's talking about.
Beards aren't actually attractive. That would be stupid as well. So
that's right, Tony. Rightfully so. I mean, if you're a player from there, of course you I get it.
Kind of my take is that personal experience can be very informative, but that doesn't mean it's necessary.
And I don't mean yesteryear meaning that you're old. I'm talking about like if you're a refined player, so
extrapolable. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that the best way to go about it, which is what I try to do, and I obviously I don't read a fraction as much research as you. I'm just gonna get that +1 for attractiveness. Is that I like to read as much as I can, but I'm very skeptical of everything that I read coming out of universities because there's so many. Like you witnessed recently, there was somebody in one of my comment sections who I have a draw up for it. We were talking about the myth of man the hunter.
Oh my God, he has another list, y'all. Oh shit.
Oh yes, and this is something that's worth talking about. Where there was all this, there was this paper that said, look, women hunt too, and then non-academics were like, hey, it's a myth.
They got this idea that women were participating in the woolly mammoth hunt,
and it's like, well, maybe to an extent, maybe sometimes. But sex differences in hunting are very, very large across hunter-gatherer societies. Yeah, this is one of the biggest sex differences we have. And it's also not a particularly mysterious sex difference. I mean, if you've got, let's just be frank about this. If from just a strategic perspective, if some people have to go hunting and half the population is on average larger, broader, and...
Okay, first of all, women are not hunting. They are hunters, but they're not hunting. They're sitting back in their lives and looking at all the guys in their life, whether the guy is single or taken. Because even the guys that are taken to a certain degree, they're not off the tape, like they're not off the table. Okay? So you got some women that are waiting on other women or other women that's around them to pick a guy, and she will go after that man that's with that girl for real, or at least make passes at him or whatever. So it's a different strategy per women, and sometimes it's situational. A lot of times women will go after guys that are picked by other women because these are guys that are, what's called pre-selected. This is where the term pre-selective comes, and they're pre-chosen. Okay, so women will deal with guys that are taken. Women will deal with guys that entertain them on social media. Women will deal with guys that, right, Raven, they will deal with guys that are at their job, work husbands. Women will deal with certain type of dudes, and these are dudes that frequent their dating pool or that are in and out and stuff like that. Okay. If one of her homegirls that she kind of cool with or not really cool with breaks up with her boyfriend, guess what? Don't be surprised if your girlfriend over there or your best friend over there messing with that dude. Especially if she knows how you got him. Women know this. That's why they don't trust their man around certain women. Women know that one girlfriend not to bring their dude around. We just gonna stop playing games. Women know that one nigga and that one biatch not to bring their dude around. Bitch will run off with your nigga. Especially if she got a little bit of, especially if she has a hard time getting attention from him. Oh man. They pretend like they're friends with each other, but hell no. Let's go.
And more aggressive. Who's gonna go do it, right? So it's like, yes, women do hunt sometimes, right?
Yeah.
And that paper, that was a worthwhile contribution to say, hey, sex differences maybe not as big as we thought.
Yeah.
But that's not the same as saying there's no sex difference. And so
yeah, they can smell other women's pheromones on you by proxy.
All these non-academics take that data and they use it to feed their, they use it to feed their ideology as opposed to actively.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Exactly.
And that's
and it was funny because you actually you did well there because you went to the actual paper and you're like, hey, that's not what the authors of the paper were saying.
Yeah.
Like you're misinterpreting them.
Yeah. There's a lot of that, and I get very skeptical. And people,
I can imagine.
People, even me, this is my job now, and I still don't have the time to read all of that stuff in that detail. There's
And then also too, what's not being explained that women be cheating. Cheating is also a part of a woman's dating pool.
I'm gonna call you on my break. Yo, this nigga really think I'm going to work. Yo, I just went through this nigga phone so much. We going to your house. When we get to your house, I'm gonna need you to blow my back out, like pound my shit. Like, why you always recording?
Alright, my bad.
So I'm gonna tell y'all too, that same effect. I've seen women that didn't get niggas until they get a nigga, and now a whole bunch of niggas coming out of the woodworks. Yeah, Toya, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. They be cheating too. They cheat too.
All right, let me clear the dope. Zero, right? 4 dudes talk to your girl per day, right? Yep. It's 7 days a week. Multiply that by 7. 28 dudes talk to your girl in a week. Multiply that by 4. It's 4 weeks in a month. 112 dudes talk to your girl within a month. Multiply that by 12. 1,344 dudes try to talk to your girl in 1 year. No girl is turning down 1,344 niggas. It's basic nigology.
That's the real Hoe Math. Show's over. I gave y'all the Hoe Math. Quick maths. Just gave y'all the Hoe Maths, y'all. I could have just played that and that's the end of the show. That's the real Hoe Math. Right. Hoe Facts sold separately.
Hi, excuse me, sir. Do you have $20 to spare? I really need it. Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Thanks.
Excuse me?
Uh-huh.
I do got 20.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Well, actually, here you go.
What you mean?
I was doing an experiment to see if you were really going to give me the $20 out of the kindness of your heart, but I said whoever's going to give it to me, I'm going to suck your dick. Let me suck your dick. Baby. Are you okay?
This was my last $20.
Oh. Are you okay, baby?
You don't even understand. I really needed my dick sucked.
Oh, yes. Let me suck that dick, baby. Come here. Come here, daddy. Come here.
There's a lot of noise out there, and I think that you've got to live your life, and you've got to read the data, and you have to have some skepticism of what happens in both. Like you've got to know that some of it is just not applicable generally or to others, or that it might be like the myth of man the hunter thing.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we'd better start disagreeing, because we're being way too friendly right now.
It's too much. It's not very rude. Yeah, I promise rudeness.
People in the audience, our audiences completely despise each other, and I think it's high time we give them something to.
We can't have them be friends and share audience now. So
yeah, exactly. I think we need to maintain the hatred, and your audience needs to continue calling me a simp and a cuck and a white knight and all those things.
Absolutely.
So let's give them some content so they can feel good about themselves.
All right.
How about we start?
I've got a draw up for that too. Yeah, no, you go ahead.
Okay,
I want you to lead and just sort of tell me what you think about what I'm saying. That's
of course. Well, great. How about we start with what I was hoping to start with, which is this is obviously your name, not mine. The standard female delusion charts.
Yeah.
If you could maybe bring those up, and if you could, and talk. I guess because some of my audience is going to be watching this. Could you just make your point? I'll give you as much space as you want, and then I'll comment on it.
There it is. Okay, I've brought it up. So you want me to just kind of explain?
Oh my
right?
goodness. Oh my goodness. Here we go with the scale of 1 to 10 bullshit. Okay, let's see what he says. Let's just see. All right, here we go. What's going on, Degenerate? Shout out to you, player. What's going on? Welcome. Shout out to Degenerate in the building. So you say, it's soup season. All right, let's get it.
Yes, although I can't see it currently, for what it's worth.
Okay, I believe that it's working. Let me just check, guys, on the YouTube. Yeah, it's working on the YouTube.
They can see it. They can see the charts.
Yep, it's full screen.
Okay, so you explain it. I've got some critiques of this.
What the hell is? Here comes this 1 to 10 bullshit. All right, here we go, y'all.
Beyond the name. And how about you talk them through it, and I, without the benefit of being able to see what's going on, I'll try to give my criticisms.
Sure. Okay, so this is the standard female delusion chart. I grouped it together with these gray boxes. This is the most important part of it that I'm circling right here. It's how women see men and how men see women in an unfamiliar setting. This is the most important part of it. So I think that overall men tend to view women fairly. There's a lot of 4s, 5s, and 6s, and there's very few 9s and 10s, very few 0s, 1s, and 2s. And that is men evaluating women that they haven't met and don't know anything about. Women evaluating men that they don't know anything about, I think, are a lot less fair. And I think that they, according to,
God, you guys be wanting shit to be fair. First of all, because he said he likes surety. Of course, every guy likes something to be sure of something. But women are not fair. Men are not fair neither. Get over it. Because it really don't matter. Actually, you can use that to your advantage. Thank God you're not fair. She's not sitting up there wasting my time. And I can get what I want faster. Imagine if shit was fair. You know which broads you wouldn't have never got to talk to or be in a room with? Come on, man.
Pretty much all of the dating app data, women are grouping 80% of men as below average, which is, that it might sound mathematically not possible, but it's like they're
taking that 20% of men and making them so valuable that the average is actually pushed down. Their preferences are really, really, really high on dating apps. I think that translates to real life to a certain degree. I think that women look around and see men that are overwhelmingly, basically invisible and unimpressive. And in order to become impressive, you have to become familiar.
Okay, so
You have
let's
to know
stop.
them. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's stop there. That's well explained. What exactly? So you've gleefully called this delusion over and over again. You said that women are delusional for this preference, which is a pretty strong thing to say.
It is.
What is delusional here?
So the delusion that I'm pointing to, and again, this is it's a half a joke, and it's a half based on things that I think are really happening. And the part that I think is real is this area right here of the
I
chart.
can't see, just so you know.
Yes, I will explain. But this one, it again is a half a joke, but women rating themselves, it's just cut off between 5 and 10, and it's pushed towards the 10. So all the women are like, I'm a 10, I'm a 10, I'm a 10. I've seen that going really crazy lately, and I've had tons and tons of experiences with women, with relation to me.
But see, that's for hooking up, Tony. That's for hooking up. A lot of these dudes don't know how to get women that are out to hook up. And half the broads on the dating app, you gotta lie. Half the broads on the dating app, they there for hookups, but they lie to you and say they're not there for hookups. So you gotta lie to them to get them out on a date, and then you hook up. That's the whole trick. Hate to say it like that. And it's not like you sitting up there lying, but both of y'all up there telling the truth to a certain degree. And they like it when you do it like that too. That's the crazy part. That's a ninth wonder of the world, y'all. That's the elephant in the room.
With relation to other men around them, believing that they are very deserving of a really high quality mate when they are really average, or maybe slightly more, slightly less themselves. And in some cases,
Okay.
Can
I jump in?
Yes.
Hell no, they be lying like
so
shit
I
on
just
them
want
dating
to
apps.
focus. We'll go point by point. We're going to talk about women overrating themselves as a phenomenon and some of the data around that.
No one
But let's
cares.
start with the men and women viewing each other in a short-term context.
Yeah.
The first thing I want to say is that it's more or less accurate to say. I mean, there's some mixed findings on this, but I would agree with you that in a short-term context, men view, frankly, the average woman as attractive, whereas women view the average, and I mean average meaning like the median man, as unattractive.
Yeah.
A lot of men, maybe not you, think that this is, as you said, mathematically impossible.
Yeah.
That's a very silly error. It's an error that scientists actually make memes about quite regularly because it's such a common one. But most men, for example, are below average wealth because some men are very rich and most men don't have that much money.
Yeah.
So most men are below average wealth. If you take the average, it's going to be above most men.
Yeah.
Same thing, right? When I was serving the AmeriCorps and working with students, I was working with 7th graders. The average height in that classroom would have been above everyone except me because I'm quite tall and they're 7th graders, right? There's nothing, these types of distributions, they appear in nature all the time. And there's nothing mathematically errant about them. There's nothing wrong with them.
Yeah.
Data can show up like this all the time, right? So for women to say that most men are below average attractiveness, some of you, your brains are going to be like, oh, that's impossible. They're delusional. That doesn't make any sense.
Right.
And it's like, no, that actually does make sense. Some men are really hot and most are not, right? If you thought of it as, I guess, your last name's Math. So we'll talk through like a mathematical version. If you take a group of 10 men, right?
Yep.
And 9 of them are ones, meaning they're just untouchable. And 1 of them is a 10, then the average in that population will be 1.9, which means 9 out of 10 men will be below average. So that's just to say that there's...
Okay. Both of y'all niggas are doing way too much. Both of y'all niggas are doing way too much. Y'all are doing too much logic. Mathematically, if I break this down, 14 out of 1
I don't, like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Hoes don't care about that shit. Baby Alien just got a little baddie the other day. You think they give a fuck? Bitches will screw a one arm alien these days. They don't give a damn. Y'all are doing too much. Oh boy, here we go.
There's nothing delusional about women not wanting to fuck you, right? Like that's not, and it's
just a oh, she's fucked up because she don't want me. It's just that's just all you're saying. If a woman doesn't want you, cool, you know. But anyway, let's go.
Unhealthy thing for men to be thinking to themselves, oh, women are delusional for not being interested in me sexually. Not true, not fair, and also not going to change anything, right? You can't argue and logic women into finding you attractive. This is not something
that's what they want to do.
It's going to change. Another thing just about attractiveness in general, right? And I'm actually going to read you a quote from the Oxford Handbook of Human Mating because it's useful here, because we talk about attractiveness not a lot in our data. And this is their quote: attractiveness is not an inherent property of the entity being perceived. It is a perception produced by psychological mechanisms in the mind of the perceiver, end quote.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That means that women can't be wrong about you being unattractive, right? If all the women are saying that most men are unattractive, that's just the fact. Most men are unattractive,
right?
And no amount of coping, saying, "Oh, it's delusional. Oh, it's not fair. Oh, it's da 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 da." That's not going to change it, and it's also it's not accurate. So it's both inaccurate, unhelpful. It's not something that I agree with.
So let me ask you about it in this angle. If I hope I'm not cutting you off.
No, please.
The reason that I use the word delusion and that I poke fun at it is, I believe that there has been a really strong tilt towards women viewing themselves as more attractive and more desiring of high quality mates recently with the advent of technology and accessibility, like universal accessibility and the secrecy that's possible with technology. The ability that we have to connect, again, women of all levels of quality to the highest quality men so quickly and efficiently. And I think that what that does is, in the part of the female brain, the same thing that gets us addicted to sugar and caffeine and cocaine and whatever, that there's this addiction to feeling worthy of a high quality mate that makes them ignore men that they might otherwise be interested in a world where this did not happen and wasn't so easy. Do you think that that's a feasible thing? Because that's the basis.
Okay, let me stop you guys from wasting your time. Y'all dudes give women a little too much credit with this fake hypergamy thing and all this other shit. First of all, fifth of all, women are also dating who they can. Not every woman can practice hypergamy. Not every woman owns, no matter how attractive she is, not every woman owns a dating pool that she can actually practice hypergamy. So number one, they date who they can also, versus who wants to date them. A lot of women fuck up their dating options. For example, look at Megan Thee Stallion. Now she's not gonna find it's not gonna be hard for her to get wiped up by some dude. But that doesn't mean that she's practicing hypergamy. Just because she got wiped up by some dude. She could get wiped up by some dude and he's not an upgrade. Happens all the time. So not every woman has a dating pool to practice hypergamy, and not every boyfriend that a woman gets after another boyfriend gets better. I think you would know this by now. And at the same time, not every woman is content with the guy that will wipe them up. Okay? This is common sense.
This is common sense. Toya, we want a pumpkin spice latte off the secret menu. Make that barista work for you. Double shot of espresso, please. This don't work, y'all. Okay, listen to me when I'm telling y'all. Not every woman is practicing hypergamy. That's cap. Some women, it could only get worse from there. Okay? If you got niggas with feminists tattooed on the side of their body, getting they D sucked while you rapping about scamming niggas, that shit is crazy. He said, it's sad. He said, it's sad, but you're right. Women don't appreciate a guy like me. Yeah, man, it's ridiculous. All right, let's go.
Of what I'm saying with the standard female delusion chart, that the accessibility is making them pursue these relationships because they can get them short term, which makes them think, well, if I was having a short term relationship with a man, it would be because I considered him long term. They're projecting.
What, bruh? Why are you still using a scale of 1 to 10? And ain't nobody really about to look at all that shit. This shit is crazy.
Okay, so these are two important things that I think we're gonna have to come back to systematically.
Sure.
So I think we'll cover men lowering their standards for short-term mating when we get to zones, if that's okay. And then the hypergamy chart that you've drawn, I actually want to talk about that in detail on its own. But let's talk about the specific quality that you've extracted here, which is women overrating themselves. Right. This is a perception, and it's a misperception that a lot of men have. Oh, women overrate themselves, women overrate their attractiveness more than men. And where this perception comes from is all these viral podcasts run by people who are...
Nope, that's not where it came from. That's not where it came from. That's where y'all saw it, but that's not where it came from. It came from women in the 21st century making sex all inclusive. So now there's such thing as a dime, but you can't even dime shame, or you can't do none of that stuff anymore. That's not where it came from. It didn't come from modern day podcasts and stuff like that. Modern day podcasts broadcasted it, but women have always been referring to themselves as dimes. They have not properly appraised themselves since 2007. All right. So around 2010, it was over. All of them were calling themselves dimes because the internet made everything all inclusive with Instagram and all kinds of stuff. So it didn't come from the podcast. It predates the podcast era. All right, let's get it.
Selecting out the most obnoxious people they can find on the street. They're not representative of the general population of women, right? And then they're asking them to essentially overrate themselves. In some cases, this is just demonstrating an effect that we find pretty consistently, which is that unattractive people. So people have a decent understanding of their own attractiveness, unless they're unattractive. Ironically, if people are very unattractive, they tend to be very bad at perceiving that, right? Who knows why? I'm not someone who's enough of an expert on that subject to have some good ideas as to why, but we know that unattractive people tend to overrate themselves in general. And so these podcasts, they take...
It's simple. It's simple. They got to feel good about themselves. There's really no rhyme or reason to it. All right.
Women off the street, right? And they basically have them overrate themselves on camera. And that gives everyone the impression that, oh, women overrate themselves more than men. But that impression...
No, they overrate themselves off camera too.
We've done the experiments on this, and that impression is false. If you take a large group of people, not hand-picked people off the street to embarrass them, but a large group of normal people, it's a very simple experiment. It's been done multiple times, and it gets the same result consistently. What you do is you get, let's say, the most recent one, I think it was 186 participants. You take them off the street, right? And you get them all together and you say, okay, everybody rate themselves sexually. How sexually attractive are you? And then everybody rate each other. And what do we find? Well, ironically, off your graph, we find that men overrate themselves much more than women.
That's cap. Men actually underrate themselves more than women. That's cap. This guy, to a certain degree, who he's debating, has a couple of feministic views. I've noticed, not just this little spat right here, but some of the other stuff that he said before. But all right, let's go. He's probably a dating coach for both men and women, which I wouldn't be surprised. But let's get it.
And there's evolutionary
So you
reasons why.
You mean that they think that they're more than the women think they are?
Oh yeah, men are like, oh, I'm a 7, I'm an 8, and the women are like, no, you're actually a.
I never hear men say they're 7 or 8. Dudes be underrating themselves. I be having to tell dudes, bro, pick yourself up. Think more of yourself. Dudes be like, I'm a 5 or I'm a 4. And if y'all ever been on Player Talk Radio, y'all know that's unacceptable. Y'all know I'm not, And be like, bro, you better up that number. Cause women that are he's bisexual. Oh fuck. Oh, that says a lot. Well, that did it. Well, that did it. Kanye voice. Well, that did it. And need I say more?
3 or a 4. And then the women are like, oh, I'm a 6, I'm a 7. And the men are like, no, you're a 5 or a 6, right? So everyone, there's a bias where people think they're more attractive than they are. But the irony of your female delusion chart is that it's wrong in singling out women when men are the ones who do this much more. So, and frankly, there's going to be, and you know what? The other side of this is another thing about these red pill guys that I find so annoying. They're in the comments, and this isn't my original observation. This is something that a lot of people have observed. But they're in the comments on these videos of women overrating their looks, saying that I'm a high value man. I'm a high value man. They think they're a high value man. And it's like, what are you doing in the YouTube's comment section then?
Right.
Shouldn't you be doing, like, it's like, that seems to, just based on the activity that I'm watching you doing, that seems a little delusional.
There's quite a lot of that, yeah.
Yeah, so men.
Well, high value men can be on the internet, but a lot of them dudes are just going off of Kevin Samuels. Sadly. All right, let's go.
So the reason that your female delusion chart annoys me is, one, I think it's unhelpful. I don't think women like being told, oh, we're delusional, right, en masse. I don't think that's good for the mating market. I don't think it's helpful for men who are struggling with dating to be told, oh, women are delusional because they don't
You haven't lived long enough. But okay.
Find you sexy, right? It's like, okay, thanks for telling me that they're delusional. That doesn't change anything. And I also don't think it's I know it's not accurate to say that women especially are the ones overrating themselves, because men have a systematic habit for decades of research of overrating themselves. So the men overrate themselves much more.
I want to talk
and I can talk as well, and I don't have to. But if you're interested, I can explain the evolutionary reasons why men are more likely to overrate themselves. I don't think it's a social phenomenon. There are some scientists who think it is. I think that men have an evolved bias.
Okay, first of all, what he's talking about is men's appraisal of themselves. Men haven't taken proper appraisal of themselves, and neither have women. Neither have women. It's the appraisal, sir. That's what you're talking about. You're talking about proper appraisal. A lot of guys that think they're quote unquote high value are not high value. We get it.
Let's go.
To over perceive their own attractiveness.
Yeah.
Probably for, just to give the TLDR version.
But see, he's thinking as a man. He's not even, it doesn't even matter. It's like he's not even factoring in how women will find that attractive. Women don't always go after high value men. Y'all be giving broads a little bit too much credit. Every time she dates a high value man. Bullshit. These niggas be thinking that women are really good with hypergamy. Like every time she lays down is with a high value man. You said what's with the rap, the women clause in the background with the rap, the women. I kind of let this play in the background. It's basically Megan Thee Stallion and Carisha, aka Young Miami. They just dropped the album, The City Girls, and it did like 8K or some shit. It basically flopped. No one cares. We got Sexy Red and Glorilla. Nobody cares what the City Girls are doing, which is messed up. But anyway, it's just showing y'all how they laughing at dudes and hooking up with each other, while dudes are sitting up here pulling out tape measures and trying to measure their jawlines. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
Confidence, and so you don't miss opportunities. But
sure,
please, you can. I've spoken for quite some time.
Yeah.
You can take as much time as you want to respond.
There's one main thing that I want to get at in all that, which is that what you said is that attractiveness it's perceived, and that's what attractiveness is. It's how much people like you. And I'm trying to compare with the standard female delusion chart. I'm trying to compare objectively measurable things like the fitness of your body or the symmetry of your face with the perception. So there are things about bodies that are perceived as attractive and less attractive, and then there is the way that society is going, which I think is changing the way that people perceive. Like, I don't think that perceptions are static throughout time. I think that if you take a bunch of men that are 10s, right, and you put them just on an island with a bunch of random women, the women will evaluate those male 10s to be another 1 to 10, hierarchy. I think that they're evaluating attractiveness compared to what they are exposed to. And so
do you think that I disagree with what you're saying right now?
I guess I'm not totally sure.
Yeah, I don't. I think, as I said, attraction is in perception.
Yeah.
And so a lot of things are going to alter perception.
Right.
Now, I think, and we'll talk about.
I'm gonna tell y'all the truth too, and this is not me hating on dudes that are perceived as attractive. A lot of these quote unquote good looking dudes and Maxim looking dudes and a lot of quote unquote selected men, they be dealing with some weak ass bitches, bro. I'm gonna just let the cat out the bag. I'm gonna just go ahead and say it. They be dealing with some weird, weak, fucked up, delusional bitches. And they get wrapped up in those women too, because a lot of them, a lot of those women keep those dudes safe until that one woman comes along and humbles that nigga. Because it be dudes that be getting played with women. And some of these dudes get so much play with women that they start to think like some of those women that they get play from. Because those women know what I'm talking about. Some of those women they like to keep the dude safe to a certain degree so they can actually pass them around. So they will get with certain guys, right? And they will hype up the guy. They'll be like, see, you know how to treat a lady. You know how to, you know what we like. You're not like that other guy. That's why I chose you. You're not like, and what they do is they stroke his ego and they hype him up. into thinking that they would never put him in a basket with the other dudes. And these dudes be riding on cloud nine like, oh man, you don't know how to treat a woman. You don't know because she do this and then she do that and then she told me this and then she told me that. It's like, bro, you just in the club. You're going to meet that one woman that don't give a fuck about your hair, don't give a fuck about your muscles, your tattoos, don't give a fuck about none of that shit. And she gonna run you through the ringer. And you gonna sound just like the dudes that you're talking about. For example, y'all remember Nyla and Taz? Why the hell did I find out? And he's been doing this for a minute now. Because now that he's beefing with Princella, Taz over there sounding like the manosphere. Can't make this shit up if I tried, y'all. Taz over there running a tight ship, sounding like the manosphere.
Talk to me about a woman who's been married 30, 40 years and let her tell me about her man, because she can't tell me about our man. Let me tell me about the men that you chose, the men that you had. Don't tell me about the men you didn't have, because you don't know those men. Right? Because if all men were the same, all men would be doing the same.
Okay.
There's some niggas fucking some punks.
All right,
Some
so,
dick.
okay, so-
There's a lot of niggas ain't taking no dick.
All right.
If some nigga beat women, if some nigga won't dare touch a woman. If some niggas say bitch, 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 and if some niggas say, hey, homie, don't say there's women in the room. So we're all different. Yeah, we have the same chromosomes, makeup, all that, homie, but our environments, how we raise, supersede all that shit. Because once you develop a conscience, once you learn right from wrong and you got a conscience, homie, I wouldn't give a fuck what turn you on, you wouldn't do it. I wouldn't give a fuck how horny you is, you ain't gonna cheat on your wife. When you develop that, you fight against your nature. You deny yourself. That's where fasting and praying come in at.
Now I get it, Raven. Some women do like the pretty boy till he not pretty to them no more. I've seen that pretty boy shit backfire so many times. Let's get it.
This when we get to the hypergamy section.
Yeah.
I think we have some disagreements as to what's causing, maybe. You know, let's say, I think that you have a perception that standards have been inflated grossly.
Yes.
And I think that we'll find some things to disagree about there.
Sure.
But maybe, I'll tell you what, I mean, I was thinking that maybe we'd talk about female infidelity next. Sure. But I'm happy to go straight into hypergamy if you want.
Sure, I do want to.
And I don't have the. Can you check that the audience has the benefit of seeing? Because I can't see anything right now.
Yeah,
I'm seeing a cartoon that says beards.
You guys see? Yeah, I think we're doing good.
They've been seeing the graphs.
They're responding.
And no homo. I'm gonna give you the game. Hoe Math in his head, he think he's talking to a dude that's a 10 based off a woman's perception when he's actually talking to an 8.5. I can look at a dude and be like, oh, I know what women are going to rate him. I actually got, especially if you're using a scale of 1 to 10, I actually really got pretty good at this. Hoe Math is under the impression that he's talking to a 10 when he's talking to an 8.5.
Funding at
some messy shit.
It's normal, yeah. So yeah, before we move on to the next thing, I just want to talk about how there is, there's like the actual object. I'm going to switch off of my chart. I've got too many things to juggle. So there's the actual object that's being seen, and then there's the seer of the object, and the conditions that are surrounding the seer are going to, influence the perception. So the conditions, yeah. So when I refer to this as delusion, humorously, because I don't think it's necessarily delusion, although there have been a lot of cases.
Why not call it just the female perceptions of attractiveness chart? Why do you have to call them delusional?
Hilarious?
because I want to hit people in the funny bone.
I don't think it's hitting a lot of women in the funny bone. I know that I'm going to get a lot of simp, a lot of cuck, but it's frankly, it's like,
I do agree that that many women are turned off by it, but the ones that do get it and agree with me about what I'm saying are the ones I want to talk to. And I think I do have to kind of soften up at some point and rebrand a little, because I do want to get to those women. I do want to have them in my audience. But for the moment, I'm enjoying being kind of rude. And it's like, calling it delusional, it's a funny way of, I think, alleviating pressure on men who feel, rejected by the dating market by saying, hey, women have got these phones and they're no longer viewing you as viable because their conditions are, they've got all these men who want to have sex with them and they think that they almost got married and they didn't. And so the delusion is thinking that these are viable options when they're not, which is
I
changing the
understand. So
perception.
you're making fun of it as a way of comforting men about not being attractive.
Yeah, and also about pointing to the actual circumstances of women's standards have changed because of technology.
Well, that's something that I want to talk about next. I guess okay, so I'm definitely willing to bend over backwards to give you the benefit of the doubt, mainly because we've spoken privately, and you often say things that are very nice and wholesome, and I think, oh, he actually he wants the world to not suck, right?
Yes, that is
and
the point.
the reality of your situation is, right, I'm coming in here maybe naively and trying, what I see here just with your content in general is that you're either going to become a positive influence or you're going to become king of the incels.
Yeah.
Okay. And I genuinely don't know what the fuck's going to happen with you. And I'm coming in here with both hands and trying to grab the steering wheel and push it towards something positive.
Yes.
And frankly, I think that, look, I recognize that when you made the female delusion chart,
yeah,
you were speaking to, a couple thousand people, and it probably didn't feel like a big deal.
Yeah.
But now you're speaking to millions of people, hundreds of thousands of people.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure that your reach has hit millions.
Yeah.
And so it's like, okay, what you say now has an impact on culture,
on
right?
the general culture, yeah.
On the general dating culture.
Yeah.
And so if you tell hundreds of thousands of women that they're delusional for having the most normal preferences ever, right? And also, and another thing that we should have spoken about is that the long-term preferences of men and women are, I mean, you're actually more generous than me. I still think women are pickier for long-term mating, but you say that, they match up, right?
More so is what I mean.
They match up more so. Yeah. I mean, you show it as dead even. I think that was you throwing everyone a bone.
It's just,
I think that men still have to compete harder than women for mates, even in a long-term context.
Yeah,
and that's illustrated by a variety of data. Yeah. What's on the screen right now? What are people seeing?
I think that they're just seeing us side by side.
Us side by side. How do you feel about, so I guess you know how I feel about the female delusion thing. I think that, it's fine to talk about these data. It's fine to make jokes, but I think that, framing it as delusion, it's going to lead a lot of these incel types to be like, oh, women are delusional for not and good confidence.
Oh, shit. Hold on, y'all.
So wait a minute. I'm sorry. My motivations in general are that
this graph, but you always focus on women.
Hold on.
It's the world that is
understood. I mean, I take issue with the specific word delusion, but I also recognize that I am.
Hold on. It is delusion, but at the same time, who cares? You know what I'm saying? Like, who cares? Who cares? Unless you're going to wreck your brains if you're not what they want, and you're going to try to supply that. Who cares? Who cares? Hate to say it like that, but it's the truth. All right.
I'm one of the least funny people ever to emerge on Earth.
Yeah.
And so, I don't want to be
you have
the
other
guy,
qualities.
I don't want to be, yeah, sure. I don't want to be fact checking. I don't want to be fact checking a comedian. But can you actually pull up the, I think now is the time to talk about hypergamy, because we've talked about our disagreements enough, and I think that we can go straight there if you're comfortable.
Yeah, we can go to the hypergamy chart.
So let's show the chart. Can everyone see it? What's happening here?
I will zoom in on mine. Let's go to the.
So I want people seeing the hypergamy chart.
Okay. All right, they're seeing it.
Yeah. So they're seeing that men pursuing women, it's kind of, all over the place. Women pursuing men in an unfamiliar context, which is important. They tend to pursue up. In a short-term context, I think we'd agree that it's basically a looks game, right?
Yeah.
So
these niggas said hypergamy is a looks game. Oh my God. Shout outs to everybody here. We've been streaming for 7 hours and 28 minutes. Make sure y'all hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and definitely support the channel. We've been streaming for about 7 hours and a half of cold work that I'm gonna leave up. And y'all support today's show. This man said that hypergamy is based off of looks. Now, let me tell you why he's not fully wrong. Because the fucked up part is that most of the time, all women can do is go off of looks. So a lot of the hypergamy does fall within looks, but hypergamy really doesn't have nothing with looks. Hypergamy is really her upgrading and getting with somebody that can actually really take care of her in all aspects, not just looks. The majority of people talking about hypergamy don't know what they're talking about, because how it was introduced to the space. The Black Manosphere introduced the term hypergamy to the space, talking about protecting yourself from her trading you in for somebody else, believing that she's practicing hypergamy, when in actuality she's not practicing hypergamy. Hate to bust your bubble, but we brought that term to the space for men to protect themselves, not for men to select themselves. Because the majority of women today aren't practicing hypergamy. They would have been about the game. They would have got snatched up. They would have got married. A lot of them can't practice hypergamy. So again, y'all are giving women way too much credit, thinking that their dating pool more than they do. And the fucked up part is, what is hypergamous for one woman is not hypergamous for the next woman. And y'all still using the scale of 1 to 10. Keep listening to these. Keep listening to these niggas though.
If we're talking about short-term dating, let's talk about the women pursuing men. If you're talking about short-term dating, this is true.
Yeah.
That about a third of men just can't be involved. Yeah. Right. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And that's consistent with there's some actual data here. I'm not speaking from personal experience when I'm speaking. It really is just me looking at numbers. I'm surprised by the numbers.
It's very satisfying for me, because this was just my feeling, and it's roughly true.
Yeah, it's
I love
roughly
it.
true.
I
I
love it
think
when I do
it's
that, yeah.
I think it's about 30% of young men. So we're talking about young men, obviously. That's those are the people who are involved in short-term mating. I think it's about 30%
Numbers are
of young
bullshit
men
too.
haven't had sex in 1 year, and I think
Mhm.
that that's a pretty good way of quantifying that. It's like, oh, they're just excluded, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
They might have, you know, they might
Right,
occasionally have
War
sex, but if
Master,
you're
I
not having
agree.
sex for a year, I would say that you're excluded from the mating market. Now, half of those men say they're not looking, and it's genuinely hard to know. It's genuinely hard to know what to make of that, right?
Yeah.
We'll talk about the not people thing. You know, I hate
Yes,
that.
I know it. I know you do. I'm teasing.
Yeah, you see, you're trying to aggravate me.
Yeah.
Trying to make me lose my temper. But
little
if
bit.
you move that for just a second, the this is true in the sense that, but I'll make 2 points of it, and then I'll let you say whatever you want to say about it.
Sure.
One, and this is something we discussed privately. This women pursuing men side of things, it's just as much about men's psychology as women's
Oh, of
psychology.
course. Very permissive for
Because
short term.
if men didn't lower their standards for short-term dating,
Yeah.
then this graph wouldn't look like this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Men do lower their standards for short-term mating. This is something that we've discussed.
Yeah.
So the flip side is, right, if women
Shout outs to War Master dropping the huge $20 on this on the Cash App. He said RoboCop with the weird haircut is delusional, right? AKA Jada Pinkett Smith. Speaking of RoboCop in video games, y'all, that RoboCop video game looks fire. War Master, if you get the chance, play it. Shout outs to War Master dropping the humongous $20 on the Cash App. As always, thank you so much for always supporting Player Talk Radio. If you get a chance, check out that new RoboCop game. It's way more fun than listening to this. I don't know why this person took the scale of 1 to 10 this serious. The best scale is to use, I'm telling y'all, is the best scale to use is Patrice O'Neal's scale of 1 to 30. Once you hear about that scale and you know what it is, you're going to be like, damn, fuck a 1 to 30. I mean, 1 to 10. Fuck a 1 to 10. 1 to 10 ain't shit. You a little boy if you're using 1 to 10. Let's get it.
men lowered their standards for short-term mating, right? You always talk about this graph, but you always focus on women. It's like, oh, women.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, War Master. Like they never, you know who actually acknowledged them. I know y'all don't like them, but you know who actually acknowledged them? Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels. He called them the Henrys, the high earners, not yet rich. The high earners, not rich yet. Kevin talked about them. Ayanla tried to talk about them with the little bus driver BS, but come on now. Y'all know what's up. Y'all know what's up.
Women have these standards. Women do this. Women want this, right? But really, it's a facet of men, because if women lowered their standards for short-term mating, right? Like if you could,
well, the species would die out.
Well, think about the most attractive female celebrities. Imagine if they had male groupies the same way male celebrities had male groupies.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. Yeah.
Men would absolutely show up for the short-term encounters, 100%. But women on average don't lower their standards for short-term mating in the same way men do.
This nigga said women on average don't lower their standards. Are you fucking kidding me? A lot of women on average have no choice but to, oh my God. Let me tell y'all something when y'all talk about women practicing hypergamy. Y'all are literally saying this woman is sitting down with a notebook every single time. She's assessing all the dudes that she's dealing with. She's not making no errors. Her calculations are correct. She's choosing the right guy every single time. Y'all niggas think that the wrong guy doesn't make her pussy wet. The right guy always makes her pussy wet. And then y'all come back to the manosphere and argue about how she didn't choose the right guy. Raven, do you hear this shit? These niggas made a whole career about how this bitch did not choose the right man and then talk about how perfect she is choosing the right man. Get, You ever got so offended you tasted something? Holy shit.
It's genuinely hard to know what to make of that, right?
Yeah.
We'll talk about the not people thing. You know I hate that.
I know it. I know you do. I'm teasing.
Yeah, you see, you're trying to aggravate me.
Yeah.
Trying to make me lose my temper. But if you move that for just a second, this is true in the sense that, but I'll make 2 points of it, and then I'll let you say whatever you want to say about it.
Sure.
One, and this is something we discussed privately. This women pursuing men side of things, it's just as much about men's psychology as women's psychology.
Of course. Very permissive for short term.
Because if men didn't lower their standards for short-term dating, then this graph wouldn't look like this, right? Yeah, exactly. Men do lower their standards for short-term mating. This is something that we've discussed. So the flip side is, right? If women lowered their standards for short-term mating, right? You always talk about this graph, but you always focus.
Bro, white women are going through the fucking same shit. That's the crazy part, Raven. And Raven knows because he go after the snow. So I know Raven knows. Social media has made it harder for women to practice hypergamy. These dudes don't know what the fuck they talking about, bro. UFO said, I will show no mercy on anyone who attempts to humble me out of their own insecurities based on shit nobody has control over, which is their natural appearance. Play at your own risk, right? And I don't think no dude should, but some dudes do, you know? These dudes are giving women way too much credit with the hypergamy piece, bro. There wouldn't be, listen, y'all, there wouldn't be droves of, if women practice hypergamy, there would not be droves of women running to Fresh and Fit right now to get attention to go over to their OnlyFans. If women actually really practice hypergamy, OnlyFans will be out of business. Keep that in mind. So you're listening to two people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. These are rookies, bro. These are rookies. But then again, they're talking to a bunch of other rookies or just people that's not participating anyway. So what's it to them? Every woman is not practicing hypergamy, bro. It's impossible. It's impossible. And what y'all not putting into the mix also is that hypergamy can also be in these days could be in a lesbian relationship. Uh-oh. 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 Y'all want to see a nigga get thrown off his rocker? Ask one of these niggas is being with a lesbian hypergamous? What's going on, Sheila? Shout out to my girl Sheila E in the building. Come on, man. Let's get it.
On women, it's like, oh, women have these standards, women do this, women want this, right? But really,
What's going on, Sheila?
Because if women lowered their standards for short-term mating,
always good to see you.
Like if you could,
the species would die out.
Well, think about the most attractive female celebrities. Yes. Imagine if they had male groupies the same way male celebrities had male groupies.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Men would absolutely show up for the short-term encounters, 100%. But women on average don't lower their standards for short-term mating in the same way men do.
Right.
So my issue with this graph, it isn't so much the reality of it. I will say that a lot of people get quote unquote, and again, talking about the Power Ranger colors, a lot of people talk about, getting black pilled by this.
Yeah.
Long-term dating does not look like this.
No.
It's still kind of harsh, but about 80% of people who want to get in relationships can get in them. right?
Yeah.
So it's less severe, but it's still, you know, mate competition is still hard.
Yeah.
But this is just the issue that I have is that you talk about this graph. I've really bent over backwards to try and give you the benefit of the doubt, and it seems that you think it's women's fault.
These dudes don't know what they're talking about. This is why women laugh at them, bro. Women laugh at dudes like this. For example, you see these two girls right here laughing? Both of them got money. Both of them have money. Y'all give women way too much credit. Y'all don't think this defines hypergamy? You don't think they practicing hypergamy? Yeah, black pilled about this copycat. Yeah, and then he doesn't even know what he's talking about. He said he don't like he don't even understand the red pill, but he using a lot of their talking points. How the hell you talking crazy about the red pill, but you don't even know how to properly break down what hypergamy is? None of these niggas would be using any of these words or talking points if it wasn't for the red pill. None of them. Weak ass conversation, man.
Or you just never talk about it being men, when really it takes two to tango. The mating market couldn't look like this if it weren't for guys who are super hot lowering their standards every time they go to the top.
You're right that it is more responsible to demonstrate that it's both. Like I feel like I am demonstrating that it's both by bringing this up, like that men will do this. Men have a whole section on my chart for women that we don't want anyone to know about, the under the rug. And I feel like I am communicating that men shouldn't do this unless the women know and agree. But you know, there's this whole phenomenon going on where women will, as we spoke about, they'll jump in here in hopes that they'll graduate later, and it doesn't usually work.
Are people seeing the zones chart?
Oh, sure. Oh, you mean right now or in general?
The people who are watching.
Yeah,
I want to make
they're
sure that
seeing
people are following.
Let me just.
Okay.
There it is.
Yeah, because I'm seeing what your hands are doing, and I don't know that everyone is tracking this.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm zooming in on it. So yeah, what I'm talking about is
niggas are walking around with binders with their perception.
that you know I have pointed out that men will accept short-term sex from women that they don't want to.
So you talk about it in this context, but then when you talk about the problems of the mating market, you almost exclusively blame women.
Well, I don't know if I blame is the right word.
I think that people can go back and watch your content, and I think that they would agree that blame is the right word. It's you know, women have these preferences, women have these standards, not men drop their standards, men do these things.
I mean, I have certainly made videos about being disappointed with men's choices to do that. I don't know if you've seen them.
Yeah, can I be 100% honest with you?
Sure.
I think that you're comfortable, and this might be too personal, and we can just move on.
That's okay. I'm happy to hear it. I'm fine with it.
I think that so if you go back to the hypergamy chart.
Yes.
I think that you've been one of these. I mean, I don't know what you look like. Nobody knows what you look like, but I'm assuming you've been one of these, you know, one of these sixes, let's say. I have no idea. Dating down, right, for short-term encounters. And so it makes you uncomfortable to realize that the problems with the mating market you're pointing out are partially because of guys like you doing that. And it's much more comfortable to say, oh, it's women's fault. Oh, it's women's fault. Oh, it's women's fault. It's much less comfortable to say, oh, actually, it's everybody's fault if it's a problem, right? And I'm one of the culprits. I'm one of the problems. That's much less comfortable.
Well, I'm happy to say all of that, which I do say all the time. I mean, I don't expect you to have seen 100% of my content, and that's not something that I say as often as, like, my motivations in general are that I'm a guy who I'm roughly average at a certain point. Women told me I was very good looking, and I haven't gotten very much in terms of long-term satisfying relationships out of the market. And I think it's because our society's really messed up. And the only thing that I can do is point out what I know, and what I know best is how women treat me. And it doesn't mean that I don't, like, I say all the time, I made a video very recently where I said that I advise men
not to do this. I advise men not to put women in the sleeper zone. And also, I have never missed an opportunity to do it. I do it every time. I can't control
Understood.
myself. Like, women will show up and say, I want.
And I'm gonna tell you too, the crazy part is that you have good looking dudes, really, like, especially when women made beauty all inclusive. You have good looking dudes seep into the bottom of the totem pole. Because men haven't regulated themselves. You have good looking dudes that are at the bottom of the totem pole clamoring to dating coaches and in the red pill spaces having problems with dating women. So it's not like, oh, it's like a whole bunch of less good looking men clawing at the bottom of the dating pool. No, you'll find some high value men at the bottom of the totem pole. You're going to find some good looking dudes at the bottom of the totem pole. You're going to find some butt ugly dudes at the bottom of the totem pole. You're going to find some dudes that's locked out at the dating market. You're going to find some dudes that's about to turn gay. You're going to find some dudes that are fucking working 9 to 5 and just kind of, dabble in the rat race. You're going to find a mixture of dudes at the quote unquote bottom of the dating totem pole, which gives back credence to that whole genetic bullshit that they try to run on dudes in the black pill space. Don't work. Because if you actually take the avatar of a lot of these dudes in the black pill spaces, they're actually not doing. They actually don't look bad. Pause. And you'll see it's a lot of average dudes going through hell, and that's sad. That's actually pretty sad.
Want to be with you, and I will tell them it's not going to last, and they'll go, oh yeah, want to bet, and then they end up here, and then we both cry 5 months later. Like, it's
I've seen that. Okay, so go back to the hypergamy chart, if you could. So one thing, so I think we've fleshed out our that for long-term dating, it's not this bad. It's still it's still tough.
Of course, I should make a long-term chart.
No, but a lot of people, and this is another thing that I just want to point out, because I can't see the comments, but I know I've done these debates before. I know all you guys are probably whining blue pill, whining simp. I don't know if anyone else.
Like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Wait until bro, in the future, and I need y'all to hold me down too. In the future, I'm gonna be in war mode, because they're gonna start coming over here and doing and saying whatever, y'all. They're going to start coming over here and doing and saying whatever. This nigga hates on the red pill, but he's calling other people blue pilled and some other shit, using all of our terminology, bro. Your whole career is based off of red pill terminology, bro. Respect. Nigga, if the red pill didn't exist, you wouldn't have nothing to say on here. Y'all need to show respect for real. You fucking welcome. Because if it was up to y'all niggas, these talking points wouldn't be out here. You can't even see the man comics section, but y'all calling them beta and blue pill and all this other stuff. Where you get that terminology from, man? You supposed to be a square. What else were you gonna call them? Got our whole vernacular in your mouth, but you want to talk down on it. Okay.
Who's willing to acknowledge that there's some dating up in this context, who's accused of being blue pill or whatever. Anyway,
there is a little bit of that in the comments. Yeah, a little bit.
I'm just flagging that maybe open your mind to the idea that the reason I'm disagreeing here isn't because I'm biased. So I'm willing to acknowledge that, yes, about a third of men are not going to enjoy short-term mating, right? That they're not going to have access to it. And it's going to be because of things that are partially out of their control, right? I mean, a lot of men can get jacked, and that will change their life, right? That's certainly an option. But I also recognize that. Look, exactly.
We gotta go back to the regular pickup days and just call dudes like this what they are, and respectfully, because there's nothing wrong with being that, because you can also grow, and everybody spends a certain amount of time there. These dudes are not black pill. They are AFCs. AFC is an acronym for average frustrated chump. Not saying that you're lame, not saying nothing, but you're an AFC. You're average. You're a regular guy that's frustrated about women. And some of the things that you do and don't do about it makes you a chump. It just is what it is. Stop laughing, fasting. It's true. You're average. You're frustrated. And you're a chump. It's part of the game. It just is what it is, man.
I also recognize, though, that
Right. This is how supervillains are made.
you know,
Yeah.
and I think that some men would be surprised how much getting jacked, getting fit, you know, whitening your teeth, fixing your hair,
Right,
all
Hoe
that
Maths
stuff. It is surprising how much of a glow up can do, even
It
if
really
you're,
is, yeah.
yeah, even if you're short, right? I have no idea how tall you are, but you know, even if you're not tall, let's just say that. It can be surprising how easy it is to get to a 4 or 5. And once you're there, well, now short-term mating is maybe an option. But I'll agree that, you know, for some of those guys in the bottom third, it's genuinely out of their control, and that's genuinely unfortunate. But I would also say that for a large,
That's not true. That's not true. Talking about is genuinely out of their control. Nothing's out of your control as a man. You can look like goddamn Quasimodo and still get a bitch. No, you gotta call her Palma. Palma fasting. You got Handria. You got Palmer. Palma. Pauline. Let's go.
larger portion of them, they're not completely excluded because they can still, you know, fall in love, get a girlfriend, all those things. I know nobody wants to hear, you know, the good news, but there is good news to be talked about. That's number one, right? The number two thing that we disagree on, right? And I actually don't know that we disagree on number one. Number two, and this is an area, this is an area that might be more.
Just before we get too far off of it, my next video that I've been telling people about for like 2 months, I'm calling it self-maximize, and it's one of those things that's going to take me a while to work on, but it's about what men can do. Can't speak and write at the same time. It's going to be about what people can do, men and women, but mostly men, because I think men can make more of a difference in their attractiveness. What you can do in order to be the most that you possibly can be so that women like you, which is why I want I mean, I don't like the word incel. I don't want to call my fans incels, but anybody of
No, I'm
that.
not saying your fans are. I'm actually not saying that. I'm saying that you have, based on going through your comment section, you have a portion of men who I would say are incels, and then you have a portion who I would call incel adjacent, right? And this is another thing that's so important, is that, you know, those guys are not going to listen to me. They hate me, right? They take one. They do, frankly, right? They take one look at my canthal tilt or whatever, and they say, you know what, this guy, I just can't relate to him. He's not going to give me any advice.
He's not going to get it from my angle.
Yeah, exactly. You really have an ability to influence these guys, and their lives can either be really good or really bad. And that's one of the reasons that, I mean, these guys have a very high suicide rate, a surprisingly high, but not as high as the media would make you think. Rates of, you know, misogyny, violence, bitterness, these things. And so it's like, if these guys get better, the world.
Okay, first of all, stop letting these guys lie to you. First of all. Fifth of all. A lot of incels are cowards. They're not going to kill themselves. Stop letting these dudes lie to y'all. Okay, we laugh and say, oh, they turn into mass shooters and all kinds of stuff. Yes, some of them, a handful of them. But they're not going to commit suicide or kill themselves. Stop it. Second of all, a lot of these dudes in relationships will probably off themselves faster than an incel due to the point that they got someone else there driving them crazy. Yeah, that's the final stage of the incel. That's an extreme. So furthermore, both of them don't know what the hell they talking about. And they don't know their demographic for real when it comes down to the incels. Incels ain't offing themselves. Like, they might off a couple of other people, but they ain't offing themselves, bro. Stop it. Just be serious. All right, let's get it.
World gets better. If these guys get worse, we are so screwed.
That's
so
one of my two major focuses of.
Yeah, so
why
that's
I
one of the
have
reasons
channel,
why I've jumped in the car and I'm trying to grab onto the wheel here.
Yeah.
And you've been very polite and not yelling at me while I'm doing that. So the second point, right? The second point is that I believe that if this is a problem, it's a problem of men's behavior as much as women's preferences.
Yeah.
And that's illustrated by the fact that if the graph changed, right? If men's preferences mimicked women's preferences, it would look like if women's preferences mimicked men's preferences.
Right.
You said this privately. I'm quoting you. I don't know if you're okay with this, but it would look like a black grid, right?
Yes,
It would just
be a black like a
everywhere,
rectangle.
which
Yeah.
tells you that it is both sides participating. Now, the third thing, and this is very important, and this is very depressing, right? This is something that's not necessary. If you go back to the hypergamy chart, something that's very depressing, right? It's not something that people like to think about. And also should illustrate again that I'm not someone who just likes comfortable truths, right? That's the accusation, is that the whole idea of the blue pill. The whole idea of the blue pill is that I like comforting truths.
Yeah.
I've said some very uncomfortable things in this conversation, and I'm about to say another one. This graph, this isn't the result of dating apps. This is what mammalian mating looks like, and usually it looks worse than.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Bro, you're only 25, bro. Be young. This is not what you don't know what you're talking about, bro. This is not what it looks like. No, it doesn't. You look like you're 30, but you're not. You're still in your mid-20s, bro. Just live your life, bro. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. And if you know a thing or two about a thing or two, you knew the dating apps actually heighten this. So y'all got y'all little weird numbers right here. And you're still thinking of yesteryear because you're still using the scale of 1 to 10. Dating apps, none of this shit that you see right here makes no damn sense. And stop calling people blue pill if you want to talk crazy about the red pill, man. Shit getting ridiculous at this point. And the black manosphere should be around to check this shit, but niggas talking about the same stupid shit also. It's gonna come a time where y'all gonna be mad at everybody in this bitch. If y'all already ain't, do not throw me into that bullshit. Y'all know damn well, do not throw me into that bullshit. Y'all know I am nothing like these niggas. All right, let's go.
This.
Yeah.
So there's some genetic evidence, right? So if we were elephant seal, exactly.
What's going on, D Darrell? Shout out to you, player.
Then this graph would literally be, you'd have to go 1 through 100.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it would be 1 at the top, and literally all of the females going to that 1 with the occasional interloper, the occasional female pair. And with humans, thank God every day that we're not elephant seals. It would be a lot worse.
Yeah,
but it's not dating apps that's made it
right. Raven.
Mating, frankly, from a global perspective, people say, "Oh, dating is harder than ever." People say, "Oh, dating is harder than ever," and it's like, bro, you haven't.
Dating is not harder than ever. It's easier than ever. Y'all niggas just stuck on it. Y'all just can't land the relationship that y'all want. Landing a relationship is harder than ever. The one that you want. Getting tired of y'all talking about some goddamn dating is hard. Dating is not hard. You think you hard? You want to talk shit?
Fuck you, nigga. You think you hard? Wanna talk shit? Pick up the phone, bitch. This the real shit right here.
Shut the fuck up, you nitwit. You talking shit upon my shit, homeboy? You just a little punk ass, bitch ass, bitch. Fuck that.
Thousands of niggas is waiting for your motherfucking call, and they all talking shit up on that ass right now. Big niggas, thick niggas, curvaceous niggas, affectionate niggas.
Mwah, nigga. You want that true nigga shit? Let's call the line off top.
1213-373-4253. Only $4.99 a minute. These niggas is desperate.
You call me fucker? Man, shut the fuck up, you tropical snake.
80s niggas. 90s niggas. Sleepy ass niggas.
Nigga.
Broke niggas. Baroque niggas. Parmesan niggas. Mystery niggas, revealed niggas. Fake niggas. Famous niggas.
I'm alive, fool!
Sensitive niggas.
Yeah, motherfucker. I'll fuck you up.
And once
Y'all think y'all hard? Y'all want to talk shit? Pick up the phone, bitch. It's the real nigga shit.
Dated in any other period in time. Like, it's just like.
So yeah, let me see if I can.
It's always
zoom in
been
on
hard.
that.
So 8,000 years ago. Wait, let me just make
Sure,
one quick point.
Sure.
So we have to give you an idea. Different scientists have different opinions on this, but based on genetic evidence, it's relatively reasonable to say it's 100% a fact that we have more female ancestors than male ancestors.
Yeah, there was.
I haven't heard of that, Pastor.
Exactly. 8,000 years ago, for a brief period, it was 1 to 17.
Yeah.
So one male reproduced for every 17 females. Now, that could have been due to a high male death rate. It's not necessarily the same as dating, but there has to be some multiple mating happening there.
Yeah.
And what is that?
Twitter is crazy.
Yeah, there were no. There.
Yeah, War Master hit it on the head. Twitter is crazy, especially nowadays. Man. Twitter is like fucking. What's that? What's the name of that website that used to exist and people are still fucking that website up? Twitter is like what's the name of that website? And people be sharing all kinds of crazy videos on that website. Twitter's like Tumblr. Well, not is it Tumblr? Twitter's like Tumblr now. They're sharing like all crazy types of shit.
There were no dating apps 8,000 years ago. Okay. And we have more female ancestors than male ancestors, and most people will say that it's about a 2-to-1 ratio.
2 to 1, yeah.
Right?
40
yeah,
to
which
80,
means that half of men are reproducing with most of women. And that means that today our mating market, it might be hard. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm not saying that it's not hard, but it's actually easier than usual. And that's an uncomfortable truth. So it's like, oh, not only am I having a hard time dating, but it's easier than ever. That's an actual red pill, something that's actually tough to swallow.
I agree that the time we're living in now,
I think if Elon ran, he would have got it too, Raven.
Comfortable than raw nature like elephant seals. My concern specifically with how it's being changed, and I mean, I want to ask just very briefly, like as close to yes or no as we can get. Do you think that this is getting more concentrated because of technology? Do you think that their preferences are getting more concentrated towards the top?
Oh, can you hear me? Sorry, I think I got muted.
Yeah. Did we go out?
Yeah. So okay. So
wow, that's funny, Faster.
I think relative to 20 years ago, and there are other
Black nigga world
more
order
expertise on this.
Yeah.
In a short-term mating context, relative to 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Probably.
Okay.
It seems that young male virginity is on the rise.
Yes.
Right. There's some skeptics here. Also, wait. I think that my mic has actually changed.
I think so. Yeah, you're a little echoey.
Yeah.
But we can hear you.
Yeah, I've had to rig this. Do you mind if I just take like a minute to try and fix this?
Sure. I'll just
I'll draw some more
You
beard
can-
guys. We're having technical difficulties.
Now I think this thing is backwards. His thing is backwards. Because I was about to say he left-handed too, but he right-handed. All right. War Master hit it on the head also. These dudes do not understand ancestries. Yeah, I'm pretty sure fasting. I gotta really get into the. I'm about to probably launch up a Patreon because I'm about to really get into the politics out here, bro. 'Cause I ain't gonna lie. I'll give y'all the game. What's going on out here? These passport bros ain't gonna give y'all. They be kissing ass out here, bro. Ass kissing goes a long way out here. All right, just know that. I'm gonna get into that type of shit. But all right, let's go.
I should rig up some music technical difficulties, like elevator music.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Do I sound normal?
Yeah, I think that's better.
You think it's better? Okay.
I think that's the better microphone. Yeah.
Oh, it's the better microphone. All
I
right.
think so.
It seems like it is. It says it is. Okay. I'm sorry about that, folks. So I would say that maybe the mating market. I mean, there's some skeptics here, right? There are some people who disagree, and these are people who. This isn't my area. Like I research infidelity and mating effort, so this isn't really my area. And I recognize that there are people who are a lot smarter than me who study this a lot harder, and who say that it's actually not getting more difficult.
So wait a minute. I'm sorry. Could you just clarify that?
What you mean, Raven? You said the passport bros, they're not pulling the dimes out there, but they're pulling the chubby rejects. Okay, I see. There's a lot of truth in what you're talking about, Raven. I'm gonna definitely get in that because there's a lot of truth in what you're talking about. And guess what, Raven? The majority of them are Thai quiches. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That there are people who are studying it specifically who say it's not getting worse.
Yes, but there are also people who are studying it specifically who say it is. So this is something that we call this is something
I'm
that's
gonna tell
called
y'all
in
why
mating
too.
literature.
Yeah.
It's referred to as the mating crisis, right? And so there's one group that there's kind of a skeptical take where you say,
I'm gonna tell y'all why too. A lot of those girls are ex-bar girls, or the bars did not accept them. And they hang out and they look for foreigners. We'll get into it. I'll tell y'all.
It's kind of coronavirus, right? Like that's like the skeptical take is like, you know, people stayed indoors for 2 years, and Gen Z, you know,
Oh,
drinks
that's
less
wild,
alcohol,
UFO.
gets in less fights, does less drugs. It kind of makes sense that they'd also
Damn, that's
have less
wild.
sex, right?
Sure.
So there's a skeptical take to be had on this. Like, is it getting worse? And then there's the group that says, no, actually, it is getting worse. It's getting worse for a few reasons.
Yeah.
And you know, the folk psychology people, they'll generally say, oh, you know, it's they'll say, oh, it's the dating apps, right? It's and I don't hear.
Yeah, Raven, you know the industry. It works the same in Thailand, and in Laos, and in Cambodia, and in Vietnam, and in Korea, and all these other places. You know the industry. I can go into great detail on that. All right, come on, y'all.
A lot about that in the literature, but logically, it does make sense that if you're interested in short-term mating, it's easier than ever. It's easier than ever to find people, and frankly, women will have an easier time finding people. I mean, we see this. There's
and
lower
high value
rate-
men.
Yeah, there's lower rates of there. It is true that there's lower rates of women not having sex in the past year, but it's surprisingly close. It's like a difference of so about 20% of women haven't had sex in the past year, and about 30% of men. And we're talking about young people in America. It's obviously gonna be different. country
So
by
the
country.
trends are that people are just not hanging out as much in general. Men are getting hit
Yeah,
harder.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, the thing is that it's also it's also one of those things where I don't want to get over my skis because the data isn't in yet, and it could be the case that in 10 years it's an accepted fact that, oh yeah, dating got a lot harder for young men during the 2020s.
Yeah.
Right. And then I just, this recording gets played back and I look like an idiot. Right.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
so
that's
my
what I'm
answer to
banking
this-
on.
Yes. my answer to this question of are things getting worse is two-part. Part one, even if they are getting worse, they're not as bad as they've ever been.
That's
right.
right.
They're definitely not as bad as they've ever been.
That's right.
Not
I
even
wanna get
close.
to that, yeah.
And then part two is, I don't know, that maybe they are getting worse, but again, if they are getting worse, they're not getting as bad as they. And also just as I don't want to. This is going to sound blue pilled, and I know that I'm going to get flack for it, but it's also true. So it's kind of like, well, why am I getting so much hate for saying something true?
That's exactly,
Most people are in relationships.
So you mean
Most people are in
as a percentage of humanity, more than half are in
as a
relationships?
percentage of Americans, most people are in relationships, and then most people who are single say that they're not looking, right?
Yep.
So
That's me.
If it's bad for you, and maybe this is. I mean, again, it's a Power Ranger thing. I hate trying to sort everything.
Yeah.
Maybe this comes across. Maybe this is going to blackpill some people, but if you're having a tough time, that doesn't mean that everyone's having a tough time.
No.
Most people are having Most people are in relationships, and even more than that, I just read a stat that and this I'll have to double check, but I think most men over 15 in the U.S. have at least one kid. Right. So if you take all the people who are over, most of these people are going to be over 30, obviously. But overall, I mean, people are still doing what humans have always done. We're pair bonding and we are having kids and it's going fine. And again, personal experience can be misleading here because for me, it's like I'm in a long-term
UFO. That's because we live in a different world, bro. That's because we live in a different world. You gotta understand, we live in a different world right now. Usually, if you had a cousin or a nephew and you teaching him how to get girls, right? And let's just say it was something more extreme like pimping or something like that, right? And you're telling him about broads, you're just schooling him to the game about broads, and you kind of want to teach him that a woman will skip town on him. Usually it's you that take the broad from him but teach him a valuable lesson. He just thought he could throw you under the bus and get himself a broad. So he resorted to dirty macking. And that should give you a clear indicator of the world that we live in. I'm not saying that you have all, like, you know what I'm saying, the tools to do him wrong. But let's just say if you were teaching them something, and let's just say at your own discretion, you want to take one of the women that you slid over to him or introduce them to or put them around and whatnot. You could have done that. Obviously, you know what you're doing. Obviously, you're in position. Obviously, you could have, you understand what I'm saying? The fact that him as a student thinking that he got to undercut you and lie to a bunch of bitches just to get whatever he wants out of it is telling you his itinerary in the game. He's not listening. He puts certain things on a pedestal, and he gonna ultimately fuck up with the same women that he's doing that with. So let him do it. If he don't want to learn from a nigga, he gonna learn from the bitch. So let him do it. That's a part of the game. Bet you he won't do that shit again. Don't you ever try it again. They'll bet you won't do that shit again. The bitch is gonna show him a brick wall where you was teaching them how to, you was teaching them how to build doors and open them. And them same chicks that he thought he was gonna get over on you with gonna come back to you. Especially once they find out
the type of guy he is. It's about character, y'all. Who said you don't need to be a man? You gotta be a man first before you start doing some of this advanced shit. But if you don't stick around to learn that lesson, you're gonna miss your blessing. Let's get it.
Relationship that I'm very, very happy with. She's the best, right?
That's
all
great.
my friends, my
Love to
close
hear it.
friends, they're in long-term relationships.
Yeah.
And they're in love and having a great time. I would say that my 5 closest friends are all in long relationships. And so my personal experience is like, God, there's this, people tend to hang out with people who,
Right,
birds of
Raven.
feather flock together.
Yeah.
People who aren't single tend to hang out with each other.
Of course.
And so
a lot of echo chamber stuff.
yeah, there's a lot of echo chambers. So I'm trying to pull myself back from coming on here and sounding like Steven Pinker.
Like
and
everything
saying,
is. So
everything's
yeah,
fine.
A comment
But
that someone made to me.
That's the personal experience side of things for me, is that like actually my side of things is that the world is doing pretty well in mating market wise, and I recognize that that's biased. But then the data also does seem to back the idea that if things are going poorly, they're going poorly for a small group of people.
Yes, but I think that can. So this is what I want to. This is like I said earlier. I think in the first promo that I did like 5 weeks ago for this, I said that I think that most of our disagreements are going to be perspective based, because I agree with most of what you said there, just not sort of the ramifications of it, the effects of it on the world. Because even if it's getting worse for a small number of people, there's that principle, like it only takes 10% of a population to start a revolution. If there's an imbalance, even
Damn,
a
that's
small
crazy,
one, it can
UFO.
set off very large systemic effects. And what you said is that there was a point where only 1 out of 17 men had children, and the rest were dying or just being slaves or whatever his horrible history thing we did, and that 2 times as many, like 80% of women, 40% of men, have reproduced over time. And
yes, it's probably something like that. Yeah, I don't know the exact numbers, but it's probably something.
That's
like that.
what I heard. I'm just going off what I heard. So the point that I'm trying to make is that in a world where only 1 out of 17 men is having kids, we don't have electricity. We don't.
Shout outs to my brother Spawn dropping the huge $2 on the Cash App. Shout outs to Spawn in the building. Now Spawn said he ultimately sticking with Hoe Math on this one. I agree with you. Even though I don't agree with Hoe Math, I agree with you on this one. Broski with the Maxim haircut does. Nah, that's not it.
We don't have grocery stores. The phenomenon of civilization comes from most men being happy enough to work. Like,
yes, and that's the problem. Is it? So this is something that now I'm very curious actually.
Yeah.
What percent? So right now, I believe it's about 80% of people are in relationships of some kind, and most of the 20% aren't looking. What numbers would make you happy? I mean, it's like, look, we're not going to get to a world where, I mean, this is like, I mean, I get it. I agree with you. More people in long-term relationships. I'm quite traditional in my worldview, in the sense that I think that monogamy is wonderful. And that's from a social perspective, there's a lot of evidence that it's good for society.
Yeah.
And it seems like that's still the norm. What numbers would make you happy?
So it's again, it might be frustrating for you because you
Right,
live your whole
right,
life
Spawn.
by the numbers, like you're a science guy. It's not numbers that would make me happy. What would make me happy is like a guy like me. I'm smart. Lots of women have been attracted to me. I went to college. I work really hard. Like, look at what I'm doing. I'm accomplishing a lot right now. I clearly am a capable person. I have not been able, with all my heart and soul, to find a meaningful, lasting relationship. I've had women cheating on their boyfriends and husbands with me. I've had women cheat on me. I've had women pull the rug out from under me after just 3 months and go like, I'm polyamorous now, or I always have been, or whatever. I don't want to see numbers. I want to stop having those experiences, and I want to stop talking to men who are having similar experiences. I don't want to be living in a cultural, social context where that's a common experience for us, and we're all sharing it and saying like, what the hell is going on? Everyone's polyamorous all of a sudden. Everyone has like I don't think you would disagree that we have higher partner counts than we used to, and that it's a pretty big shift.
Yeah. It
And
definitely is.
that's destructive to the social fabric
It definitely is for a small group. I also will
Yeah.
say, just throwing it out here.
Yeah.
I don't know your background. I'm gonna be very bold here,
That's okay.
and I'm assuming that you're just going on. I'm assuming that you're middle class,
Right,
probably
Raven.
slightly left leaning, at least in principle.
Was raised left leaning. Now I don't
Yeah,
put a label
right.
on it.
And
Yeah.
so you're from kind of the secular, educated, liberal, probably Caucasian
I mean,
class of Americans.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. And now I'm gonna get people are saying that I'm so woke. Da 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 da. In the comments. Okay. Just cry harder.
No, I think keep going.
So you're in this group that does have high partner counts, but I'll just open your mind to the idea that there's a lot of people living in America who have completely different. I mean, you can go to conservative religious communities anytime you want, and the idea of being with more than 3 people in your life is
absurd.
Whoa,
Yeah,
you really saw the world, didn't you?
Yeah. I always talk
and
about
so-
Arkansas. Like you never meet anyone from Arkansas because they all just know
Yeah.
each other. Yeah.
Yeah, and then also there's people who are living in conservative immigrant communities, and it's just complete. There's a whole wide world out there, and so the partner counts. Just to throw it out here, the partner counts. I would say that the average. This is probably going to drop like a grenade. People thinking that I'm just proving that I'm the stupidest man on earth. But I will say it because I do believe it.
Sure.
I'd say that the average partner count in America is somewhere around 5, if we're looking at median.
Okay.
And that sounds really low to a lot of people because a lot of you are in these very, liberal or at least liberal adjacent urban Caucasian communities.
All right, let me just save y'all the heartache of all this bullshit. Listen, these white women ain't going, y'all. Let's just keep it 100. These white women ain't going. Okay, a lot of the middle class white dudes, some of the ones that got some money too, are going through hell with these bitches. Okay, they're going through hell with these bitches because these women are urbanizing themselves. Even white women, even Asian women, even Spanish women. Okay, what's going on, Gems? They're urbanizing themselves, and some of these dudes don't know what to do. For real. They're urbanizing themselves. Let's just cut the shit. And these dudes don't know what to do. And they want them too. Especially the white girls. Come on, man. They're urbanizing themselves. These dudes don't know what the fuck to do. And a lot of them don't like it. You want to know why it's throwing them off too? Because the women that are urbanizing themselves right now, right? They're doing what the women of yesteryear that claim to practice feminism was supposed to do, but didn't have the ovaries or the balls to do it. The women of today that are urbanizing themselves, they're drifting a little bit further away. And I'm going to tell you the truth, because we don't get to observe it like this in the black manosphere. Let me give you the real game. Let me give y'all the real fucking game that these dudes ain't telling you. Hoe Math and this guy, they're not talking about Asian women. Uh-oh. They're not talking about women from other cultures. I sat here and listened to all of this shit. They are talking about white women that have urbanized themselves. They're not talking about Asian women. They're not talking about white Hispanic women. They're not talking about sisters. They're not talking about black women. Right, Raven? Hell yeah. And singing Finito and all that other shit. Like, come on, man. Going to XXX Tentacion concerts and shit. Going on No Jumper.
fucking Takashi. We're not dumb. He's not talking about no Asian girl. He's not talking about no, like, come on, man. I'm telling you, when you figure out the type of women that these dudes want, they be wanting some type of thotty white girl. Same way some of these dudes in the manosphere be wanting some thotty black chick. Some of these dudes in the manosphere are lying to y'all, bro. They will be completely all right with a sexy red. I'm being dead serious. Gloves are off. You be done give a nigga all this game, done game them up. And then he go pull a land whale. And you like, man, what the fuck? Just say that's what you wanted. And gave you enough game to go pull a fucking stallion. And you want to sleep with the battalion. Say it then. No, because the women of today, especially the white women, they're getting into things that feminists of yesteryear wouldn't dare do. Feminists love their men, and they protect their men. No matter how fucked up they tell you that men treat them, have you noticed feminists would never put their men in harm's way? Even from other feminists? Look at all the shit that feminism has told y'all. They're going after white men. They're not going after black men. I mean, they use black men as target practice, but they go after white men. Notice they never set their men up. Sisters, they can't wait to set a nigga up. It's for no reason and shit. The bitches just be setting niggas up for no reason. Because she wants somebody to call her the backdoor queen. Them feminist bitches never set their man up. No matter how much hatred they practice for men. Them bitches rather fake like dudes and hang around men. And they still don't set them niggas up. These niggas. Yeah, sisters playing the purge. Yeah. These niggas, they want a thotty white chick that never gave them a chance. They want to. I'm about to make up a new word, y'all. I'm about to put it in the chat. We're gonna have to refine this. Y'all gonna have to let me spell. Y'all gonna have to spell this right for me. They want to call Keisha. They want to call Keisha. Caucasian. Bruh, these white women are equipped with ass nowadays, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Even the little unsuspecting looking ones. They want to call Keisha. Aryan Keisha. Aryan Nisha.
Where partner counts are high.
Libertine.
But if you step outside that bubble for a second and try to open your mind a little bit, you'll realize that America is a very big country with a lot of different cultures.
Of course.
And I would say that it's low. Now the 5 number, people are saying where are you getting that from? So that's from census data excluding virgins, which came up with a number where women had an average partner count of 4. This is self-report. I know self-report. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot for thinking self-reports have any value. I understand.
Don't
I'm not
be
talking
so
to you.
hard on yourself. I know.
Yeah. But I also I've done these debates before, and I know all the critiques. I've heard them all before. And then men said 6, right? I'd say that so men say they have a partner count of 6. Women say they have a partner count of 4. That sounds insanely low to a lot of people.
But it's
and so I would say
averages.
that comes from and I would say that from median specifically, the mean is a lot higher because some people sleep with hundreds of people.
Holy shit.
And 0 is the floor, right?
Yeah, there's a couple of
Pill
people out there with 1,000 sex partners
pill
doing it for everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There's what we call in the data. This is known as the promiscuous 5% or the promiscuous 10%, depending on who you're speaking to.
And
so
that's kind of who I'm targeting in a certain way.
yeah. So I would say that partner counts have definitely gone up, but they haven't been and there's there's a lot of the things that I
This Hoe Math guy is ambidextrous because now he's using his left hand. If y'all don't notice, if y'all haven't noticed, for some reason, I don't know what's going on with his camera, but everything is inverted and backwards. Now he's using his left hand. I pay attention to things, y'all. Let's get it. War Master said, bullshit.
I've said here, I should just flag. Just a lot of it is really well summarized on datepsychology.com. There's a graduate student who is just writing these incredible blog posts that's relevant to red pill, black pill ideas. I don't know where he gets the time, but he collects incredible amounts of literature on red pill and black pill ideas, and just kind of is like, well, does this line up? It's one of the most heroic science communication efforts ever, and it's taught me quite a lot, and he's a straight shooter, so that's somewhere to go. But the partner count data, this is something that can be examined, and it is higher than it was, but it's also much lower than I'd say that most of your comment section thinks.
I'm just telling y'all, don't be surprised if both of these dudes end up, or you realize their taste in women. They want a blonde-haired woman that acts and dances like a sister for a little bit in the beginning, until they try to wife her up. That's when they start having problems. I'm telling you, these dudes usually be wanting the different type of women. Trust me, I've been doing this for a long time. I done seen everything there needs to be seen. I'm in these places and in people's faces. Do not be surprised if these dudes are attracted to a particular type of woman. Okay? That's true, War Master. I agree with that. If we're gonna talk percentages, yeah, hell yeah. All right, let's get it.
I'm sorry, say that again. It's higher than it was, but lower. So the partner count is growing, but still the average partner count is not like 15 or 20.
Yeah, people tend to think. I was just speaking to someone actually yesterday who said that their guess was like 20 something. I was like, wake up.
That's someone who's living in a certain culture. So I agree with you about that. I'm trying to illustrate here. I'm not sure if I'm doing a great job, but I'm trying to illustrate how that one segment that you're talking about, I'm just trying to do a little pie chart there, but that one segment that you're talking about, and if they're experiencing an imbalance where they're having all this sexual behavior, it's not really just confined to their lives. I wish I had my Aqua chart. I'll just draw it.
Let me tell y'all something. White dudes got endless options. This is why other white dudes look down on other white dudes for being incels. Like this brother here with the hair is looking down on Hoe Math for a little bit for being an incels. Nigga, both of y'all can go to Bali and go get some bitches. Easily. Both of y'all can easily go to the Philippines or go to fucking Wally World and go get some bitches. What are we talking about here?
You like what you like. The problem is you can't get what you like. So you gotta draw shit when you need to draw your ass on a plane and these dudes like hood white chicks, all right? That's not giving them the time of day. Especially at that age. In their 20s and shit. Come on, man. I get it. I figured out the problem. Yeah, they could head to Japan. You said, reminder, weird haircut is... Come on, man. Yeah. I'm being dead serious. I didn't know Wo Vicky had a sex tape. But they like the Wo Vicky types. How much you want to bet? 7 times out of 10. Hoe Math wants a girl that he likes, but she's doing OnlyFans right now. Straight up. A long back booty. Listen. Seven times out of 10, Hoe Math is chasing after a shorty. And she got her OnlyFans. Fasting, even though I know you're telling a joke, and I know you're somewhat serious, I've seen it, and you are absolutely correct. Yeah, Raven. Wo Vicky go with Bunk Gang. John Gabbana. Whole lot of hood shit.
Were you following that at all? The quadrants. Let's draw the quadrants.
Let me tell you how I can tell you Hoe Math wants that type of chick. First of all, why are you doing Hoe Math? Why are you doing Hoe Math? You could have done woman math. You could have done lady math. But you want to do Hoe Math. And every equation that you came up with is to figure out a hoe. For sure. I know I talk about it in the manosphere, but why don't the manosphere talk about it? Why do square dudes want hoes like that? So much so that they will send y'all to a Brazilian blade or a Korean blade or a Colombian blade. And they will look at somebody like a King Von
or Pookie and Ray Ray or somebody like that, they'd be like, "Oh man, why are you crashing out like that?" But Pookie could look at them and be like, "Bro, why are you crashing out like that?" He get a bitch drugs, but you give her your ends, all of your money and your love, and a car, a house, and a ring, and you house the bitch, and you do all kinds of shit. Yet you feel that that's a fit for you after you done accomplished everything. Wow. I understand the good girls probably can't fuck or do certain things. I get it. I know why you out. But wow. It's a phenomenon. It hit different when they at ATL Snow Bunny, bro. Do your homework. You said I met an ATL Snow Bunny. I had to keep myself away from her because I almost fell for that. Man, what? And her ass probably can cook too. Them ATL white girls ain't just cooking Rice Krispie treats, bro. Them bitches will cook you some sweet potato yams and some, man, listen, with the marshmallows and the, oh my God. Bitch, fuck around and make you a pie.
Were you you familiar with what I'm talking about there?
I think I will be. I've definitely done way too much consumption of Hoe Math content. The algorithm thinks you're my natural nemesis.
Can make you some goddamn stew fish and some brown rice.
And the algorithm thinks you're the biggest fan.
Yes.
Every time I open up my phone, I get my entire feed is Hoe Math because I've just been preparing for this debate because I don't want to misrepresent you. But the quadrants. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
So you've got the interior and the exterior views, and you have the individual and the collective. So this would be, your mind, your culture, your body, and your job, and your just measurable things about you, and then your society, and like how, what's the GDP, basically, that sort of thing. I think that what you're talking about is, there's been a change in individual minds, and there's been a change in culture that is leading to people having higher body counts, and that is having effects on society. Like the reason that they have these things, put together like this is because
they do, bro.
Nothing can happen in just one. It's going to influence everything else around it. So even if it is a small subset of people in the culture, in the society who are doing this, it's so out of balance that other people are being affected by, like, imagine falling in love with someone, finding out that they have a partner count of like 400 or 500. And that's not a rare thing. It's kind of like how the world's fattest man used to be kind of like someone you see every day now.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I guess another thing that I'll just throw out there is that the effect of this is one of the most peculiar statistical facts that I know, but the math does work. And again, your last name is Math, so I'm happy to discuss it. Is that the average person you sleep with will have a higher body count than you, because they're gonna get, because if you're exposed,
he can use his talent and draw women in public. He can use his talent and draw women in public instead of making these graphs that aren't really going nowhere, man. Use your talent and just draw some beautiful women in public and be like, hey, I draw this for you. You know what I'm saying? I can draw you a better one if you come out with me this weekend. What's so hard about doing that or saying that? What's so hard about that? That's the thing, Fast, and they want the cash me outside girls. They want, man, listen. The black manosphere not fooling nobody. The white manosphere not fooling nobody. Listen. Why do you think all of these dudes are mad at Donovan Sharp? Some of y'all may say Devin is old and over the hill, but guess what? A lot of those white boys can't even pull a Devin. They want a Devin. They will take one gladly.
And if she left Donovan alone, they would leave Donovan alone. They don't like that. War Master said, I can't stand them catch me outside chicks. Yeah. They someone's daughter though. That's the crazy part. That's the crazy part. Spawn said nobody want a stick figure drop. The funny part about that though, Spawn, is that they would actually laugh and you can share a laugh with them if you draw a funny stick figure. You know what I'm saying? Like if you draw a funny one and be like, I'm sorry, I can't draw. This ain't the Titanic, but what's your name? My name is Peter. Or my name is Jeff. Or Paul. You know? And you gotta play to your strengths. You said Bad Baby flashed their kitty print on social media. 50 likes within 10 minutes. Yeah, man. Did y'all see Ice Spice dress up as Betty Boop? That ass was assin'. She put that ass in assassin. All right, let's go. Let's get it.
Exposed to them, right? The odds of you being exposed to them are increased, right? By the fact that they're seeing more people.
Yeah.
And the same phenomenon, the average person, the average person who you're friends with has more friends than you on average, right?
Yes.
Again, I'm saying the word average over and over again. It's for the same reason. It's because, most people who have friends have more friends. So yeah, you're right that a lot of people are going to get exposed to the fact that people have higher partner counts. And I'm also not someone who denies that higher partner counts have some negative negative predictions. I will note that those negative outcomes, and you haven't disagreed with me on this, but the other, I don't know if you even go by I don't even know if you answer to the name Red Pill. Certainly others would label you that way.
I love the original meaning of it from The Matrix, which is face the truth no matter how painful it is. But it's become a kind of like man good, woman bad thing, and I just can't get behind it.
Understood. Okay, do you want to? Should we? I'm trying to think what's natural to talk about next because I don't want to stall out. Do you want to?
Yeah,
if you don't have anything more to say about do you have more to say about the internal exterior thing? Because you were quite clear in explaining what you meant, but you're welcome to.
I just wanted to just sort of make the point that whether these things are everybody or just a few people or whatever, I think that it's pretty undeniable that we're all feeling the effects of rapid social change. And that a lot of people are feeling lonely and afraid, and people are more isolated than ever, and this is measurable. They measure things like selling decks of cards, and people are not hanging out with each other anymore. And I think it's being caused by what it's being caused by is a information flow that is making people feel like these things are normalized. It's normalization of certain.
Listen to me. Listen to me clear. What societal changes is he talking about that literally could be affecting white women? Think about it. When I found out a bunch of white dudes were driving Uber downtown in DC, I said, oh, something's going on. All of these places are closing. A lot of these cool white dudes are driving Uber. Cool as fuck, by the way. Liking what they do. Making an honest dollar. Then you get on the internet, right, y'all? And you realize that, okay, well, other than driving Uber and putting things on Etsy and starting online businesses and doing voice work and stuff like that, what are white women doing? Like the youth
the younger white women, because the bitches that's putting shit on Etsy and doing Uber and doing voiceovers and starting YouTubes and selling shit, they're usually white women in their 30s or in their 40s, right? So I had to sit back and I had to be like, okay, so but what are the youthful white women doing? Then I look on Fresh and Fit. Then I look on the Whatever podcast. And I'm not even gonna lie, Raven, you can merch for this too, because you in the industry. I've never seen so many white bitches do porn. It's ridiculous. I didn't even know they had the biggest genre. I thought black people had the biggest genre. I thought other people. I didn't even know Chinese people do more porn than anybody in the world. I said, what the fuck? Well, I'll be fucking there. I didn't know Chinese porn is bigger than everything. America not even leading in porn. So I'm like, boy, there's a whole bunch of white women doing OnlyFans and porn. Yeah, Chinese and Japanese are on the top of the shit. It scared the fuck out of me. Cynical. I thought white people had that shit on lock. That's a lie, bro. That's a lie. That is a lie. Yeah, Asian people. I'm shocked. But look at Japan. Japanese people are fucked up in the game. There's a lockout in Japan when it comes down to square guys and square women. And you know what race of people is going through that right now? You know what race is? Yeah, they're going crazy. I was just watching a documentary on that too, Raven. They're going crazy right now. Black people are actually going through the same shit. But there's a plot twist when it comes to black people, as y'all already know. It's a difference. It's a difference if you're going through something and you're not a trendsetter. Japanese people, they do trendset, but the West is really sinking in on them. The West is really sinking in on them. Bro, I'm telling you, the West has done a number in a lot of these Asian countries that y'all have. It's some nasty shit. But it's big. It's big. It's huge. I forgot the name of that Japanese porn star, Akira Akasana. I forgot her name. Akahane. I don't know what her name is. But there's a lot of, man, look. Then I thought white people had that shit on lock. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was dead wrong. Yeah, they do. Yeah, Kia. Yeah. All right, let's go.
Certain kinds of behavior. So whether or not you're living that kind of life, you're seeing other people doing it. It's happening right near you. You're
Yeah, I like ASMR too, Toya.
feeling like, personally, I just moved away from the city and I've been living in the woods for a year and a half because I can't stand people anymore. And it's not because I'm letting these people into my life necessarily. It's just that being around.
But you know, I feel for like the regular white boys. I feel for the regular white boys that really want to kind of chill, start a family, and stuff like that. I feel for them. I really feel for them. Cause you know, accepting that you like a promiscuous woman and even be ready to compromise your standards to forgive her for her past, and that's who you crushing on,
Hey, bro. I'm not saying it's a red pill, but it's a hard pill to swallow in their case. And especially if you have a superiority complex and you used to getting things your way and this ain't going your way, it ain't fun.
Them makes me feel like there isn't any place to be in society anymore. So those psychological social pressures that we're experiencing from this stuff, I think that the best, like the reason that I use words like delusion and the reason that I'm so like rude and harsh about it is because I think,
And I feel for the white boys in America because they really see black people, we can handle deprivation. They can't handle deprivation that good. They don't know what to do when they're deprived of something. They can't handle deprivation. Deprivation is a different ball game for them. So I do feel for the white brothers out there that's really going through it and really want something honest for real out of today's women. Y'all gonna have to go through some mental hell for real.
if we don't change back to a more, even if it's just a small population, if we don't start disallowing that again like we used to, then we might, end up in a world where we just don't have enough men who are happy enough to do the work. Like there's nobody going into the sewers anymore.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, so let's spend another minute on the hypergamy thing.
Yeah.
And I just want to listen to you. I don't really have anything more to say about it. I think I've been very clear as to what I agree with and what I find very.
And I do get it, and I do want to keep talking to you more in the future and figure out how to better address who I want to address and how. But
this women pursuing men, let's focus on that.
Sure.
You view this as an issue, and you view it as an issue that's probably getting worse, certainly getting worse for a small cohort of men. And I think we'd agree that it's bad for a cohort of men. What's the solution? What's the solution here?
I don't have any ground to stand on to provide a solution. I can imagine things. It's algorithms causing it, and I think that algorithms can stop it. So in China, TikTok doesn't show kids, dances and girls shaking their butts and explosions and like that. The ad that I made for this sex fight, like that's not allowed for children in China.
Okay. You're not in China or anywhere close to China because that's cap. But they do limit it, and it's a little bit different. It's a different app over here. So you're partially right.
In America and in many countries in the West, the media and the social media and everything is the lowest common denominator.
Chinese girls aren't interested in shaking their ass as much as people are in the West. The music ain't built for that. But let's go.
Wish I had my levels chart. I know it's in here somewhere, but it pushes people down to the lower levels of thinking.
Even K-pop bitches don't shake their ass.
Because you're constantly
they have none to shake.
Stimulated with these extreme stimuli. Let's see if I can find it. There we go. Right there. You're constantly stimulated with just blasts of color in your face and Jerry Springer kind of stuff, things that you wouldn't see in real life. And it overloads your system so much that it doesn't let you spend any more time thinking up in the higher levels. And again, with the quadrants like that, when you are being pushed down to lower levels, then society falls down to a lower level. And I think that that's what we see happening. Like we're all talking about society degrading. People say society falls apart. Some people are joking. Some people are half joking. And it's a direct result of what's going on in our minds. So when I'm addressing these things, when I'm attacking them, I'm trying to make people feel responsible for not spreading these messages and living these lives anymore. Like I have lived a very libertine life. I've been with many dozens of women. I should not have done that. It wasn't good for me. It didn't do anything good for my emotions. I broke a bunch of hearts. I got my heart broken a bunch of times. And now I'm living in circumstances where like the only thing that I can think to do to save what's left of my life, or what was left of it before I became like an overnight millionaire or whatever, is I just go run into the woods and just go hide
from the world because I'm tired of living these experiences over and over again. What I'm trying to do, what I'm attempting to do by sending these messages as crudely as
The thing is, Hoe Maths' problem, he has a common problem that a lot of guys get, is that every so often he can luck up and get a girl, but he's not interested enough to keep a girl. And this is why I told y'all why Austin Holloman or a couple of guys, they go through this problem when they're younger, because you get tired of women skirting out on you. You want to be able to hold a relationship. It's a big thing. So he has to learn how to maintain an actual relationship with women that he's actually into, which is a skill. When I started getting the type of women that I wanted, the same thing would happen to me. You know, like a bra will leave you after like 2 weeks or whatever. Because what a lot of men don't realize is that as quickly as sometimes when you get to hit somebody, you lose interest in them. And a lot of guys don't think that works two ways. Women will lose interest in you too. And they shit test you too, because how you handle them losing interest, because a lot of times it's a poker face. They get their answer. And if y'all didn't catch on to what I'm saying, I'm telling you, it's around the 2 minute mark. I mean, the 2 week mark. You be with one of these broads for about 2 weeks. They don't and don't see that on that second week, she acting a tad bit different. These dudes think that after they get abroad, they could just quit. Nah, nigga, you signed up for it. That's what you wanted. The sad part that you guys don't understand is that when some of these girls get with you, they don't necessarily have to drop everybody in their dating pool that they wanted prior to getting you. They realize that they can keep other dudes after getting you, even if it's 2 weeks. They just went missing for a week with the other niggas that's out doing whatever they're doing anyway. So when they don't think you're a right choice around the second week, they just run off with the next nigga. I know Hoe Math is going through it, because the type of women he probably gets never left the other dudes anyway. They dealt with him. He thought they were going to stick around, and they leave for another dude. What's fucking him up and what's hurting him, and I can hear it in his voice, is that those women aren't leaving him to be in a rush to go be single. He knows there's other dudes on standby. So those women didn't leave him to be single. They left him for another dude that was in their dating pool. And that's what's fucking him up. Because he's not feeling that he lost a woman. He felt that he lost a woman to another dude. And the funny part is that
a woman will leave somebody like Hoe Maths to get with another dude that's not gonna wife them up. And what fucks him up is because he would have wifed her up. But she didn't respect him enough to stick around. That fucking hurts. Bad too.
As I may be sending them at first, which I will, I will definitely, give you enough attention to hear, what you think I should. Like, I like working with you is what I'm saying. But the reason that I'm sending the messages in the first place is because I feel like we've got to put an emergency brake on these social shifts that we've made, because people are getting pushed to these lower levels of thinking all the time and reacting. They're seeing and reacting, and not really thinking about like what's going to be in my future. And there's a lot there, more and more men, although it might not be a critical level, but more and more men are getting caught down here with like these guys a couple generations ago could be a construction worker and have 3 kids and raise them all comfortably.
It's a difference if you know a chick gonna leave you and go home and start watching Netflix and shit, but it's a difference if she gonna leave you and run off with another nigga. You see what I'm saying? Shout out to Tony. Tony know what I'm talking about. All right, let's get it.
And now they're at home playing a video game for 20 years.
Yeah, I think okay. So I'm gonna try to say this without sounding like Steven Pinker and just saying that everything's all right and it's getting better.
Yeah.
I think and this is again now, and again we framed this as data versus personal experience, but your personal experience has led you to believe that society is in crisis.
Yeah.
My personal experience, which I'll admit has been very lucky from a mating perspective.
Yeah.
Has led me to believe that not only is everything fine, but everything's awesome. And that's probably misled, right? I'm totally willing to accept that my personal experience is misleading me there. But I'm also hoping that you might open your mind to the idea that one of the ways people cope with personal issues is by externalizing them to society and saying, oh, there was a time, because the truth is, like I used to work on job sites. I was a house painter.
Yeah.
Those guys, they had girlfriends, no issue. Like there are still those guys who are, working manual labor jobs. Yeah. They're not super high status. They've never been on a dating app. They literally met a girl at the pub and the rest was history.
I don't know why these dudes are talking like this. Women have no choice but to date what's available. Like niggas think they got to become Superman and Batman just to date some broad, dog. So I gotta become Lex Luthor before I get a bitch. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Let's go.
That still happens.
It does.
And we're not talking about, and frankly, we're not talking about guys who would have been construction workers when we're talking about incels. These guys have, and I'm talking statistically, I recognize that just because there's been this terrible memification of the term autism, right?
Yep.
So that it sounds like it's an insult.
Yep.
I'm not using it that way at all. But among men who struggle with women, the rates of undiagnosed and in some cases diagnosed autism is spectacular. Like it's just unbelievable how high it is. These are not the macho family men who would have been construction workers and had 3 kids. These are the men who, would have had trouble in any mating market.
Do you have any opinions on why there's an increase in that? Because there's been unequivocally an increase in autism, right?
Yeah, that is interesting. I have no idea why. It is interesting, isn't it? That's so not my area. And you'll notice that I'm very comfortable saying I don't know whenever a topic comes up that I know nothing about. And this is a topic that I know nothing about. I'm not going to talk about the rates of autism. I will note though that we can think about this more, I think.
Yeah. I want to note that that's like a large segment of the people that appreciate me, is that I tend towards, like, people call me autistic all the time. I joke about it. I have the blue hat, please be patient. I have autism.
And the way that I explain things, like I fought my way through getting experience, and I'm saying like, hey, here's how people work, and they're very appreciative of that. So just wanted to
and so, and and this is the thing is that if you were one of my students, the Hoe Math grade range would be everywhere from A+, what a wonderful assignment, to oh my god, get the hell out of my classroom, what did you just say? Right? And some of your content, right, like I told you privately, the video about when it's socially appropriate to approach women, right? A lot of men like myself have literally never thought of that. It's always been gut instinct. It's like maybe now, maybe not, maybe this is acceptable, maybe not, I have no idea. I met my girlfriend who have been seeing for a couple of years now, in the wild, just walked up to her. That still happens, and I have no idea when it's appropriate or when it's not. But your video where it was like very systematizing, laying out rules, my first thought was, when I watched it, I was like, oh, this is gonna be helpful for men who have autism. And then I go to the comment section, and sure enough, there's like 6 comments saying, "Hey, I have autism. And this is great.
And this helped."
Yeah. So that's cool, and it is, and this is another thing is that I see. I have no idea whether you're going to have, some of your content comes across as just bitter misogyny that could make things worse, and some of it comes across as, frankly, helpful and positive and aiming towards,
I like
a future where some of these 3s, I mean, maybe the 1s and 2s, there's not much to be done, but some of these 3s,
there's not many of them either.
It can be pushed around the corner. I think that we should we maybe move to
we should move to a new topic. We've been on it for too long. I had a thought there that I kind of dropped out of my head. I wanted to.
Well, if you come back to it, that's totally. Acceptable.
Yeah. Just really quick. I think that I like doing a little bit of both. Like I like to treat it with levity and say things that are not entirely serious and demonstrate that I am bitter because it's relatable. Like my numbers are blowing up, and it's because people can relate to me. And it's not just men. Like I make videos that women, 1.7 million women watch it too. And it's because I feel what they're feeling and I say it. So that's part of what I do. And then another part of what I do is like, hey, here's actually what's going on. It's not just feelings, but here's actually what's going on. And I think that when I say things in that bitter way, you're kind of like, ooh, you're doing some damage there. But I feel like what I'm doing is reeling people in so that I can show them, here's how you get better.
Interesting. Okay. Well, should we talk about...
we've got one thing.
Do you want to talk about? I feel like we could go either way. I'm happy to talk about rates of female infidelity. It feels kind of disjointed from the conversation.
It's okay. Let's do paternity fraud first and female infidelity. I genuinely don't understand how science can know who cheats more. Can you explain that?
Yeah. Well, it's not a no thing. I mean, this is something that people misinterpret about science. So let's talk about what science is. Science is so data, right? So let's talk about data first. Data is collections of personal experience.
It's not science. It's called common sense. Women cheat more. Women have the opportunity to cheat more. In a lot of cases, women cheat better. Not every dude is going to have the option to be a type of guy that women cheat with. So that's another guy's dating pool. Usually when women are cheating, another thing is that they cheat with multiple dudes, one woman. So that's why they don't listen to y'all niggas when y'all start talking that weird shit and trying to get them to stop. For example, remember when we broke down that show of Anton trying to get that old harlot, that old saber-tooth to stop cheating? She laughing at him because he think that she only dealing with one dude. This is how simple-minded a lot of niggas are. I literally sat up there and looked at that lady and was like, oh, she ain't gonna stop because she's not just dealing with one dude. Aside from the man that she dealing with. She probably dealing with 4 niggas. And you want her to stop with her most best cheater or the dude that's most available? Fuck no, she ain't gonna do that. A lot of y'all niggas weird about that shit. But a lot of us real ones know. I stopped playing that game a long time ago. Cause that ain't no way to be out with women and shit. Plus it's not good for your mental. Cause you're gonna always think your bitch doing the same thing. And the fucked up part is that you might be right. So keep it out of sight.
Experiences in these cases, right? So there's people have this dichotomy in the hype for this debate of like personal experience versus data, and there is a difference because some data is not personal experience, and some personal experience can't be captured by data. But good data in a lot of cases is just collections of personal experiences, right?
Yeah.
And science, certainly the type of science that I do, right? The type of research that I'm actively involved in, it's.
But these dudes are not going to keep it geeky with you. They're not going to keep it 100 with you, though. Shout outs to Raven. Raven know what I'm talking about. These dudes not going to keep it 100 with you. They want women. These guys that's talking, they want women that's probably on OnlyFans right now. The type of girl that these guys want. Hot. Doing whatever. Let me tell y'all something that y'all probably never had to think of as black men. Take my glasses off. Have you ever thought about this? Inflation and all of this stuff is up for white people also. Remember I told you about the people that was driving Uber and how a lot of these women are doing OnlyFans right now. Black women don't give a fuck. If you can't take them to, let's say, Miami or somewhere. But I'm going to tell you some real shit. Have you ever thought it's a fucked up feeling as a white dude to want cooperation from your girl, but you can't take her to Bali. You can't take her to Europe. You can't take her to these other places. And she will penalize you because you can't, and another man can. Toy, I can't with you. Right. Apparently, y'all used to be okay with cheesecake factories. Right. Take us to the bodega for chopped cheese, right? These white girls want to go to Bali, bro. They want to go to fucking Warsaw. They want to go to all these little places and shit like that. Recently, sisters just start asking y'all niggas, like within the last 7 years, recently niggas, they just start asking y'all niggas to go to Dubai. And they don't even want to go to Dubai with y'all. They want to go to Dubai by themselves because they know what they finna do in Dubai. And do Dubai. These white girls, they'll penalize some of these white boys for not being able to take them to some of these little exotic places and shit. Because some of them, this is not their first time going. Some of them, they go almost every summer with their family. So the fact that you can't fish them and take them all over the place, that's a fucked up feeling, man. You got some white boys going through it, man.
And the crazy part is that I see a lot of y'all. Some of y'all new, and y'all thought y'all were gonna come to Player Talk Radio and troll. I know some of y'all cats do thought y'all were gonna come to Player Talk Radio and troll until I start saying some real shit. Now y'all sitting down and listen. So you don't gotta get up and troll me, Mr. White Man, but you can do this. You can do this though. Take your ass to these places by yourself and go enjoy your life. Some of these white boys are waiting for some of these girls to come in their life, and then they started, no, go by yourself. There's women here waiting for you, whether they're Asian or white, and go enjoy your life. I will tell you to stop geeking over Cassandra. Get on a plane and come out here and join some of your other brothers and sisters that's from Australia or fucking Russia or anywhere. They're waiting for you to come out here to come play pool with them and go partying and enjoy your fucking life. If nobody hasn't told you, I told you. Because some of y'all niggas going through hell in America too. This nigga want to go live in the woods. Bro, if you don't take your ass to Asia and stop playing, talking about someone gonna go live in the woods. Boy. Because some of y'all white boys ain't got no friends, man. Some of y'all ain't got no friends, man. I'll be your friend. Get your ass out here, and you're gonna be straight. They're gonna take care of you. They kiss ass out here. They love y'all out here, bro. Y'all are loved. Stop playing around. Y'all make dating look bad. Let's go.
Making predictions about data before you see the numbers. Yeah. So you say, I'm about to collect this data, and because I have this worldview, I think that this is going to be shown out in it. And then when you make that prediction accurately, it's like, oh, your theory seems strong. Let's do another test. You're pressure testing your own ideas.
Yeah.
And when it doesn't come out that way, then you're like, oh, maybe I was wrong, right? Maybe my theory was wrong. I have to revise things. Right.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are skeptical of science. They view us as like these authoritarian, egomaniacs. Not true at all.
Yeah,
we
like
are
you're saying what's real,
yeah, we're pressure testing our own ideas constantly. And some of the most profound experiences of changing my mind as a man have been in the process of dealing with data and making predictions about it that turned out to be wrong. I was like, I thought this was true about the world. And then I collected data, and the data told me I was wrong.
Yep.
So now let's talk about who's more.
No, because you got to grow up and date as they do. You know what I'm saying? You got to grow up and date as they do. When I look at all these older white men, guess where these older white men are at? They're in Southeast Asia, or they're somewhere in Cali with hell yeah, they're gonna wife a Thai chick. That's bullshit. And Thai chicks are gonna wife them. Hell yeah, they're gonna wife a Thai chick. Bullshit. I bet you 9 times out of 10, both of these niggas' dads are out here. I bet you 9 times out of 10, both these niggas' dads are out here. Better stop resenting pops and get with the get with. Sitting up there suffering in America, bro. You got some Thai bitches out here, man. Listen. What that old man said to the girl, he said, look, he said, you better get up in that bed, because when you leave here, you're gonna get cash motherfucking money. You ain't gonna have no money problems. After today, you may have a swollen mouth and a swollen ass, but you ain't gonna have no money problems.
Oh, that shit gonna be squared away. So if you a white boy in America having problems dating, listen to what I'm saying. But bring your ass out the leave Keisha alone. You ain't gonna have no Keisha problems. You bring your ass out here, you ain't gonna have no Keisha problems. Oh man. These Asian girls gonna take care of you, and you can meet a different type of Keisha out here, y'all. You wanna know how you fight that white Western woman? You go get you an Australian girl. Wanna know how you fight that white Western woman? You go get you a Venezuelan bitch. I'm gonna tell y'all the funny part though. The funny part is that Caucasians out here too. American ones, they follow their man. They ain't finna let white people go. Them white people move different, bro. They will follow your ass to Southeast Asia for a little bit. You know. See, black women sitting at home waiting for niggas to come back because she know niggas gonna come back. Them white girls will put on one of them big ass backpacks and follow your goofy ass out here too. So be warned, white boys. I'm telling y'all. Your woman ain't gonna let you go that quickly. They will follow your ass and watch you date all these Asian women out here and sit down with a notebook and just try to figure out what the hell's going on. They will follow you too. You see, sisters wait for niggas to come back home. The sisters will just let a nigga go fall into a hole all by himself. That white bitch gonna follow your ass and fall into that hole with you too. So don't be too bad or sad. Hell yeah, they'll pop up on you across the globe. Right? You already know. They're just curious. They want to know, damn, like what is it about her that I don't have? Whether she got it or not. But they striking back though. I used to think in America, like Asian women had white women in a chokehold. Boy, was I wrong. Boy, was I wrong. These white girls fighting back, yo. It's the gender war we not talking about. But you listen to a couple of these black pill cats, they'll tell you that shit with no, because I'm gonna tell you the truth. Other races of people act like this shit ain't happening, but it is happening. You know, they just don't talk about it in depth like we do. Because white girls are hooking up with a whole bunch of different dudes too. No, the thick Asians are killing the white girls, but I'm telling you the truth. Like the white girls, every so often they find an Asian dude. They don't last too long, but there's some that get wifed up. And then what they do is they come out here and they date other travelers also. So every so often the white girls do be getting wifed up too. But you gotta be a specific type of white girl. You can't be no goofy white girl following no dude. Like you gotta be white, you gotta be somewhat fit, and you're gonna be straight. Cause they come out here chasing their man and end up finding a black man or a Thai dude or something like that every so often. But they don't hook up with Asian dudes too much like that. But there are some that does hook up with Asian dudes. But they're not hooking up with Asian dudes like, yeah, look what I got. Like they just kind of along and doing their own thing. But I seen them hook up with black dudes
I see them hook up with all them Indian dudes be going after white women, bro. That shit crazy. I got a lot of stories to tell y'all. Y'all stay clear of them Indian dudes. I didn't think them Indian dudes had the balls for that, but some of them be targeting these white girls, bro. White women be dating foreigners like shit. I didn't know until recently, y'all, that white women have like these support groups making sure it's safe for them to travel in certain places. You know what I'm saying? Go look it up on the internet. This is what Passport Rose ain't talking about. Like, is Bali safe at night? Is Vietnam safe at night? Go look at it. And it's all white women that's talking about the shit. Because they, unfortunately, they be targets and stuff too. They be slipping like shit. But the mothers be chasing the fathers and shit out here. Or not even. They know the fathers be out here. You know what I'm saying? These dudes, I'm telling you, go ask their fathers if they currently not already out here or in Cali. They wifed up with some Asian chick. And a lot of their families don't want to talk about it. But it's not even thick ties though, Raven. They don't go after the thick ties like that. It's them little regular Thai women that's giving them white women hell, bro. And they can't figure it out. That shit threw me for a loop. That shit threw me for a loop. All right, let's go.
More likely.
Yeah, the petite ones. Yep.
To cheat, men or women.
Yeah.
First off, we just have to come in this from a predictive point of view, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're mammals, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Male mammals have more to gain from sexual variety than female mammals because male mammals can increase their offspring count through multiple mating in a way that women can't, in a way that female mammals can't. I'm just talking about mammals right now.
Yep.
So if we've got squirrels, right?
Mm-hmm.
A male squirrel, and I don't know how male squirrels, I don't know anything about squirrel mating systems, but
Let me tell you the dumbness of the conversation that's about to take place. They're not trying to mate right now. You're talking about exhibition sex. Stop it. You're not trying to mate. You happen to have kids. Why are we talking about this? You want exhibition sex. This is the dumb shit that we engage in. This stupid ass conversations. This is about to be a dumbass conversation. Here we go.
in theory, a male squirrel can have 3 female squirrels pregnant at once with him.
So?
But a female squirrel, even if she has 20 boyfriend squirrels,
only one at a time.
She can only be pregnant with one of them at a time.
Yeah.
Right.
So
her reproductive rate is limited. Right. She can max out her reproductive rate with one male. And this is true of humans as well. So the woman with the most children in history, and this is disputed. It might be an apocryphal anecdote, but I think it's accurate. Is Valentina Vasilev. She was a Russian peasant. There were multiple accounts saying that she had lots of kids,
and she kept going into her 50s.
Yeah, she had about 60 children.
Yeah,
and she had all of them with one man. Right. So a woman can both theoretically and in practice maximize her reproductive output with one male.
Yes.
Her husband had more children than her because he had an affair. Okay. So the husband of the most prodigal woman in history, the most prolific woman in history. Yeah. He outproduced her by having an affair. And this demonstrates the basic sex difference. Men have more to gain from an evolutionary perspective, and male mammals generally have more to gain from having affairs. So right up front, we should be expecting men to cheat more than women because they have more to gain, right? Just from a strategic perspective, it's like that should be our prediction. And then you do these, across, sexual studies, men do seem more interested in casual sex than women. Would you disagree with that? Was there your personal experience disagree with that?
I would say
Average
that,
man versus average woman.
I would say that a random man and a random woman, the man is going to be more interested in casual sex. But I would say that when you expose women to
It's so stupid to have these conversations because not every man have enough game to cheat or is going to cheat. Just as much as not every womb man is going to sit there and become a breeding factory. This is dumb. Stupid. You can impregnate 5 women at the same time if you want to, as a man, in one night. No one gives a fuck. No pun intended.
like a man they're genuinely attractive to, that it might be equal or higher.
Yeah, frankly, I mean, that's from personal experience, but frankly, yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
So, but it's still the sex difference that's important is still there.
Yes.
So this is the context that we're talking about with these data. Okay. So I again, I can't see the comment section, so I have no idea if everybody's just completely not following me.
I hope we're all still here.
Are we still online?
Yeah, we're doing great.
Okay, good. So if everyone's following me, going into collecting this data, humans are male mammals, and we should really expect them to be more interested in multiple mating than female mammals, right? Especially uncommitted multiple mating.
Sure.
And then you do the surveys, right?
Well, I want to put kind of a finer point on that, but I don't know if this is the right time to interrupt.
How about I walk through all of it, and then you can pick it apart systematically, and we can go back through.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, and feel free to draw whatever. I won't feel like I'm being interrupted if you draw a counterpoint. While that's totally fine. So going into collecting this data, we have every reason to expect that men will cheat more, right? It would be surprising and confusing if we found that women cheat more. It would be like, what? Why is that? We're a mammal. Why are the female mammals more interested in multiple mating than the male mammals, right? There are some, now this isn't true across mammals, right? But for our species, because to be clear, I'm oversimplifying, but because we're a pair bonding, paternally invested species, we really would expect the males to be more interested. And then you do these kind of, you look at the anecdotal evidence and the circumstantial evidence where it's like, oh, who's going on websites to look for affairs, right? You look at their user base, it's all men, right? I think Ashley Madison or whatever, the biggest one, I remember reading about this. There was like 200 women and like 100,000 men. I'm pulling that number out, but it was something insane.
And
it's like, oh, interesting. Yeah, men do seem more eager for affairs in that context. Then you look at consumption of things like pornography, and you see that it's like, oh, both men and women consume porn, but undeniably, men are consuming more of it. And then you ask men and women about their fantasies, and fantasy studies are always bewildering.
Have you noticed a lot of white people aren't into being polygamous? Like, why you gotta skip to just straight up cheating? Why don't you just say introduce another woman to the Why aren't white people into polygamy like that? I mean, I know why, but think about it. Right, Shannon? Why aren't white people polygamous like that? And when they do become polygamous, it got to be weird. Like, it got to be on some Adam 22 leaning the plug type shit. Why are white people not polygamous like that? Why don't y'all just be polygamous?
To me, I'm shocked by the diversity. But we do see, right? we do see that men are more interested in multiple partners in the abstract, right? So a lot of the predictions that would come from mammalian biology you find. And then you look at the data of in practice, right? And here's where I understand the criticisms, and I understand it's going to get controversial. But if you do a large study on who cheats more, men or women,
Yo, Raven, you gotta chill. He said in Utah and Upper Stick. Okay, I'll give you that one. I have heard about it. I'm just talking about it in general. I'm talking about like the bigger, like the bigger families. But yeah, okay, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one.
right? You literally survey them. You're just, anonymous survey. Have you ever had an affair? Right.
Right.
Men
Right,
will
Shannon.
maybe this doesn't reflect actual practice, but at the very least, you have to admit that men confess to having affairs about twice as much as women, depending on the study. Right, 50% more to twice as much. Right, there are some casual online surveys that have found different results, but the real rigorous data on this, the stuff that's really tried to get a good answer, men confess more. And I'll speak as a scientist here as well. Anecdotally, I had to collect data for an infidelity study. We were doing experimental work, and we needed people who had actually had affairs before. Right.
Yeah.
It was much easier to get male participants than female participants.
Because they lie.
And then anecdotally, or circumstantially, not anecdotally, circumstantially, much more women, about 3 times as many, when we asked them,
Right,
these
I
are
know,
women who
Raven.
had cheated.
And I know Tony.
When we asked them, why did you cheat? About 3 times as many compared to men say, I cheated because he cheated first. Right.
3
Which
times
is
as
another
many women compared to men.
Which is cap. Because a lot of women are cheating. You just got caught first. And y'all niggas, so a lot of these conversations are cap. Because a lot of dudes don't know that. Some of y'all dudes think it's in y'all to cheat, but deep down inside by proxy, you know your woman already cheated. And that's why some of y'all dudes cheat. Don't even realize it too. You just got caught first, player. Which gives her the ultimate get out of jail victim card. You know how much women be laid up with dudes? Let me give y'all the game. You know how much women be laid up with dudes and be like, I gotta catch my man cheating so I could justify some shit. While she laid up with the next nigga. No, don't do that. None of this shit will work unless I catch him cheating. Unless I catch him cheating first. A lot of women stay with dudes that they know are cheating. They just didn't catch them yet. And then as soon as they catch them, they get the whole victim card. Whole time they laying up with 2 other dudes, and you don't even know. You just got caught first. Whole time she being fucking Inspector Gadget while she in bed with another nigga, knowing damn well you ain't where you supposed to be. And they'll smile like nothing happened either, too. That's the fucked up part. I didn't believe it until I saw it with my own eyes multiple times. Fucked me up by proxy.
Yeah, they were like, oh, he cheated first, so I had an affair. I was getting him back, right? So again, it's like we've got this. So in order to say that women are cheating as much as men or more than men, you have to make an argument. It sounds like a passive stance. Oh, I don't know, right? But it's actually an active stance. You're saying, I think women lie more.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty bold statement that needs some evidence, right? If you're going to say that half the species is more predisposed to lying about a topic, you really do need to at least make a point.
They do.
So, so that's point number 1, right? So there's these surveys. Point number 2 is surveys on mate poachers. And here's where the lying thing, women lie more, really
Hey,
falls
Tony, you
apart,
gotta chill,
right?
Right, Tony. No more internet for you today, Tony, bro. He said white people created monogamy because they was left out in the...
If you ask people on the other side, have you ever home wrecked successfully? Right? You understand that term in this context?
Yeah. It's mate choice copying. It's when a woman pursues a man who is
or a man.
a man
Or a man. Mate
men do that
poaching.
too. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
mate poaching.
when you
So
pursue someone
when you
who's in a,
ask when you interview when you
destroy the
interview
relationship.
people, when you interview people about mate poaching,
Yeah,
right?
totally
Have
off
you
work,
ever
cutting
interrupted
up,
or
bro.
home wrecked, as
Yes.
the casual parlance would have? Have you ever stepped in on someone else's relationship?
Yeah.
A lot more women say they succeeded than men. So both sexes try it a lot, but women succeed more than men. So if
Have y'all noticed too? Y'all haven't heard the term in a long time, home wrecker. Home wrecker. Home wrecker.
you're saying, right, that women just lie more, then they would have to. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous because they
Do your HW on the HW acronym side of the game. Do your homework on home wrecker.
would have to be more honest about home wrecking and
There we go.
less honest about cheating.
I see.
Because
Okay.
if women are succeeding more in poaching, right, well, then that means that more men are cheating based on that data alone, unless the men are lying, right? So you'd have to say men lie more about when they're the affair partner.
Yeah, home wrecker. Home wrecker. I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit. You know, men go down for cheating, and they'll say he's cheating when the whole time the woman pursued him. And of course he's cheating. Of course he's cheating. But the woman pursued him. So he gets labeled as a cheater. And she gets off scot-free. No different than when a pimp gets knocked in his own whorehouse. And the madame is way more treacherous than the pimp. Way more stomped down, way more shrewd, way more violent. She don't go to jail. She get treated like the other hoes. And the pimp go down. It's always the men that go down, y'all. This is why I told y'all, if y'all want to get more women, go to the middle of the mall, go get a $60 wedding band, and go enjoy your women. Put it on your left hand. Flirt with the woman at the jewelry stand. When she puts the ring on your left hand, look her in the eye and say, I do, and start laughing. If y'all have enough charisma to do that and pull that off, and go enjoy your women. Just know that a lot of them ain't shit because they notice that wedding band on your hand and want to see if you got a wife. You're gonna notice because they're gonna ask you a whole bunch of probing questions. So where's your girlfriend? Where's your lady? I see the ring on your hand. Nosy than a motherfucker. Women want something that's chosen. Square is nah.
And women lie more about when they're having an affair. And I just think that that's just doing a back handspring to say women are worse.
I
right?
definitely
It's like,
have a response
it's like,
to that.
yeah, it's just trying your best to find a way to say women are worse. And then the final point, and I'll just throw this out here because we already talked about it.
Yeah.
Let's just think mathematically. If half as many men reproduced as women throughout history, just based on that, which sex do you think was having more affairs? Right?
I'm getting a blank spot in my mind.
The men who were in relationships were
Tony. Mind your business. Mind your damn business. Mind your business. Mind your goddamn business.
Having twice as many partners
Of course.
as the women who were in relationships.
Or they were in cultures where that was allowed.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Exactly. That's a very good point. Exactly. And now I will throw it out there that even though most cultures permit multiple mating by men, most people in those cultures, I think 95%, 90 to 95, depending on the study, end up in monogamous relationships anyway. So I would personally have the inclination that that indicates infidelity, multiple mating, but other people would say, oh, it's
Shout out
you
to
know,
War
it's
Master.
conditioning. And there also are other people who would say, well, look, there are.
Uh-oh, did we lose your sound?
My mic's cut. 1 second. I have to.
Oh, yeah.
I have to do.
Okay. All right. Technical difficulties.
But you know, I've more than made my point. I've more than made my point. You're welcome to say what criticism
I
you
do.
like
I
that.
do. Yeah, I do want to get directly to that. This idea that women would lie more in one context and less than another, what both of those lies have in common that actually makes that make sense is success. So if a woman was cheating in her relationship on her partner who
Both of these dudes don't know how women lie. Women are the masters of unaccountability. Fifth of all, you guys have to have a concept of what women lies consist of. I don't think these dudes dealt with nearly as much women to have a concept of what women's lies consist of. So let me help you out. Most women don't have to lie because there's a thing called omission. You want to know what omission is? They just didn't tell you. Technically, that don't mean she lied. That means she failed to inform you. Okay, so number one, they got omission. Number two, women don't have to lie unless they tell you a half truth, which also requires omission. So they don't have to lie. They could just use omission. You know how you guys say omerta? Omission. Number three, she doesn't have to lie if she has an alibi. Where is him at? Did that rhyme? Where my brother Ism at? Did y'all go check up on Ism and make sure he good? I'm gonna have to check up on Ism when I get off there. Make sure he good. I gotta check up on your player partners, make sure they still on the street, man. So women don't have to lie. Just give you an alibi or a half truth or omit. Come on now.
she promised to be loyal to, that would be like admitting that would be a loss of power for her because she's not supposed to get caught doing it. Men, on the other hand, when they say, oh, I've cheated all the time, you know, men try to maximize their machismo and I mate so much. Women want me so much, I mate a lot. But women have to downplay that in order to keep their value high in other people's eyes. When a woman says, I've successfully home wrecked, that increases her value in some people's eyes because I can take whoever I want.
Come off it. Listen to the word home wreck. It's such a huge social stigma. That's like one of the worst things you can be as a woman.
Sure.
Yeah, this dude's a feminist. He let words hinder him. Because a lot of women do get to brag when they say they took another woman's man.
and they don't use the word home wreck. They just say, I took your man. Look at how many times Megan Thee Stallion, Glorilla, look at all these female rappers that black people listen to that's advancedly talking about taking somebody's nigga. Have you ever heard any of them use the word home wreck? Okay, I plead my case. And you could rhyme a lot of shit with home wreck. You can rhyme a lot of shit with home wreck.
But there are women who are proud of it. Like there are women with very low quality morality.
Please be realistic here.
I think
like a backhand spring.
I think I'm being realistic about what happens.
You think it's a positive thing to be a homewrecker?
Whoa, hang on. Let me finish the sentence. I think that in the deeper, lower levels of consciousness, in the dark corners of the human mind,
that's some alpha woman shit. I took your man. Right. The fuck? You don't think average bitches would have laughed at Cleopatra if they took her nigga? Like, come on now. Go ask women. Women like taking other women's men. What's that Jamaican song? I took your man and there's nothing you can do about it. You think he playing, but girl, I highly doubt it. I took your man. Come on, man.
Women who successfully home wreck are like, yeah, I got it because I'm better.
You don't think that men?
Why are you asking a man about what he thinks about that? Why don't you ask women what they think about that? You're asking the observer, not the doer.
That they would feel good about being able to steal?
It's the exact same thing, mate.
I think it's roughly the exact same thing. But
okay. If it's roughly the exact same thing, why do women say they're more successful?
Well, hang on a sec. If it's the exact same feeling, then why do women report more success at mate poaching than men?
Yeah, so you say, hey, have you ever tried mate poaching?
Oh, and basically then they say yes.
Okay, so basically everyone says, if you do I'll make the data very clear.
Yeah.
If you do a study, and this is in the West, it actually changes in some cultures, but we're talking about the West, and you say, have you ever tried to steal someone's girl for a night or whatever? Mm-hmm. Right? Basically, every man will say yes. And basically every woman will say yes, right? Yeah. It's like 80%, huge numbers.
But women get more
success. But then you ask, have you succeeded at that?
Yeah.
Men, counter to what you just said about men playing it up, men report lower success numbers than women.
Okay, hold on, Tony.
Right, because I don't have a bias here. There's no horse in this race. I don't care whether men or women cheat more. I just want to know the truth, right?
Yes, me too.
I look at that and I just think, oh, okay. I guess if women are more successful in making men cheat, men probably cheat more. And then you go ask the men, and the men are like, yeah, we cheat more. So that's case closed as far as I'm concerned.
Well,
then, can I just point out an irony?
Yeah.
Just really quickly. Is that there's only two groups of people who think women cheat more than men, right? Because there's all this. I've listed like I've been very
this nigga about to lie like shit. Talking about there's only two groups. That's cap.
Very patient. I've listed like 5 pieces of evidence, all pointing in one direction, and there's no evidence pointing the other way. Most people who are middle-minded, no biases, they say men probably cheat more, and that's my position. The two groups of people who say women cheat more, right? Are ultra woke people who don't like there being any sex differences.
These are dope shoes, Tony.
Fake data, And then ultra misogynist people who just want women to be worse at everything.
Oh snap! I didn't even know you sent me all these messages.
I will say this: it's also a bit of a form of cope because a lot of these guys they get cheated on, and it's comforting to be like, "Oh, all women cheat."
Yeah.
And it's like, no, actually, red pill, harsh truth. Most women don't cheat; they just cheat on you.
Yeah.
Like that is a much harder
Tony
truth
crazy.
to reckon with than accepting, actually women cheat less than men.
Well, there's a lot of variables at play. You're bringing up a lot of variables all at once. And it's what I do is I reduce them to, the
Dang, Tony. She said, I'm trying to get slutted all the way out. Case closed. She said, I'm trying to get slutted all the way out. Damn. Y'all want to know how to make a hoe laugh? You know how like when you run into like somebody from the military, you like thank you for your service. You be like thank you for your service. Service. All right, let's go.
The most simplest thing possible so that we can visualize it. When you're talking about why would men who try to mate poach, they like men and women both report that they try, women report higher rates of success. I don't think that there's any difference between that and this, because women are just much more likely to be accepted for short-term mating.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And that's why men cheat more. Men cheat more. They cheat about twice as much. You would have to believe that women lie twice as much about cheating, and that men lie twice as much about succeeding at mate poaching, and that doesn't make any sense.
Well, I mean, I think that does make sense given what we know about just the general psychology of men and women and how
you just said everyone can rewind this recording. You just said that men play up. You just said that men play up their sexual success until I gave you more information, and then you flipped.
I don't think I flipped. I think
so. Men play up their sexual success except when they're mate poaching. Really?
Well, there's too many variables at play. There's a lot of variables at play here.
There's not. No, there's not.
Sure,
no,
there are. Because the way
did you try mate poaching? Here are the variables. Did you try mate poaching? Yeah. Yes. Did you succeed? More no's from men, more yeses than women.
Yeah.
And you just said that men play up their sexual success, and we still see the sex difference in the other direction.
Sure. It might be
because men be capping. There's more women than men. Meaning there's more active women than active men. Stop being a feminist.
Here's why I say there's too many variables. It might be that even if men are playing up their success, it's not enough to compensate for how much more successful the women are.
Do you think that it's possible that you have a bias here where because I feel like if all the data pointed in the other direction, right? If I came on this show and told you all the data showed that women cheat more than men, I think you'd be sitting there nodding. I think you'd say, oh, yeah, probably.
I don't think
but because I'm saying that it's men, because I have all the evidence against men, you and all these people in the comments are struggling with it.
I understand why you say that, but I don't think I'm speaking with bias at all. I think that I'm speaking like I don't know what's going on. I don't think we can know what's going on. But from the perspective of what I do, which is getting into the deep psychology of it, the way that men and women would report their sexual indiscretions is going to be aligned with what makes their egos feel good. And it's the way that lying happens is not going to be consistent about one thing and another thing.
So men who you just said men want to play up their sexual success, they're lying by saying that they failed at home wrecking, really?
But maybe they are playing it up and saying that they succeeded, but it isn't enough playing it up to compensate for how much more successful women are at it. There's too many variables for me to calculate.
If women are more successful at mate poaching, then men cheat more. Do you understand that?
I understand what you're saying. I don't understand the connection between if women are more successful at mate poaching, it means men are more likely to cheat on their partners.
Yes.
Right.
Exactly. Yes.
So
because every woman who's an affair partner is a mate poacher.
Every woman who's an affair partner is a mate poacher.
Yeah, we call it a short-term mate poacher. A short-term mate poacher. Yes, and women have much more success with short-term mate poaching.
That's an interesting. I'm trying to process that. Yeah, you might. Yeah. That might.
And
be
another thing that I want to point out,
an angle I hadn't thought of. Yeah.
Yeah, and another thing that I want to point out, just maybe step back for a second and look at the graph that you drew yourself. Look at this.
This one?
Who's cheating more on this graph?
Who's cheating more here? Well, the men are.
The men are
having many partners. Assuming that this guy has a partner he's cheating on her with a lot of women.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes, exactly. And this is another thing that we see in the literature. When we speak to people who admit to affairs, right? So it's like, hey, you say you had an affair. Come talk to us. The men say, oh, I was cheating with this girl. I was cheating with that girl. I was cheating with this girl. Having tons of affairs. You talk to the girl, it's usually like one guy.
Yeah.
So
and
so not only do men
adds up.
cheat more than women, not only do men who have relationships cheat more than women, right? But the men who cheat more, cheat more.
Right.
Another factor that and this is another angle that maybe you haven't considered,
Yeah.
is that when you ask a group of people, and this is where the lying thing just doesn't fit the narrative, right? All you guys want to say self-report lying, but you literally have to, it's like you have to be a contortionist to make that logic work. Another thing, if you do a survey, hey, who's single, right? You'll find that more men say they're single than women. So to me, right, it's a slight difference, right? It's, if you look at the general population, I believe it's in America right now, it's 34% to 28%, right? So that tells me that, 6% of men are saying they're single when there's a woman out there who says, actually, that's my boyfriend.
Yeah. Yes, that's
So-
that's the old Mitch Hedberg joke. Yeah.
Yeah. So so I would say that I've said everything I can possibly say on this topic, and I genuinely don't understand why you're not convinced. It seems to me that you are uncomfortable with the idea that men cheat more, maybe because of your personal experience.
I'm not. I would be happy to admit it if I thought it. I hear everything that you're saying. What I'm reporting to you about the way I'm processing it is there's so many variables at play about whether the man is single or not, whether the woman is single or not, where's the concentration of cheating, because I think that you would agree that it's like the small number of men who are cheating many times on one woman, whereas the middle men don't have that. They're not getting mate poached as much. You'd agree with that, right?
That's interesting. Well, we do see slight correlations. They're small.
Yeah.
So we see that men who have broader shoulders tend to cheat more.
Yeah. If they have
men
more
who are better
desirable,
looking.
desirable
Yeah,
characteristics.
and that seems to be, so it's kind of the old joke of like men who can cheat do cheat, which isn't true. Obviously, these
Not
are small.
always.
We're talking about 0.2.
It's generally
but
true.
I mean, I actually don't even think well, actually, I don't know. I mean, this might be my personal bias here. I would say that a good portion of men I would say the higher portion of men who can cheat do. Actually, what am I saying? Of course, this is true.
Yeah.
Of course, this is true. A higher portion of men who can cheat do
Of course.
than men who would struggle to cheat.
Of
Obviously,
course.
yes.
I would agree with that 100%.
Yeah.
So
I actually don't. If anyone disagrees with that, they're stupid, because that's like a truism.
It would have to be pretty difficult for that to be wrong.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to balance here that I'm not capable of doing, and I'm certainly not capable of drawing it right now, but I think I'd like to work with you on this to diagram the whole thing. That there's concentrations of like women in relationships are almost always able to cheat because a guy will do it. Men in relationships, it's usually the ones that are more desirable, I think, that are cheating a lot. And then
You said the guy on the left sounds like Kinsella.
Yes. And so there's a lot to unpack.
What's going on, bro?
Because most men are not in a position to do very much cheating. That's what that means.
I would say that every man who has a girlfriend could cheat if he wanted to.
Probably.
It would just be more difficult for some men than others.
Right. It would be more difficult. And the degree of difficulty is one of those variables that I can't process in the moment. So there's all of those mathematical factors at play,
Right,
who's
Shannon.
choosing who. And then not only that, there's also the psychological factors about what do you have guilty pleasure about saying you did? Yeah, I cheated. Like, yeah, I got away with it. When do women feel good about admitting that? And when do they feel bad? When do men feel good about admitting it? And when do they feel bad? And how is that influencing what?
Why don't you stop asking him and go ask Sexy Red and Glorilla and Megan Thee Stallion? Why don't you ask them?
I expect you ladies to understand this. You can change your life. And you can get out of the gutter.
Industry.
Are you crying?
I am.
What's going on? Why are you crying?
And it hit home for me. So
Come step up. Let me hear you. What happened?
I was saying the gutter is a rough place, you know,
Okay.
and you got to do everything, any and everything to make it, you know, every situation, including aborting twins, you feel me, to better yourself because I do want to leave you. But
You just had an abortion? Twins?
Twins.
Yeah, double homicide.
Bitch.
I'm sorry.
First of all, I come from a long line of tricks and hoes. Yes, what's the eyebrow thing? I come from a long line of hoes. I'm not the first one, maybe in this generation, but it go all the way back to slavery time. And before then, with the Egyptians and the Moors, a long line of selling pussy. I'm not the first one. My auntie, My mama don't like me saying her name in my interviews. Grandmama, great-grandmama, great-great-great-grandmama.
So was any of them in a $40 line?
$40.
They say on these reports. I'm not able to process that in the moment.
Okay, fair enough. You know what? Fair enough. And I recognize that I've obviously, I've studied infidelity for years. And
Yeah.
so there's a huge asymmetry of information
Yes.
where it's like, and also I can't be, I very much welcome rigorous criticism. I think everything I've said in this conversation is pretty easily Googleable.
Mhm.
I welcome fact checking, and what I will do, I'm going to come back to the comment section.
Yeah.
I'm going to come back to the comment section over the next week or so. And if there's any like really common criticisms where people think I'm wrong, I'll add some sources and make sure that that's clear. Because I recognize that there's an asymmetry of information. Do you want to talk more about infidelity, or do you want to talk about zones?
I want to talk
because I think zones might be the most
zones
interesting.
is a great thing to get to, and we should do that. We're filling up plenty of time. I do want to talk about I want to talk about one more thing that I'm not sure if you have considered. This is an idea that I bring up to people often, and they say they haven't considered it or they think it's ridiculous or something. What I've depicted here is, let me see if I can.
I can't see anything. I hope you know. Sorry, mate.
Is it like this? Is that better?
Oh, okay.
So what I've depicted here is that what you said is
two octopuses getting together.
Exactly.
Brunch.
One of the things you said is that we need evidence that women lie more. I wanted to ask you, what do you think about like cross-cultural validation of everywhere you go in the world, people recognize that men play it up and women,
No. It's worse than that. We need evidence that women play it up with home wrecking and play it down with cheating. So the cross-cultural mechanism like that's the reason that I brought up that data set, because I was aware of this criticism. I anticipated it. I thought about it. I considered it. And I was like, well, what data can we collect on that? And it's like, easy. We just look at the other side. And if that lying theory were true, women lie more about cheating, and maybe they do, right? They need to lie a lot more. Then they would also need to, that doesn't account for the fact that women report more success as the affair partner.
Right. And this is something that
you agree that it doesn't account for it, right? You agree, surely.
Say it again. I agree that what doesn't account for what?
That women being more women report being the affair partner more.
That the fact that they report that doesn't account for what?
So men report cheating more, and that you can say, oh, maybe men just lie less about that. Right. Which, by the way, is kind of weird, because men are more antisocial than women in basically every study ever. And we're much more aggressive about lying, about being violent. Anything antisocial, we do it harder, right? Like that's just how we are. But I recognize that there are definitely reasons to think. I mean, I've spoken to some very, very smart people who think about this a lot, who say that the gap is smaller than it is. Very few people would say that there's no gap.
Yeah.
But this lying argument, it doesn't make sense for the other side of things, right? Where you say, okay, so wait, so women say that the women lie more when they're having an affair, but they lie less when they're the affair partner. What? Makes no sense.
Well, because what I think, if that is actually what's happening, then I think the explanation for that would be that one thing, like admitting one of those things makes them feel like I'm the winner, and admitting the other one makes them feel like I'm the loser. And that
I understand. And I think in both cases, nobody wants to be a homewrecker. Nobody wants to be a cheater. And I think it's literally a back handspring to try and get away from the scary idea that maybe men cheat more than women. Okay. But anyway, show me the octopuses. Explain the octopuses to me.
Okay. Hang on. I am considering, what you're saying. And I think that I would love to work with you to diagram it out, because it's difficult for me to understand. People who are going about their lives and have real jobs, it's going to be even harder for them to understand. I do this a lot. I'm considering that, and I'm not saying that I'm right and you're wrong. I'm just saying I wonder if you would consider that maybe there is something going on in the deep psyche that would make them lie differently in different situations. That's all.
You know what? And I think that is worth considering.
Sure.
But in the context of the mammalian biology, making it so expected that men would cheat more, it's kind of like, why am I being such a... I mean, in science, I've said this publicly before, people think that scientists are like, oh, we have the truth. Right. But we never really have the truth. We have a provisional best guess that we're testing.
Yes.
And my provisional best guess, based on I think 5 pieces of evidence I've shared today,
Mm-hmm.
my provisional best guess is that men cheat more.
Okay.
And to be a skeptic and say I still think women cheat more, to me that just sounds. Every time a guy says that, I'm like, okay, bro, you've been cheated on so much.
There's a lot. There's again another variable. It's like it's so complex. There's so many variables at play about what's going on with people psychologically and what we can measure and how that. It's gonna be really difficult for most people to understand. Before we move on to zones, I wanted to bring up that like we talked about male propagation. One male, right? Can you could see? One male can go to many females and have many children, right? So something that has crossed my mind that I've never seen any evidence for, but I have thought about that. The reason that women might cheat is because having one stable partner to provide, like finances and materials, and then having another partner who is very promiscuous will result in sons that are also promiscuous. And
this is the mainstream. This is the mainstream theory of female infidelity. It's something that I've done direct research on and found evidence for.
Yeah.
And this is actually one of the examples where I said earlier in this conversation, data changed my mind.
Yes.
I was very skeptical of this idea, and then I ran a very large, or not very large, but a large study in 19 countries on female infidelity.
Yes.
And I found pretty strong evidence for this idea. Now, it's a very controversial idea, but myself, my co-authors who are, my co-authors are both very accomplished scientists.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, I do. And there are people like Marty Hazelton who are really big fans of this idea.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the worst idea in the world. And it's something that I think is true provisionally. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that, yes, that's the motivation behind female infidelity. Some people, so to give you an idea, some people believe that women have a singular mating strategy.
Yeah.
I believe that women's
yeah.
mating strategies are dualistic.
I'm with you on
and
that, yeah.
men's mating strategies are probably a bit dualistic as well, but not in the same way, which is something we can talk about when we get to zones.
Right. So we're gonna leave this on that. My understanding of the data is limited. I don't.
Yeah,
have
we
any
called it out,
experience
bro.
with it.
Shout out to
I
Bro
am,
Speak in the building.
Not deciding that men or women cheat more. I am just sort of holding a place for it to be possible that the female need to gain this and not lose this would be why they would lie in one direction there, and then home wrecking would be gain and why they'd lie in the other direction there. It's entirely
I understand. My suspicion, and maybe I'm not giving you enough benefit of the doubt, is that if the data went in the other direction, you'd believe it.
I think that if you generalize that to the general population, that's how people tend to think. I think personally I've done more work on myself than that, but I get where you're coming from.
Okay, then you know what? I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
I appreciate that.
We'll continue.
All right, let's talk about zones. What do you have to say?
This is your great contribution
It's
to
the biggest thing.
Yeah, this is
I'm making guys go to the gym with this.
One of the biggest dating memes. I mean, this is one of the reasons that I've wanted to talk to you is that it's one of the biggest dating memes ever, right? And it says how about this? I'll start with the 2 big things that are right about it. And this is why I think it's so popular, is because it says a couple big things that people relate to, right? Can everyone see zone? Is there a way you can pull it up in like a way that's
I made it larger,
really
but
visible?
Here's why I just bought. Thank God I've got money. I just bought a little camera stand, so there we go. That's better. Does that
If
work?
we can get this up, because we're going to discuss this, I think. Do you have 20 minutes? This will be our last topic.
I do. I have.
Okay,
I have all the 20 minutes in the world.
Right. I forgot that. I see. I have to.
You have a life. Yeah. No, I live in the woods.
Yeah. Well, my whole life is this. Embarrassingly, it's just reading about this stuff.
Yes.
Let me just double check the. Let me just double check the time, if you don't mind. I know this is kind of impolite, but I've got my.
It's okay.
I'm a fool.
It's my first live, and I think that everyone's going to forgive us both.
Yeah. Sorry, everyone, for all the technical difficulties. I mean,
okay. They're still with us.
Yeah. Okay. What type of numbers are we doing?
Bro, he has a bunch of doodles, bunch of drawings.
He got too much time on his hands, man. But listen, y'all, speaking of time, shout outs to everybody here. Listen, y'all, I'm about to crash. We're gonna have another show tomorrow. Shout outs to Gems. He said bro needs to flip his images. Yeah, it's backwards for some reason. You know. Even when I try to flip it, it's backwards. But listen. It's been 10 hours and 21 minutes. We'll have another show later on today. I'm gonna just take a nap. I gotta get up and do some editing and stuff like that. But I'm glad to be back. Player Talk Radio. Let's get in touch with Hoe Math. I mean, I need you guys to share the show, tag him in it. I definitely would like to chop it up with him. He seems like a cool dude. Seems like he got a lot of stuff to, yeah, he's doodling. You know what I'm saying? No problem, man. That's what I'm here for, man. Do a whole shift with you guys. Get y'all through the day. But man, listen. If y'all thought I was tripping, I'm telling y'all, dudes are using way too much logic trying to get women. And then they get mad when it don't work. Or they accuse other niggas of doing magic. And it's like, bro, I'm not. What? How the fuck it goes from talking to women to, oh, this nigga doing magic. He's a magician. He doing the invisible bitch trick. You good, Raven? You good? You good? We can't wait till you start your channel too, man. We're gonna be over on Raven's channel, man. Can't wait. You did? I'm gonna be passing you some streams too, Raven. Definitely gonna pass you some streams. Okay? Listen. There's nothing wrong with using logic, but don't overuse logic to try to get women, man. It doesn't work out. It's a nice little cool list. You know, you might, get some revelations, maybe learn a thing or two from it. But I'm gonna tell you the truth, bro. It don't matter. None of this shit matters. It really don't. Even for your sake, it don't matter. You know. Understand women in your own way. Understand them in your own time. First of all, you need to make sure you have a clear understanding of them. That's the only way you're gonna get over it. I'm pretty sure Hoe Math does have a unique understanding of them, and he still got to grow. You gotta give a man a chance to grow. You can't sit up there and be like, "Hey, man, you just started making beats yesterday. Why you ain't say Tovin today?" Like, bro, you got to give a man a chance to grow. So I'm not getting on broski for you know what I'm saying, not being an expert or nothing like that. Nobody's an expert. Hell, even I'm not an expert. But y'all niggas are using way too much maths, and then you get mad when the maths ain't mathing, and it's like, bro, you're using too much math. What did you even base this off of anyway? Niggas get mad. Back to the drawing table. And honestly, to tell you the truth, he didn't call himself women math. He didn't call himself none of that stuff. But I'm going to tell you the truth. He wants hoes. For sure. So the girl that he probably wants, she probably with a black guy. Or she probably rapping. Or she probably smokes a lot of weed and hang out with people. Hanging with them girls I never seen before. You used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. The white boys in the West going through it too, man. They don't have the answers neither, Sway. We're gonna go over the what you call it list too. The Ant T drop. We're gonna go over the I forgot the other list. There's another list we gotta go over. We got a lot of stuff to do. We're gonna go over the I saved it. The hot girl matrix chart. We're gonna go over that too. Okay. But listen, it's Player Talk Radio. I wanna thank everybody that supported today's show. I appreciate you guys. That's why I do longer shows too. And guess what? We're gonna be back. And we're gonna drop some more game because y'all know I could you know I can still go now. All right. We're gonna drop some more game. For real. There's a polygraph challenge going around that's gonna have fake niggas shook or silent. I think you gotta find somebody to do the polygraph test too. Might have to check that out, UFO. Shout outs to everybody here. Make sure you guys hit the like button before you leave. And if the poll is still going, I don't know, I thought I'd stopped it, but I think the poll is still going. Answer the poll, man. Get your booty to the poll. You did? Let's check. Let's see if the poll's still going. The poll should be still going, y'all. Damn, 85 votes, y'all. 31% said enough for that particular one. Dang. 29% says none. 22% says 50%. 17% says 150. These are some good numbers right here, y'all. So a lot of people believe in logic. Damn, and we only got 36 votes. Shout outs to Aunt T. Thank you, bro. Hey, look, we're gonna definitely do. I'm gonna tag you in it too. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that list in a couple of hours. Shout outs to Mac Bones in the building. Yes, Sirski. Pimp Logic, Mac Mastermind, the mythology of Pimp Logic. Yes, sir. Yeah, shout outs to Aunt T. Aunt T dropped off the hot girl matrix chart. We don't have to do that. But let me tell y'all something. Nothing beats the scale of 1 to 30 from Patrice O'Neal. Rest in peace to Patrice O'Neal. Shout outs to everybody that hit the like button. Shout outs to everybody that supported today's show. We will be right back. We'll be right back. Shout outs to Spawn in the building. Yeah, Spawn, I like Hoe Math. You know, I think he's I don't get bad vibes from him. He's not like a fucked up dude. You know what I'm saying? But he do got a lot of time on his hands. And he's in his head a lot. That's normal though. There used to be a time I used to can tell niggas like, yo, just be cool, bro. These hoes don't bite. Yeah, like, bro, Auntie. 1 year. Y'all remember that 1 year? I don't know, but this was recently. Y'all remember that 1 year? They try to say Bruce Jenner was the most beautiful woman in the world. I said, if you don't get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Bruce Jenner. They try to say Bruce Jenner is the most beautiful woman in the world. Bruh. Like, who the hell did he pay, bro? Somebody ordered pizza. Who he paid? Fuck out of here, man. Like, they be really trying it, bro. They be really trying to shove that LGBTQ shit down straight men's throats, bro. And we ain't going for it.
Yo, next year, ladies, y'all better tighten up. Women better be prepared to call themselves cisgendered women. Y'all think that shit a game? Dog, they gonna get y'all up out of here, bro. Do you think, sis? They got something real crazy for y'all if y'all ain't calling yourselves cisgendered. And them y'all friends. Them y'all friends, bro. Them y'all friends. Macbone says, "What's up, brother? Why would I care about the opinions of sex workers and stupid heifers and scrolls? It ain't about their opinion. But dudes need to get up with this game, dog. Stop trying to use all this logic to get women, bro. We get it. You young, you can draw. You may know a little thing or two. But it takes one girl to suck your brains out. All this whole list going to hell. You got to redraw this whole fucking list. Whenever you get out of that relationship. Mind you. Shorty gonna have you in a cobra clutch. Shout out to everybody in the building. Peace. It's player talk. You think you hard? You want to talk shit? Peace.
Fuck you, nigga. You think you hard? Want to talk shit? Pick up the phone, bitch. This the real shit right here.
Shut the fuck up, you nitwit. You talking shit upon my shit, homeboy? You just a little punk ass, bitch. Fuck that.
Thousands of niggas is waiting for your motherfucking call, and they all talking shit up on that ass right now. Big niggas. Thick niggas. Curvaceous niggas. Affectionate niggas.
Mwah, nigga. You want that true nigga shit? Let's call the line off top.
1213-373-4253. Only $4.99 a minute. These niggas is desperate.
You call me fucker? Man, shut the fuck up, you tropical snake.
80s niggas. 90s niggas. Sleepy ass niggas.
Nigga.
Broke niggas. Baroque niggas. Parmesan niggas. Mystery niggas, revealed niggas. Fake niggas. Famous niggas.
I'm alive, fool.
Sensitive niggas.
Yeah, motherfucker. I'll fuck you up.
And once
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation.
Yeah, because of inflammation.
Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation.
Yes.
And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans.
Yes.
Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, she's stupid.
I I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
Yo,
Oh, God.
This stupid, the stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid. This stupid is so stupid.
Leave her alone! I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid.
Women are so accustomed to male attention now because of social media that they're addicted to it. The attention and love of one man is no longer enough. She needs it from multiple sources. She needs to know that he wants me, and he wants me, not just him. So now you have all these women shaming men for not being enough. Like, he's not enough. Well, of course he is, because you're addicted to so much attention. It's dopamine to them. It's a fucking drug. And women are shaming men for all this instead of taking the self-accountability to realize that they fucked up their tolerance to intimacy. That no man is ever enough now because they've been with so many types of men. They don't understand that men aren't perfect and never will be. And that's where love actually comes from, is you start to love unconditionally and you stop looking for a perfect partner. And women are stuck in this delusional fantasy where they think they're gonna find these Prince Charming, well put together men who are a blend of a lover boy and an asshole. A man who's romantic but also an asshole. It's like, those type of men aren't really out there, and these women just want to pretend like they're gonna find these type of guys instead of realizing that they have desensitized themselves to love, to intimacy. Women are
The Pan-African was too stunned to speak.
Hola, soy Dora. Dora became really broke recently and needs a sugar daddy. Could you help Dora find a sugar daddy? This house looks bougie. I bet I could find a sugar daddy here. Could you help Dora find the doorbell? Where is it? Who the fuck is this? Why are you at my front door dressed like Dora? Hola, do you want to be Dora's sugar daddy?
Do I look like a daddy?
I don't think he swings Dora's way. Can you say gay in Spanish?
I swing both ways.
Oh. We did it! We did it! We did it!
How much do I owe you? Just take it all.
Grand Rising. Too bad you lost the poetry slam. Maybe next time you'll pander more to black women and make unnecessary references about Egypt. Broccoli's man-made.
I'm Michael Jordan. McDonald's restaurants have given me this time to talk to you about something we both really care about. Kids. Kids are the reason McDonald's sponsors their Get It Straight program, a national drug awareness effort. Think about this. Many of you using drugs out there now are under 18. Do you realize that at 18 you have lived only 1/4 of your life? When you're using drugs, you're only cheating yourself out of the chance to find out who you really can be. And believe me, if you don't use drugs, you can just about be anything you want to be. Listen, you got at least 3/4 of your life to go. That's 3 more lifetimes to you. So don't blow it. Don't do drugs. If you're doing it, stop it. Get some help. McDonald's wants you to give yourself a chance to find out all the wonderful things you really can be. And so do I.
I want some dick now, nigga, then I'm leaving. I want some dick now, nigga, then I'm...
First of all, he don't even know what to do with all that. She need an unapologetically African alpha male to handle that. He can't handle that. He don't even know what to do with that.
Wanna dig you, and I can't even lie about it, baby.
God damn you. Nigga, the way you so gangster.
Up and down like a roller coaster. Gonna come inside you, I ain't stopping till the show is over. Cause I'm about it, in and out just like a I'm about to pass out, wanna dig you.
I think you need to say clearly what happened. I fucked August. Yeah, but I need to know specifically everything that happened. Like y'all fucking, how did that happen? Well, his dick got into an entanglement with my pussy. That's what I said. Did you like his dick? Yes. I'ma kill this bitch. Oh my God, here you go. You said you wasn't gonna get mad. So let me ask you, did you suck his dick? I mean, that is a part of sex, isn't it? Who you fucking bitch? You know I should strangle the fucking shit out of you right now. So where did he come? See, you wouldn't know about this, but when you got some good ass dick and every inch is inside me and you're just pumping, you're going to eventually explode. August came on my face, my vagina. He was the Fresh Prince of busting his ass. So you know I gotta ask you, and don't lie about it. What you wanna ask me? I wanna know whose dick was bigger. Are you serious right now? Yup. Okay, so let's just say that when I first saw August's dick, I looked at it and said, no way. Oh, showcase, it was that big, huh? Elephant trunk. Okay, so out of me and him, who fucks you better? Let's just say that he hit spots that made me question why I was even with you in the first place. So it was better than me. He fucked me great. You really a dirty bitch. We ride together. We lie together. Bad marriage for life. Oh my God, my pussy hurt. Oh, Miss August. So did you fuck Tupac? Oh my God, here we go.
You know, we had a great day tonight.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, let me walk you to your car. Be a gentleman.
Yeah, it's right here. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Hey, what you getting from the back seat?
Oh, just my suitcase.
For what?
I'm moving in.
Bro, what are you talking about?
Well, we had a good night tonight. You like me, I like you. So let's get to going. You know?
Look, just because we had a good time doesn't mean you get to move into the house.
Yes, it does.
Look, you're not moving in my house. Hey. I got neighbors, bro. Fast as hell. Bruh, come on. Bro, let me in the house.
Are we moving in?
Bro, just let me in.
One more time. Are we going together?
It's good, yes. We can, just let me in.
All right, you can come in.
My own house, man.
I'm going to put this upstairs. Hang your doors.
Yes, ma'am.
Where y'all hero Batman at? Where y'all hero at? Where he at?
You niggas so
Where he
lucky
at?
it's not nighttime. You niggas so
Shut up,
lucky it's not
man. What you gonna
nighttime.
do?
You niggas so lucky it's not
Batman?
nighttime.
What you gonna do, nigga? Batman? What you gonna do? Nothing. What's up? We ain't gonna do nothing.
I'm
We
gonna
ain't
fold
gonna do
you
nothing,
niggas.
What's good, nigga? What's good, bro?
Wait till the sun go down, my nigga. Wait till the sun go down. Watch what I do.
Wait till shut up, nigga. Batman, help! He's raping me. Help!
Just wait till nighttime, baby.
What? Nigga said
Now,
nighttime
baby.
like I don't last 2 minutes. Let's
Batman,
Batman, help!
I can't, baby. The sun is
Batman!
Wait till my thing shine in the sky. Wait till the
He
bats in the
can't come
sky.
outside.
I'll be there, baby.
He can't come outside.
Niggas soft, bro. Y'all niggas.
Now look, I want to speak on this about little young player. I see little young player Ramil up in here. I ain't got no problem with the pump and dump thing. I see where he coming, and I feel him. He in Atlanta. Them hoes is going. You niggas be leaving that shit out. Them hoes is going out there. Them hoes is fucking all over the place. And niggas is getting at them. And niggas is getting at them. And you niggas start fucking me up with that weak shit, telling niggas not to fuck on the bitch. Nigga, I'm gonna fuck this bitch. That's what I'm gonna do, nigga. I'm getting tired of you trying to check my motherfucking game, nigga. I'm in this shit. I'm gonna knock on this bitch, nigga. Fuck you. And I'm getting tired of you, nigga. You can't take it. I'm in this shit to win this shit. And I'm sick of you weak ass, over the hill, dusty ass niggas. You wanna go smoke cigars with some old white boy in the exclusive Moose Club, nigga? Fuck you. I'm out here with these bitches, nigga. I'ma hold it on. I'ma get it in. I'ma get it in. And you nigga gotta be out there. It's about having your motherfucking game. It's about being a motherfucking player out here. It's about being a real nigga. You niggas don't understand what it is to be a real motherfucking nigga. You don't know how to talk it up. You You don't know how to get it in. You niggas weak in this shit. I'm sick of you niggas. Them hoes over there fucking with Kevin. Them bitches looking to get married. Them some married-minded bitches. I ain't trying to fuck on no hoe like that. Go over there and fuck with Kevin. Let me fuck with the rest. I'ma do my best, nigga. Fuck y'all niggas. And you gotta put this out because you niggas don't put the whole side of the black man out here. You put one side out here. And I'm tired of that shit. And real niggas out here like me, we getting it in. We ain't got nothing to cry on. We let the bitch lie on us. The bitch lying on me, nigga. That's what she did. And I'm gonna do it again. And again, motherfucker. That's what I do. I'm sick of these motherfuckers crying. I'm gonna give you some tissue next time, motherfucker. That's how we do out here, though. Look, keep pumping and dumping. I don't blame them. Respect the Cardi bitch, wild bitch shit. All these hoes wanna do is fucking suck. And why get fucked up? They go fucking suck your partner. You know what? Just accept it. Be done with that shit. You niggas go to church, man. You know what I'm saying? Take that shit to church. I can't help it. The whole fucks you over, nigga. That's your problem. That ain't my problem, nigga. I solve problems. I don't make them, nigga. That's what I do. You guys don't understand what it is to be a motherfucking back out here. It's just like playing football, nigga. We get a prep. We get a motherfucking pep rally before we get at these bitches. Let's get it up. Let's get it in. You don't understand that, though. That's what's killing me with that. But look, I'm gonna pull up out of here, man. I'm gonna pull up out of here. Look, appreciate you pop in, man. We need, that's the whole black man. Show the whole thing. You know what I'm saying?